Oh, thank you for the likes, guys. Come on. Detached. Thanks for the likes, guys. Well, what do you have problems with in interviews? There's so many tips. Are there any tips you need clarification on the videos that I've done, if you've watched them? Because it's better if your question's like more specific. Yeah. What specifically about an interview? Substack. Like, what specifically do you have issues with? Is your client a Republican or a Democrat? Do you know? Do you have any specific questions about what you need help with in an interview? Yes, I'm Filipino. What the hell is going on with this here? Uy, Ace, ba't ka nandito? You gotta... You're on shift, right? What's wrong with you? guys all on shift or you're working with clients? Because received an invite to watch the showing support for maybe 3 minutes. Sige. Okay, take care. You're working today? Isn't it Thanksgiving? Thanksgiving weekend. Ikaw, bahala. Gusto mo makiat? Uy. Hey, Mark. So, for those of you who missed the live last week, which was explosive, okay? Because we had the negotiator up here, and I was asking him questions about yung mga posts niya where he's offering like 60,000 a week, whatever. And he didn't really have a lot of specific answers. But if you want to watch the whole episode, it's on my YouTube channel. Hey, Coach Isa. I watched your podcast earlier. Hello, Coach Isa.
Hi!
I watched earlier.
Ay, thank you.
Ang ganda. Maganda yung discussion on on dispositions versus acquisitions. Because
Oo,
depende. Like,
namin.
pero mas mataas talaga yung rate nilang dalawa, no?
Oo. Pero
Nawawala ka, friend.
sabi ko pinagdiskusyonan talaga namin ni Coach JP dahil nanood ako nung live
last week.
nyo nung nakaraan.
Oo. Yung nagkiklaim siya ng 60,000 per week.
Yes, oo.
Yeah. I was like, diba, I mean, like, did my questions make sense? Because I was like, how can you earn that in a week when yung closing ng real estate, diba? Like, I'm sure your client does not close every week, even if they're in Beverly Hills.
Yes, exactly. Lalo
Right?
ngayon, sa market
Mabilis na nga yung
ngayon.
45 days. Yeah, exactly. Ang bilis ng 45 days, lalo na ngayon, recession, di ba?
Exactly.
So, I'm like, the 60,000 is, I don't know if that's doable.
if that makes sense.
I don't know if that's doable. I mean, may sales job ako dati, and I know that the money is in sales, but like real estate sales is mabagal talaga yung, I mean, mabagal. Kasi nga, high ticket item, di ba?
Yes, matagal talaga siya.
I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't do sales, but if it's a sales job, just say it's a sales job.
Mm-mm.
'Di ba? Sabi mo, magtatawag ka. Kung hindi ka magtawag, hindi ka makakapag-close. Hindi ka makaka-appointment. Kasi my first real estate job, which was cold caller ako. So,
Magkano starting mo, ma'am?
$375.
Diba? True. Ako
See?
din. 3, my gosh.
Kasi
Yun
may
talaga.
nag-DM sa akin, she was asking for advice. What can she improve on? Kasi nag-a-apply siya, and then puro mga low ball yung mga items, yung mga trabaho daw, puro low ball. And then, because I have 11 years experience in BPO and 4 years experience as management, yada yada. And I was like, I had 11 years experience in.
Ay, na-mute ka yata, ma'am. Nawala ka. Di kita marinig. Ayan. Oo.
Sabi ko sa kanya, I had 11 years experience in BPO as well. Like, and I was the POC for CSAT for the whole department ng Chase Canada. And they don't give a shit.
Totoo.
They didn't give a shit, right? And hello, I'm British educated and English is my first language. They still didn't give a shit. Diba? Walang pakialam yung mga clients sa ganon. Like,
Yes.
siguro graduate ka ng Harvard, diba? Bigyan ka ng konting ng konting consideration. But honestly, if you're not booking appointments, you're useless to the client. I was like, they asked me to leave my second week. Like, they told me, parang ano yun, second Tuesday. Sabi nila, Jen, wala kang appointments for the whole of last week. Hello, that was my first week on the job. Second week, sasabihin niyo ako na, oh, pag wala kang appointments by tomorrow, thank you so much. Okay?
Yes. Oo, totoo yan.
Di ba
My God.
masakit? Di ba parang, hello, sandali, hindi pa umiinit yung upuan ko, di ba? Second week ko pa lang. So sabi ko sa kanya, you know, it doesn't matter like how many years experience you have. Like they don't care. Like as far as the clients are concerned, you have one skill set and that's calls. Kasi
Mm-mm.
galing kang call center. Kaya doon ka ilalagay. Ngayon, if magrereklamo ka dahil lowball yung mga offers, kasi because you're new, you have no experience whatsoever.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's
Sabi ko, I started at 375. Like, may pinondo ka ba na course? Or, ano bang pinondo mo, di ba? Parang, I mean, kung if you're thinking magta-translate directly yung experience mo sa call center, papuntang work from home, like, that's not gonna happen.
that's true.
Like, I don't know what else you want me to hear because I'm not gonna blow smoke up your ass and say, oh, talaga? 4 years experience ka as management? Wow, ang galing naman. Like, the clients don't give a shit.
Uy, totoo yan. My gosh, grabe. Pero nag-work naman siya or hindi?
I don't think she's working yet. I think she's trying to look for a client. But para
Mm.
namimili siya na,
Kaya
ang baba
choosy.
kasi nito. Hi,
Oo.
laddie. What's up? What's up? So, namimili siya. And I'm like, okay. Um,
Diyos ko, ang
she,
hirap-hirap humanap ng trabaho ngayon.
I think she's expecting na to get
Malaki agad.
parang the same as what she was getting in the call center. Hi, Brian. Magkamukha daw
Oh,
tayo, Brian. Ano ba yan?
hi, Brian.
Um, working ba kayo? Are you working tonight?
I don't have work
It's
tonight.
Thanksgiving weekend, right? Am I right?
That's true. Yes.
Yeah. So, yan. So, what's our topic today? Hello, Mommy Wow. Our topic today is sort of a little bit of a continuation from last week kasi may nag-comment ako sa video kanina
Mm.
na maganda yung point of view dun sa video as to why yung mga naloloko pa yung mga tao sa ano, yung mga British client po. Ah, you have a British client. I see. Kung bakit naloloko pa yung mga tao sa mga scam. Mga
Oh
medyo
my
mga
God.
scam. Okay, and then sabi ni okay, shit. Excuse
Hi,
me.
Miss Laddie.
Si the white shirt guy. You know him? The white shirt guy. Medyo
Hindi.
kilala siya na influencer.
Oo.
Okay, so his point was wag kayo magpapadala sa mga nagpapakita ng payslip, mga ganun-ganon. Sabi niya, it should be hard work. It's like it's bullshit. Like he said, imbes and yun guys, when you pag pinakita niyo yung payslip niyo and you work for a VA agency, bawal po 'yun.
Uy, totoo.
'Di ba?
Mm-mm.
Thank you, laddie.
Meron ba? Kasi kapag taga dito sa US ang agency, tapos hindi naman sila nagbabayad ng tax, hindi yun admissible, diba?
Admissible for like
Kahit ano, dito sa
travel.
Pilipinas, kung maglo-loan
Ay,
sila or
oo. Yeah,
ano,
yeah. Oo. If from Upwork, I guess, kasi
oh,
may
pwede.
documentation sa Upwork, pwede.
Oo.
I'm not sure with Revo Lancer or Fiverr, but Upwork, pwede. You can get like, you know, certification.
Mm-mm.
Ayun. So, itong sabi ni White Shirt Guy, sa mga gurus that are showing their 6-digit monthly income, right? It's not about the decimal point. Okay, it's not about
Mm-hmm.
the decimal point. Sabi niya, there are, first of all, kasi yung mga tao, by nature, inclined tayo mag-shortcut.
True.
Mahilig tayo shortcut. Kaya pag nakakita tayo, wow, 60,000 a week. Sige, parang
Totoo ba
ganon.
yun?
Totoo
Pasok
ba
ako
yun?
doon.
Oo, baka pwede ko dyan. $20 an hour, baka pwede ako dyan.
Ano
Mga ganyan.
ginagawa dyan?
Yeah, di ba? Bakit po ang dami-dami na ng coach sa Pinas? Paturo po mag-file ng taxes through Upwork. Maraming resources sa Upwork. I don't think you can file taxes through Upwork. You can just get documentation that you're actually working at Upwork. Parang ganon.
Yeah, there's ano,
Parang
parang monthly
mm-mm.
certificate of earnings yung
Oh,
tawag
yun,
nila.
certificate of earnings. Pero hindi ka makaka-file ng tax through Upwork. That you can't. They don't do that for you.
Yes, ikaw ang magpa-file.
Si Ladi, aren't you, CPA? Yan, si Ladi nakakaalam niyan. Si Eminem. Quarterly, see, she knows. Or you can sign up for a tax service, and they'll do that for you. They'll advise you. Tax consultant. Yan, no? Si Eminem, si Mix and Matches, si Miss Ladi, she can help you. You can consult her for tax purposes. Of course, may fee yun, di ba? Uy, si Kira, nabuhay. Nabuhay si
Hi,
Kira.
Kira.
Tapos, and I was on Twitter today, and then Alex Hormozy, as you know, who is I adore,
Aha,
he said the reason why people don't make the big money is they're so focused on the fast money.
true.
That's what he said. And then I read something on Google about 5 psychological reasons why people fall for scams. Okay? Kasi ano eh, di ba, hindi ba kayo nagtataka? Di ba yung may mga, there's so many types of scams, and I was doing fraud for like, 5.5 to 6 years. There's so many types of fraud. There's credit card fraud, as you know. There's the romance scam fraud. Okay? Na ang dami pa rin naloloko. And then there's the Nigerian scam. Do you guys know what that is? The classic Nigerians. It doesn't mean they're from Nigeria. It's just where that started. Okay? Doon nag-start yung Nigerian scam fraud. Pero like it can happen from anywhere. So marami. Tapos may fraud pa yung napanood niyo yun yung sa Korea yung niloloko yung mga babae to do like you know disgusting stuff.
Nigerian
Then
thing.
bina blackmail. Yan, military scam. So first of all, yung nabasa ko, and this is from like
Na-off ka ba, moms? Ayun.
this is from an academic journalistic website called The Conversation. Okay. So there's 5 psychological reasons why people fall for scams. Okay. First of all, um, yung scammer, sino may alam dito sa infinite banking? I don't know. I don't know what that
Wala.
is.
Ako, I don't.
So, the first reason why people fall for scams, the first technique that scammers will do is, I will do something for you. Let me do this for you. 'Di ba? Parang ganon. 'Di ba yung mga kulto? Parang ganon.
Oo.
'Di ba? So, it's the you scratch my back, I
I
scratch your
start
back.
doon. Oo.
Technique. So, if somebody is offering you something first, like they offer to do something for you, tignan mo muna ano ba talaga yun. 'Di ba? I mean, like the rule is people being people, usually mag-expect sila ng kapalit. Okay? So they might start off by saying, I want you to come here and see how fantastic this community is. They've helped me, mga ganong technique, di ba? So it's the you scratch my back um, technique. So tignan nyo muna kung may kapalit sa ganon, di ba? Tapos, the second technique, and I'm sorry say this, and I probably will get a lot of backlash for it. It's the mob mentality, technique. Alam niyo yung ganon. Yung parang, pag nilagay ka sa gitna ng grupo, when everyone else is doing that thing and you're the only one who's not, now you feel strange.
Yeah.
'Di ba? And I'm sorry, but a lot of religious groups, I see them doing that. And I've had experiences like that. Somebody said to me, and this was like a long time ago. I was in college or something, and then they're like, "Tara magsimba tayo," and I was like, I thought it was just the usual, church service, and it wasn't. They took me to this born again whatever, and then hindi pa ako ganun galing magtagalog noon. 'Di ba? Like I don't know how old I was, 20, mga ganyan. Gora lang. So, so, ayon. So they took me to this religious service, and then everyone was like speaking in tongues. Like, and I was like, what the hell are you doing? 'Di ba? Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, what the hell am I doing here? Like, now I feel weird because everyone else is talking in tongues, and I'm not, and I'm now I feel weird. Okay, so that's one way that scammers will get you. They'll put you in the middle of a group where everyone else is doing the same thing. 'Di ba? Yung mga MLM, mga networking, ganun din sila eh. 'Di ba? Yung mga presentation nila, um yung mga may mga presentation sila na para mga sobrang showbiz, tapos may mga ilaw-ilaw, and then they're gonna have this really charismatic person come on stage and welcome you and blah blah blah. 'Di ba? Parang ganon. So the mob mentality. If you get put in the middle of a group and everyone else is doing the same thing and you're not, it's to get you to do the same thing because everyone else is doing it. Okay? Tapos, yung third concept is yung little steps. Okay? Yung little steps, how do they do that? They ask, parang inuunti-unti ka. Okay? Umuo ka ng umuo. Parang, di ba parang lalaki nanliligaw. First, they'll introduce themselves to you. Okay? If you don't already know them, they'll spend time with you. Okay? They'll listen to you. Di ba? And then, that way, parang napapalapit ka sa kanila. It's the same thing with scammers. Romance scam, very classic dyan. 'Di ba? Hi dear, how are you dear? Mga ganyan. Tapos, you look so beautiful today. Mga ganyan. Bobola-bolahin ka. Hanggang ma-fall ka. 'Di ba? So, uunti-untiin ka ng mga fraudster, mga scammer. Um, the other concept that they use or technique they use is yung FOMO. You guys are aware of the concept of FOMO, right? Parang you're afraid of missing out. The fear of missing out on something. 'Di ba? Yung mga magagaling na salesperson, they're like, "Oh, this is the last day for you to to take advantage of this offer. It's a Black Friday offer. It's only available for today and blah 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 blah." Those pag hindi mo in-avail to, like it's not going to be offered again. It's very exclusive. So, ayan, that's another technique they'll use on you. And then um I don't know if you've like actually seen interviews of mga psycho killer, mga serial killer. A lot of them actually seem really nice. Like Ted Bundy. When I saw the interviews, and Ted Bundy, he was like, I don't know if you know about Ted Bundy. He was a serial killer who killed college girls in the 70s, late 70s. Oh, yun, exactly. That was like a movie of they remade, but you should watch the actual interviews on YouTube. Yung tunay na Ted Bundy, and you will be ako parang I parang kinilabutan ako because he's good looking, he's well dressed, alam mo yung gano'n. Tapos yung parang yung Ako, nakikita ko yung sarili ko na parang, if I talk to this guy, he'll seem really intelligent. Parang kabiruan ko, magan. Kaya madali lang mahuhulog yung loob mo sa kanya na parang, this is just a nice guy. Like, he looks like a college professor who's really bright. Alam mo yung mga ganon? Like, a lot of them seem very nice. Yeah, and that's the movie. Like, that's a movie on Netflix. But try to find on YouTube the real interviews with the real Ted Bundy. Because before, ano siya, because he was on death row, diba? So he was executed. Before he was executed, so, and he was, alam mo, tontuwa si Ted Bundy because he was famous. He got famous, diba? So before he died, like, he was famous. So go and watch the actual interviews of the real Ted Bundy. Like, you, ako talagang kinilabutan ako. I was like, oh my God, di ba? Parang, kaya pala ang dami niyang pinatay. Kasi nga, kung ikaw, girl, and then, you know, this good-looking, seemingly educated, well-dressed, well-spoken guy, you know, like, approaches you or asks you for help, di ba? Asks you for directions, mga ganon. Di ba? I mean, like, seriously? And honestly, scammers are like just a few rungs down the ladder from serial killers. So, of course, they're going to be really nice. Okay? They're going to pretend to help you. So, yung live last week, even though, so ito napansin ko So live last week, okay, and I'm not saying that the negotiator is a bad guy. He's not, okay? Um, I believe that he's working like anyone else, like everyone else, right? But parang it's very suspicious. 'Di ba? Napapansin ko, meron pa rin na-attract dahil dun sa video even though it's already exposed that there's no details for me, no concrete details about yung trabaho. Yan, may mga nagtatanong pa, how? Mga ganyan, how? And I'm like, are you watching the video? Can you actually see that? Yeah, he stood by it. And I'm like, what do they have to do to get the 60,000? What do they have to do? Tapos hindi niya talaga masagot. Hindi niya talaga masagot. Suspicious na yun na parang wala ka mabigay na job description kahit ano. 'Di ba?
Yeah. Actually, nung
Eh,
nagsasalita siya, ang gusto lang naman natin is i-correct niya or i-reword niya yung sinabi niya na you can earn up to, not necessarily 60,000 per week, but you can earn, if you want to, up to 60,000. So it all depends on how you're gonna work. Pero kung paano gawin yung work, hindi niya sinabi. He just says that, oh, I close transactions. Well, you've done this for more than 3 years na
3
yata,
years.
almost 4. You're an expert already. So for someone who's a newbie, talagang magniningning ang mata nila pag nakitang 60,000 per week. Whether, alam mo yun? Tapos I'm just gonna
Hi,
uh,
Gyro.
close yun lang ang gagawin ko. But pagdating doon, parang katulad ng kaninang sinabi mo lang na, oh, since I didn't set appointments this week, bye. Parang ganun.
Diba? And like, for example, parang, alam mo, dalawa pa rin ang reaction ng mga tao this week to that video. Okay? May mga
Mm.
nagtatanong pa rin. How? Meron pa rin.
Kasi
'Di ba?
hindi pa rin siya clear.
Because
And
they don't see the up to. I think he actually changed the wording. Now you can earn up to
mm-mm,
60,000 a week. 'Di ba? He changed the wording na up to. Pero yung ibang tao, hindi pa rin nila babasahin yung up to.
up to yung
Yeah.
amount lang, syempre.
Oh,
Yun
syempre
lang, yun lang
ako,
yung,
like, If I see
Yeah.
that up to, I'll be like, oh yeah, it's probably sales. Yung incentive, pinag-uusapan dyan, not the sweldo, di ba?
In all fairness to him, he said he's gonna say, bibigay naman niya sa'yo kung yung mga techniques niya, kung paano niya na-close yung mga sales. But that will still take time. Do you really think on your first month, meron na agad? May mga prospects, but I don't think may close agad. Maybe one, if you're really that good and medyo maboka ka. Pero we'll see how it goes, diba?
Tsaka ano to like for example, in real estate, like how are you gonna get the leads? Because iba yung binigay sa yung binigyan ka ng list of leads. Iba yon. Yung parang niload yung leads sa dialer sa na yon. Iba rin yung leads na yung nangyari sa akin, pinag-aagawan namin. Like they give us a list of leads, that's true, but everyone is calling the same leads. 'Di ba? Tas iba pa rin yung sasabihin sa ng client is, ay walang leads, maghanap ka.
Yes.
Like,
Yun
di
ang mas
ba?
hirap.
Yeah, and you'll be amazed like how many clients are clueless. They're clueless about that. They're like, "We'll just go to Zillow and get some leads." Parang
No.
hindi ganun kadali 'yun. Hello. Tsaka maraming scam sa Zillow kaya.
Mm. Yung una kong client na real estate, transaction coordinator ako doon. Ang leads niya is binili niya.
Oo.
So, ah, tapos within the state lang. Within the state. Tapos
Do
every
you know
day.
where he bought the leads?
Ang pangalan nun, lead Sherpa. Yun ang pangalan ng, ano, nung tool, lead Sherpa.
Ah,
Pero,
okay.
and then, ang hindi ako ang tagatawag, pero ako ang taga-download ng leads para ibigay
Tagalinis.
sa ano. Oh,
Ikaw ang
yes,
tiga-scrub.
scrape ko siya. Scrape ko kung alin dun yung tunay, and then
May
ibibigay
mga
ko dun sa,
duplicates, mga ganyan.
ibibigay ko dun sa
Tigatanggal.
mga, ano na, sa mga magte-text, yung magte-text blast, at saka yung mga tatawag. At saka mag-i-email pati. So, kulit talaga. Pero, yun nga, tiyagaan din kasi siya. Paano kung dun ko nakita na may mga minumura na sila ng mga leads kasi sinabi, tigilan niyo
Hey,
na ako,
Mike.
ayoko na ng ganito. Kinig daw siya.
Like a gamer EA? Wow, intriguing job. What does a gamer EA do? Pala.
I think he's a gamer and he's an EA.
At the same time? Or is that
Probably
combined into one
during
job? Ano na?
during the shift.
Junior shift nag-game. Junior
Nagiging.
shift as EA nag-game, di ba? I, so may work, so yung mga may work ngayon, yung mga may British clients, Australian, well, Australian was kaninang daytime. So hanggang ano oras ka? If you're on,
Um, mga ano pa, 27 more minutes and that's it.
oh, yun na yun. Wow.
Actually,
Cool.
late ako eh. Kasi nagpaalam naman ako na I'm gonna go to, meron kasing exhibition, business exhibition kanina sa MOA, sa convention.
Ah, okay.
Philippine Small and Medium Enterprise
Ah, okay.
Exhibition. So sabi ko, titingnan ko lang. Kasi mag-expand din si client. Although, ang gusto ko lang din talaga puntahan din is to network. Mag-expand din siya kung meron bang local clients din na kukuha nung um, in-house na tool. So, i-introduce daw niya dito sa Asia, una dito sa Pilipinas.
Anong tool? Tool for what?
It's a project management tool, pero totally different from, at least yung interface, different from yung mga ClickUp, Trello, iba
What
siya.
makes it different, Gina?
Uh, you have your own library. So, halimbawa, if you upload within, yung, di ba sa mga comment section, yung ganon.
Mm.
When you upload yung mga documents or images, we call them assets,
Yeah.
pupunta siya sa main library. So, let's just say, nakalimutan mo na yung project na yun, or if you've completed the project entirely, so wala na siya dun sa board. And then, kinailangan mo ulit maybe to use it in a different project, pero the same pa rin yung mga assets na kailangan mo, the documents and everything. You can just go to the main library. The same time, syempre, ang nakakainis pa is yung madaming revision. So,
Oo.
madaming new versions. So, you can upload within the same asset number, a new version. So, every time you have a new version, just keep uploading it within that upload a new version, and it's always going to be on top. So,
I see.
tapos you can make comments, you can make recommendations, you can set approval. So, ganun yung ano. Although, perfected naman na siya, mas madami pa nga lang siyang siguro para sa akin, okay na siya on its own. I guess the interface can be changed eventually, but the features are actually much better compared to nung unang sabak sa amin, kasi sa amin pinatest.
So,
So,
okay. So, kailan nyo tines, which means that is just been out on the market, right?
it's not, kasi yung image library nandun na even before, as in years na nila. So, itong project management tool, however, was started last year, pero mas perfected na siya this year. So, last year pa lang, sinusubukan na namin yung interface niya. So, we give obviously recommendations kasi ang end user is more likely someone like us,
Mm.
either on the administrative side, on the creative side. Kasi we need the storage, yung main library. Yun ang, that everything can be found there, even if hindi mo project yun. Let's say,
Ah,
within
parang
the organ,
Canva. Okay.
within the organization, let's just say, hindi lang kasi, hindi lang kasi images, pati documents. Let's say, HR. And then they finally approved yung handbook ng customer's handbook or employee's handbook. It's gonna be in the library. So even if you're not from the HR, you have access to the handbook and guidelines. So ganun yung gusto nila maging concept na everything that you approved to be published for everybody in the organization, even outside, can access through the library.
Even from outside, so like clients that you invite, parang
Yes.
ganon.
So let's say like the creatives, pwedeng within, kasi may stages siya, 'di ba sa Trello or sa ClickUp, they have yung board nga. So to follow, depende sa'yo kung anong gusto mong pangalan nung stages na tinatawag, science stages. So let's say within that stage, kailangan ng approval ng client. I'm only gonna let him access that stage. Pwede yon. And
Ah,
then
pwede mo i-secure yung
Mhm.
parang, para hindi niya makita yung progress, ganon.
Yes. Makikita niya yung progress in the sense na, oh, we're already on stage 3.
Mm.
But whatever is in stage 1 and 2, hindi niya makikita. Ang makikita lang niya is kung saan siya may access. So let's say we just need an approval from the client. So yun lang stage na yun ang ipapadala sa kanya.
Okay.
All the assets within that stage lang ang makikita niya. And if we need an approval from him, he can approve. And after that, anything next to that, kung wala na siyang access doon, then, final product na, mga ganun.
Oh,
Then, by
kasi
the,
problema yun yung nakikita ng client na parang ginagawa yung
yes.
isang project,
So,
because we had that before, and then the clients were like, wait, but that's not what I asked for. Hello, it's not done yet. You have to do like, 'di ba? Parang the
yes.
designer is working on it, so they can actually see it while the designer is working on it, and you don't want them to see it in
Mhm.
its like naked stage. You want
Yeah.
them to see it na parang, yun, medyo na siya, nabihisa ng konti.
Or, yun nga, although raw product pa siya, pero mong sabihin na, hey, ito yung pagkakaintindi namin sa sinabi mong brief. okay ba 'to sa'yo? So, yung stage lang na yun, 'pag nandun na siya sa stage na yun and yun lang yung binigay na access dun sa client, yun lang yung pwede niyang makita. Now, once it's approved, he can see it within the entire library kung ginamit yun.
May ano siya,
Oo.
may internal automations.
Yes, meron.
Okay, what kind of automations does it have inside internally?
Um, Merong mga category 3. So, if you're only accessible to the library, you have the access to search the entire library. Meron naman siyang ano, yun nga, doon din kami pumapasok, kinakatalog namin yung mga assets. So, let's say this is for this specific project only, this department only, this. Yung ganon, binibigyan na namin siya ng stages. What is it for? Is it for email? Is it for social media? Is it...
No, I
So,
mean
yung...
yung automations. You know what I
Uh,
mean by automations?
yeah.
Like you can set a rule. Like let's say you set utos. So let's say like for example, um, okay, so you ask the client for feedback on the project and they say, yeah, this is good, this is done. So what you do is you mark it complete or you tag it or whatever the hell it is that you do, and then may automations kayo nakaset up for complete. So what happens is when you tag it as complete, now what it does is it moves everything about the project into one column. Let's say it tags it, then it archives it, like even without you doing that, because you actually had built the automations for completion, 'di ba?
Mhm.
So or it can be automation na, o sige, yung first stage ng automation is client said, yeah, this is good, this is done. We don't need to do anything else on here. So you tag it as complete, it moves it into a special section as complete, okay?
Mhm.
And then the second stage of the automation is pwede mo siya pa-wait. For example, pa-wait mo siya ng 3 months. If walang ibang edits or revisions or communication on that task for 3 months, it will automatically archive it, even
Uh,
without you doing it manually. Like, does it have those automations?
it has the automations for setting, once it's approved. Let's say, katulad na sinabi mo, once the the client already approved the project. So it's all the assets related to that will go to the next stage automatically.
Okay,
Uh,
what else?
and but once the project is completed, yung project mismo is you can remove it on your own,
So
or
it's manual.
uh, we can set it up to make it automatic. But for us, gamit namin as an organization, we use it manually. Because we're still at a stage where we wanted to have a look at the pangalan nun, all of the approved stages, kung ano pa yung mga kailangang repasuhin, maybe something we still need to polish. Kaya kahit approved na siya, kahit na supposedly naka-archive na siya, the project is archived, but the assets from that project goes to the mainland.
Okay. Tapos ano niya, what do you have it integrated with? Like yung API, what do you have it integrated with?
Unfortunately, right now, wala. But we actually have also, that's the back end. We call it the back end. The front end is the library itself. So we, pangalan nun, different organis, let's say different department has an access to the admin back end part, and the entire organization can have access through the library itself. So
So
dalawang process
if
siya.
you okay, so if you're like just a normal user, or let's say you're just invited, hindi mo pwedeng galawin yung backend, ganon.
No, unless bigyan ka ng pangalan nun, ng access. So let's say I'm one of the administrators. If I provide you the access, then you can. But otherwise, no. You can. Ang makikita mo lang talaga is kung ano yung nakalagay sa live.
Okay, so like for example, yung sa amin dati, like for example, if a client decides to cancel their service, so of course they're bored, and this is Asana, which is like yung
Mm.
lola ng mga project management, diba? So Yung isang automation done that we built was, and even if you're like a normal user, you can actually build it. So, yung
Mhm.
binild namin is when a client cancels, if it's been like 2 months na hindi pa bumabalik si client for that service, you can actually um, archive it. And when you archive it, because of the integration with Slack, now it sends a message to Slack, to a certain Slack group, and then it notifies certain people in Slack and automatica na client please, I don't know, please archive the Slack channel for this client, and please be informed that their board in Asana has also been archived, blah 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 blah, parang ganon.
Okay. So,
So
ito
that's what I'm
naman,
talking about, yung parang API integration, like
mm,
you don't have it integrated with, let's
through
say,
email
Slack
only
or.
kasi yung email mo ang gagamitin mo for registration. So, let's say you
Mhm.
have something close to a deadline or within deadline or something that you need to be up something for approval, then it's gonna send you a notification through email that says you need to approve this task number, blah blah blah, project, blah blah blah.
Okay.
Uh,
So
if
it's automated, sorry, it's integrated with email. So it's
mhm.
for email notifications, but like what about other tools? Like, are you
So far
guys,
none yet,
or you
none
haven't
yet,
integrated it with anything? Like
none yet.
for
Mm-hmm.
contracts, for example, PandaDoc or no?
No, not
Oh, okay.
yet. Yun nga, sabi ko maganda obviously siya for internally. But for pangalan nun, external, unless it has something to do with what they call this, yung katulad ng current service namin, which is image library, it is best for image library. But we
Mm.
wanted to also branch out of just being image library or the asset management. We also wanted like right now the project management tool. But of course, it's not perfected yet. So far, it is currently working for us. But of course, we are obviously open to a lot of feedbacks as well from current clients din. Kasi yung current client, nag-upgrade na rin sila. So, they already have this project management tool with them as well. So, they do have some feedbacks like, can you, like the payments, kasi it's also e-commerce. Yeah, you can buy the license of the images to the library and you just put them, they call it basket, pero sa atin add to cart.
Mm.
They add it to the basket and then they do the transaction from there. And they can already download the image, obviously,
Oh, so you can buy
automatically
an
as a
image from
print.
the library. Parang yung Pexels pinasok mo doon, parang ganon.
Yes. Pero
Oh, okay.
this one is yung may specific kasi silang mga clients na mga tina-target. So it mostly sa ngayon ang isa sa pinakamalaki is mga councils or mga organizations, yung mga charity organizations. So they have their own sets of assets and documents and images as well as PowerPoint presentations na nandun sa library nila. Obviously within the organization that's free, but if they decide na, oh, we can probably ask another organization to use this, then magbabayad sila ng license kasi hindi sila talaga yung kumuha ng image. They have uh, photographers na nagko-contribute sa kanila which they have to pay as well of commission.
Yeah, I don't have a. So I've used a lot of like project management tools. I don't have a favorite because, as far as I'm concerned, they're all kind of doing the same thing.
Exactly. So, nung sinabi sa akin ni client
Hi,
na
Neva.
it's gonna be sort of a project management tool. Inaral ko lahat ng project management tool na alam ko na may free version or may trial, mga ganyan. Pati HubSpot, yun, inaral din namin. Kasi ang target nila kasi is more like HubSpot, not more like ClickUp or Trello or Asana, more on
Yun ang
HubSpot.
ginagamit niyo na CRM.
No, yun, sa ngayon, yun ang ginagamit naming CRM yung HubSpot.
Mhm.
Pero ang gusto kasi nila mangyari is similar to HubSpot, then ClickUp and Asana.
Hi, Raylan. Okay. So what you use it primarily for graphic design, storage, stuff like that.
Yes,
Okay.
creatives sa ngayon, but yeah, like I said, they wanna branch out to obviously something different aside from the the images. Kasi sa ngayon, puro image library talaga. So, parang sabi ko sa kanya, do you have any specific target market? Let's say education, like mga test papers, you can, uh, yung mga reports na sinasubmit ng mga students, they can you do that there instead.
Ano yung line of business niya?
Digital asset management.
Okay.
So, medyo nung una ko nga siyang nakilala, parang kakaiba 'to. Syempre mas naririnig mo digital marketing. So sinabi niya, "No, no, we don't do digital marketing. We do this instead. I-archive natin lahat ng mga ah, trades nila, yung katulad nga ng mga images na pinagagawa mo, instead may trademark, you just have to put it there. Pero you can't, not everyone can access it. Kailangan nilang bilhin."
Okay.
Sabi ko nga, e-commerce, ayaw daw niya. Ayaw niyang targetin e-commerce.
Bakit?
Um, Kasi mas madami daw integration at saka mas mabusisi. Kasi yung kanya, since digital yung product niya, it's readily available, nandun na siya.
Mhm.
Pagka e-commerce kasi, hindi lang naman digital products ang ibebenta mo. You also have physical products at
Oh,
mga
yeah, yeah. Oo. So,
orders,
involved na yung inventory, like
yes,
all that
tapos
physical
yung
stuff.
shipping, ganyan, tapos yung guarantees, warranties. So, ayaw niya kasi may iba na yung integration, tsaka mas matrabaho
Mm-mm.
yung coding niya. Kasi decode pa sila.
Mm.
Bagay,
Okay.
talaga namang karamihan coding.
So, it's a lot of ligpit-ligpit, no?
Yes. Kaya nga recently, siguro mga 2 weeks, in 2 weeks, inayos ko yung user guide, yung step-by-step guide kung paano gamitin yung tool. Paano gumawa ng ganito, paano gumawa ng workflow, paano gumawa ng stage, paano gumawa ng project, paano ka magko-comment, saan ka magko-comment, yung mga ganun. Eh, lalo pa ngayon, kasi nga, gusto nga nila maging na siya, yung parang similar to most of the project management tool, may timer na rin. Dati wala. So,
Mm.
sabi ko, oh, di maganda rin yan kasi it also shows kung gaano nakatagal mong tinatrabaho yung isang project.
So, built
Ganyan.
in a timer, hindi yung...
Yes.
So, you can't... Let's say, if it's got a built-in timer, you can't integrate Clockify on it or
No,
parang
no.
extra lang.
You can manually write the time, but you can also just click the timer para And dahil nga sa hindi ako sanay before, kung paano gamitin yung timer, lagi ko nakakaligtaan na i-off yung timer, kaya umaabot 16 hours. Sabi ko, ay hindi,
Mm.
sorry, 8 hours lang. Hindi ko lang, nakalimutan ko lang i-off yung timer. Kaya sanayan
Mm.
lang din kasi wala kaming the timer is just for us to test. Hindi necessarily for us to, ang pangalan nun, yung time track, not to time track.
Mm-mm.
Not to track us, but for us to test the time.
Okay. Eh kung ano ka naman, trusted ka naman ng client, hindi naman siguro kailangan na ano, di ba?
Hindi naman kasi lagi namang kaming ahead of schedule. Ah, and nagre-report naman ako palagi sa kanya kapag oh, we're done with this, we're up to date with this, we're on track of this, we're ahead of this, na ganun. Kasi more
Mm.
on admin part ako nung image library, taga-catalog na, taga-QA. So,
Mm-hmm.
titingnan ko kung yung image resolution ba is applicable, yung
Oh yeah, that's
caption
another thing.
niya,
Yeah.
yung keywords, tama ba? Nalagay ba siya sa tamang category? Yung ganun.
Yeah, naalala ko ba dati yung well, you're working with clients and then you ask them for their assets, right? And their
Yes.
assets are crap. Like, it's somebody who took some old cell phone and took pictures, and they have no idea of yung placing, lighting, like they have no idea. Like yung angles, no freaking idea. So, and then when they send over their assets, you're like, oh my god, like how am I gonna put this in a brochure?
Yun na nga.
Diba?
Yung amin, ang nakakatawa pa, meron kasing isang photographer. And I have to say that among all the photographers na na-QA ko, siya ang pinaka-reklamador. Pero siya ang pinakapangit ng image.
Oh my god. So why did he become a photographer? And he's making a living from that?
Yeah, exactly. So sabi ko,
Paano? How?
I,
Diyan ka
I
magtatanong na, how?
exactly. Sabi ko, yes, I may not be a photographer, I may not be, pangalan nun, expert pagdating sa images, but I am your target market. How am I gonna buy your photos this crappy? It's grainy, it's blurry. Tapos aasahan mo, basta-basta ko na lang siyang i-approve. Ilang
Mm-mm.
beses na siyang nagreklamo sa picture editor dahil hindi ko pinayagang yung kumbaga sabi ko hindi siya pwede kasi it is too grainy. Kasi karamihan naman ng mga image when you get a chance, 'di ba, zoom in mo siya.
Mm.
Oh, dahil sabihin natin hindi naman yung buong photo ang ipi-feature mo, portion lang or yung mismong subject lang. Tapos pagdating doon sa subject, grainy na, tapos yung paligid super blurry. So bakit mo
Mm.
siya papayagan na what mo siya i-approve? Pero ilang beses na siyang nagreklamo dahil hindi ko in-approve. So sabi ko,
What?
you know what? Sabi ko,
Even though he was given feedback as to why?
yes. Sabi ko, baka naman sabi ko, kailangan lang niya palitan yung camera niya, high resolution, ganyan, yung pangmalayuan, yung malaking lens talaga, yung pangmalayuan.
Tapos yun pala yun na ginagamit niya.
Yun na, sabi niya, no, he
Patay.
upgraded everything. It's not the equipment anymore.
Patay tayo dyan. And
Then
gano'ng
sabi ko,
katagal na siya as photographer?
matagal na. Sabi ko, bakit niyo pinapayagan yan?
What?
Yes,
Why do you
binibibi nila, matanda na
enable?
daw. Matanda na daw kasi, binibibi talaga nila. Sabi ko, okay, kayo rin ang mawawalan kasi ang crappy
Bakit
talaga ng mga
in-enable yung
images
mga ganun?
niya.
Putang ina.
Ewan ko.
That's,
Nagagalit din
that's
sila
so
sa akin.
wrong.
Never mind. In fairness, recently, siguro nga dahil natatakot na rin siya, lagi ko rin binibigyan kasi ng feedback na, hey, this part is too grainy. Hey, this part is too blurry.
Hi,
I don't see the
Christine!
image here, ganyan.
Yeah.
Uh, medyo nag-improve naman yung mga images. Dati, hundreds of images, pinayagan ninyong makapasaya.
And he gets paid for all those?
He gets paid when somebody licenses images.
And
And
some
he makes
people
it.
license some of this stuff?
Unfortunately, yes.
What? No. Hi, Christine. Hindi ka naman working ngayon, di ba?
Meron lang ako tinatapos. Good morning.
Good
Ayan.
morning.
Uy, napanood ko yung guesting mo sa podcast ni Coach Isa. Nandito siya kanina eh.
Ay,
Pero
talaga.
kumain ata. Oo.
Kagigising ko lang.
Maganda yung discussion yung dispositions versus acquisitions and versus winter.
Yeah! Nagulat ka ako na nakipag-discuss daw siya doon. Yung JP ata, husband
Oh,
niya
silang
ata
dalawa ni
yun.
JP. And I was like, because I've never worked in acquisitions. I've never worked in dispositions. Like, I was like
Mm-mm.
basically a cold caller from before.
Oo.
Like, that's it.
Imagine mo yun, nag-uusap lang tayo, tapos naging topic nila.
Oh, and alam mo, friend, dun sa video na yon, like, there are still people asking how. Dalawa lang yung
Talaga.
reaction ng tao sa video na yon. Sabi ko nga kay Ladi, it's either yung tulad ng asawa mo, na yung mga tao na medyo may critical thinking. Okay, medyo developed ang critical thinking. They're like, this this guy is like out of his out of his mind. Like,
Mm.
this does not sound right. Parang ganon. And then there's the other kind of person who still watch the video. I don't think they watch it all the way through. They still watch the video and they're like, how? 'Di ba? Na para sa akin,
Oo.
okay, and it's gonna sound very wrong, but you know what? If there's still people, even with that video, which is technically an expose video, 'di ba? If you are
Mm.
still watching that video and you don't think there's anything wrong with it, and you're still asking how, you are his market.
Tama,
Ikaw ang
tama.
market niya. Okay? Yung mga tao na nag-watch that video and say, "Oh my God, like, that is wrong." Kung sales, sabihin mo sales, 'di ba? Parang ganon.
Mm.
That's my market. That's the
And
Tama.
market that I want. Yun yung mga people who see things like realistically, may critical thinking. Yung parang ganon. So,
Mm.
para sa akin, di maganda na rin na lumabas yung video kasi parang naging vetting siya, di ba? So, yung
Oo.
mga how, edi, dumiretso kayo doon, okay? Yung mga,
This is the
yung
way.
mga hindi nag-how na medyo nagugulat, parang, oh my God, no. Parang ganon.
Mm.
O dito kayo, okay? Like,
Ngumingiti yung asawa ko. Kasi
ano no?
sabi, ngumingiti yung asawa ko sa tabi ko kasi narinig niya, sinabihan mo siya may critical thinking.
'Di ba? Yeah, I'm like, I was still amazed that people were like still reacting that way, like, how? And I'm like, contact the guy, like, 'di ba? Kausapin mo
Yeah.
siya. You're his market. You are definitely his market. Parang ganon.
Totoo, true.
Just me. Yeah. And
pero
yun,
isa
and
rin naman nagsabi na ayaw niya yung word na sales. Kasi nga pagdating sa word na yon madaming, madaming, oops, ayoko niyan. Ganyan. Kaya tinanggal niya yung sales. Yun nga lang, hindi nga lang naging clear yung sinabi niya pagdating sa yung job description mismo ng title.
ayun nga yung point nyo last week is tinanggal mo yung sales, but you didn't replace it with anything.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's misrepresented. That's why people think sweldo siya.
Yeah.
Okay. Whereas, kung nireplace mo siya with, halimbawa, with incentives where you can earn up to. Okay.
Yeah,
If
with
I hear the word
bonuses.
incentive, now I know it's sales.
Oo, totoo. At
'Diba?
tsaka ano, yung pala kasama pala yung ano nun eh, yung kanyang bonuses, yung kanyang mga training fees from the client. Sana highlights niya na if magiging acquisitions ka dito and pwede kang maging trainee, you will get something na possible
Eh,
ganito
hindi nga pwede
through
maging training,
training.
'di ba? Yun nga yung sagot niya, sabi. So, tinanong, so, okay, so yung income mo is combined ng mga all these things that you do.
Mm-mm.
And sabi ko, so, if somebody signs up, can they realistically expect na magiging trainer din sila, makatulong sila sa train tulad ng ginagawa mo? And he
Oo.
said, and I quote, well, we only need, so many trainers.
Mm-hmm.
So, the answer technically is no.
Mm-mm.
'Di ba? Na hindi naman kasi lahat ng a-apply pwede mong gawin trainer din,
Oo, totoo.
right? So I don't I, I don't know. Tapos yun nga, pinag-usapan namin ni Laddie is like, why is it people still get taken in by, scams? And then yun nga yung nandun ako sa Twitter and I follow Alex Hermosi, as you know. Si Alex Hermosi, he said people don't make the big money because they're too busy going after fast money.
Oo, totoo. Gusto niya yung mga easy money,
Yeah,
agad-agad.
agad-agad. That's why when you actually sit down and you make a plan and then you make a strategy, because that's what Alex did, right? Like he didn't have a job at that time. He was like wala siyang ginawa for like months and maybe almost 1 year daw na he really planned, like tinignan niya yung social media and he was like, I know where I'm gonna break the wheel. Okay, like he planned that for like a year, or almost a year. Tsaka niya nilabas yung content strategy niya, which broke the wheel of social media because the guy is now worth $100 million.
Ay,
Okay,
wow.
and that was only in the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. So ito yung isang tao, tinignan yung social media, tinignan yung isang problema, or tinignan yung isang bagay, and he was like, pinag-aralan niya, and he was like, I know where the opportunity is. I know where I'm gonna break it. 'Di ba? And then he went
Mm-mm.
away. Okay? Pinag-isipan niya. He didn't work for like all that time. He didn't work. He concentrated on that one thing. He wrote it out. He did a strategy. Then he went out and implemented it. And now he's worth $100 million. And then there's so many people na ginagaya yung ginagawa niya.
Oo,
He
kasi
made his
dapat,
own trend. He didn't follow trends. He set his own
oo.
trend. So you like he knows what he's talking about. He's like, if you are not planning to make the big money, you will be running after fast money.
Mhm.
Totoo. Yeah, mabilis lang kapag at saka 'di ba, kanina napag-usapan din namin ni Coach Isa sa Poxo Live na if you wanted to earn that, such amount, there's a lot of efforts na kailangan mo i-put dun yung sa ano na yun, sa ginagawa mo para ma-hit mo yung target amount na yun. And kung gagawin mo nga yun ng shortcut, kagaya ng sabi mo, mabilis lang yun nawawala at hindi rin naman yun consistent. Sana rin nga doon sa kanyang post is that amount is not consistent. 'Di ba? Kasi
Oo.
parang ang dating kasi
Kasi
kung
nga
halimbawa
sales, 'di
ako,
ba?
oo, kasi kung ako, kung talagang alam mo yung 0-0, like kung siguro yung mind ko is like way back 2016 and I was like watch that video, iisipin ko na, ay, kikita ako ng ganito, gagawin ko rin to, without thinking na, ay, baka hindi consistent kasi nga misleading yung kanyang ano mo yun, alam mo, ang kanyang marketing or yung kanyang advertisement, 'di ba? Para makapag-gain ng followers. Gano'n. So, misleading talaga, literal.
Yeah. Ako, I worked in, it's not technically sales, but yung sales training nila is isa sa pinakamaganda talaga na matetake mo is yung sa American Express, yung sa blue chip. Ano
Mm.
siya eh, kasi it's customer service, so you handle everything, right? And it's super toxic because it's American Express. Pero kasi yung push to upsell to the clients is really strong. Like you cannot let the call go until you have at least attempted an upsell.
Mhm.
'Di ba? And kung
Oo.
magaling ka, yung mga magagaling, like nakaka-multi-upsell sila. Doon ako natuto
Mm.
maging malandi na sa phone.
Yeah,
Tapos yung
totoo.
talagang, like, you use it or you lose it, right? Di ba?
Totoo.
Tapos
Kasi ano mo
yung parang
chance yun.
ina-anticipate mo yung need ng caller na,
Mm.
sir, so you told me you're going on a flight. How would you like me to send, your catalog so you have some reading material on the flight? Mga ganong tipo. Mga ganyan, di
Oo.
ba? So, like, the sales training there is so strong. And dun ko na-experience yung parang, nagugulat na lang ako na parang, hala, ito yung incentive ko. Oh, grabe, di ba? Yung
Oo.
talagang natikman mo talaga yung katas ng sales, as in, grabe talaga. So, it's like, but, and you get used to the sales talk. There's a lot of, sales talk na, yun nga, yung mga up to, mga, um, including but not exclusive to, mga
Mhm.
ganyan, you really have to look at the terminology because dun sila they squeeze through with the terminology. Hi, Miss MJ. Hello. Hindi ka nag-take advantage na matulog ng gabi. Diba?
Oo,
Ayan.
totoo.
So, like, lalo na, so yung mga bagito na, especially mga hindi sanay sa sales, like, they ignore. In fairness, he did change I saw that he changed it to up to, earn up
Mhm.
to, but, syempre, yung mga bago na hindi namang sanay sa sales, i-ignore nila yung up to. Like, they don't think it makes a difference. Diba? Basta nakita nila yung 60K per week. Like, they're not gonna think that up to is significant. And only later, when they're already in the program and they're like, wait a minute, I'm not earning 60K. then babalikan sila no na parang, hindi ko naman sinabi mag-earn ka ng 60K eh. I said up to,
Mm-hmm.
right? I didn't say you're gonna earn 60K. I said it's up to 60K. So it could be between 0 to 60K.
Kaya nga.
So
Iba
yung
kung
kumita ka ng 100, it's still between 0 and 60K. Di ba? Parang they
Tama.
squeeze under the terminology kasi.
oo, pero di ba mapapansin mo yung ibang mga ano 'to, pasintabi lang dun sa mga nasa networking. Some of them, pine-post nila you can earn as much as 1,000 peso to 3,000 peso per day. As
Mm-hmm.
much, gumagamit sila ng term na as much as possible. Pero yung
Mm.
ibang, networker, ay hindi na nila ginagamit yun. Yun yung mga unethical. So, kung ikaw is magpo-promote ka ng ganong klase ng job and you are not sure, kasi doon sa napag-usapan that time, he's not already sure na kung magkano ba talaga yung eksaktong sinusweldo ng mga cold caller kasi he's throwing some numbers pero nung tinanong mo na siya ng on-point question, nag-struggle siya to answer that, 'di ba? Kasi,
Mm-hmm.
no, I'm asking you a direct question. Medyo nahirapan na siya doon who are you? Parang, ano din ako doon. Hindi lang ako makaakyat eh. Kasi di ba, kompleto kayo sa taas. And, ayoko din na, alam mo yun, gusto ko rin sanang tanongin sa kanya na sana nga binago na lang niya or at least tinake down niya yung video. Kaso lang, yun nga, may mga followers na daw kasi siya. Kaya, hindi niya na tinake down.
Yeah,
Hindi.
I think maganda rin pang vetting yung video. So, like, the people who should be going to him, go to him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Merong ano, no? Merong
Hindi
pang
niya
bato sa
nasabi
kanya.
kung
Ito yung
magkano
video.
yung base rate mismo eh. Even that, di ba? Sinabi niya,
Even that.
oh, HR ang magde-decide niya. No, no, dapat noon pa lang sinabi mo na, do they have base rate plus incentive or
And
just
he said, binaba niya, di ba? He was like 20 to 25. And when I asked him, so you can guarantee that? 20 to... No, HR will... What? Like, binaba mo na, okay? But still, you can't tell us, like, ano ba yung 20 to 25? Is that sweldo? Or, di ba?
recognition? Oo,
Hindi pa
wala
rin
eh.
masabi.
Totoo yan. Kaya nga medyo ano pa siya dun. Kahit dun nga hindi nga unsure pa siya dun, eh. So, 'pag nagtatanong ako sa kanya if in case kung mag-apply ako diyan, nag-aano ba, parang siya din hindi siya sure. Tapos you're promoting
Si
like,
the
'di ba,
negotiator, Miss MJ. 100K a day. Ay, hindi. 60K
100.
a week lang naman siya.
60K
Bakit
a
nga?
week
Sino
lang.
ba yung Sino ba yung 100K a day? I wanna see that.
Grabe naman yung 160K a day na yan.
Yung week pala.
60K a week siya. Siya si 60K.
Pagka
Sila
Oo.
talaga
naman yung 100K. Yung ba
chismis
yung
talaga.
pinagsasabi ni white shirt guy? Is that the one he's talking about?
Baka. Kasi yung mga
100K a day? Like,
nag-reflex nga ng
seriously?
pera, diba?
May ganun ngayon, may bagong ganun. Hindi ako nakapag-TikTok na sobrang ano, dumadaan lang
Ah,
ako. 100K a day? Oh my God. Sino yan?
kahit maghubad ka sa OnlyFans ng buong araw, hindi pa rin. Like, di
100
ba?
lang, di ba sa only?
Walang 100K a day, yung 60K. Yung 60K a week, yung kay the negotiator. Sa real estate daw, acquisitions. But
Bongga
then when
talaga.
we asked him, like, specifically, what does the newbie have to do? Is that 60K like your income only from calling? Yun yung hindi klaro. He was like, well, I also do other things like training for my client. I do this and I help out with this and I help out with that. So it sounds like it's a combined income. And if you're selling your combined income to a newbie, 'di ba? Kaya nga tinanong ko sa kanya, okay, so if a newbie comes on board, can they expect na yun nga yung gusto niya is yung newbie. Yun nga yung nai-entice kasi yung mga newbie, di ba?
And syempre, marinig lang na 60K per week. Wow!
Yeah, yun marinig lang yung
I,
six. Kasi yung bihasa na VA, if they see the up to, di ba? Like for example me, if I see up to, I know it's sales.
Eh dahil hindi nga niya ma-word yung sales, ayaw niyang ilagay ang
Ayaw niya
sales
ilagay
rep.
yung sales, Miss MJ. Ayaw niya daw ilagay. Kasi may pagganega. And I'm like, you know, hardcore salespeople like Christine, they don't get turned off by yung ganon. Like, if it's hardcore sales, edi hardcore, di ba? Hardcorean tayo.
Mm,
Hindi nga
totoo.
nega.
Naman.
Especially sa mga ano, oo, may mga tao na gusto ng sales. Yeah, exactly. And I'm like, why don't you target them?
I-challenge nga, eh,
Kasi
dapat
nasa
nga,
sales din naman ng, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I like, and we talked about that last week, me and Christine, about how sales is a game. Like, it's a game. Like, you know, you're on the phone. It's like flirting with, it's like, and I don't know because I haven't flirted with anyone for years and years, right? But, you know, honestly, I had like 11 boyfriends. So, um, like, it's like flirting with someone. It's a game.
it
'Di ba?
is.
So, i-enjoy mo siya. You enjoy the game, enjoy the interaction, like getting to know kung sino yung caller on the phone. Because everyone is different, right? And I don't know if kaya naman negotiator ang name kasi sales. Exactly. Just from that, right? Just from that, you can tell. Pero kasi, yung nagtatanong na last week, you
Newbie.
negotiate para sa income. Lahat ng income kailangan i-negotiate every week, di ba? Eh, paano pag hindi nag-negotiate at zero income? Ganon. Well, sales is sales. You know,
Yep,
whatever,
true, true.
whatever you call it.
Bakit wala yung iba? Nasaan sila? Ano yung pahingang-pahinga din?
It's Thanksgiving weekend. Natutulog yung mga yon.
Kaya nga ako din. Ang papagod daw ako maghapon kaya sleepy ako. Tapos baka
Oy,
mamaya
thank you
matutulog
sa
na
mga
rin ako.
nag-share ng live. Thank you so much, guys.
Yes, totoo yan, Nick. Sales is an art.
Yeah, sales is an art. For me, like you get into a zone. You know what I mean? Yung parang first call mo, first five calls is like you're just warming up,
Mm.
'di ba? But by the sixth call, 10th, 15th, 20th, like you should be on a roll. 'Di ba?
Kasi, siguro first try ko ng BPO is for credit card as well. Mag-aalok ka ng credit card.
Ah, okay.
Then,
Cold call.
hindi naman kasi current
Ah,
client
hindi.
na nila,
Ah,
upsell
okay.
na na. So,
Mm.
obviously, alam mo pag newbie, nanginginig pati yung baba.
Oh yeah.
Sabi, ang mentality ko ng time na yun, medyo naiba na lang na obviously ngayon. Is telepono lang naman yan, hindi ka kakagatin, hindi ka sasabunutan, murahin ka man yan, murahin mo rin, nasa telepono naman. Pero eventually, of course, ng proper BPO na sinabi na you can't, ganito, you can ganyan. Sabi ko, minumurot ka na't lahat, yung parang minumura na yung pagkatao mo mula ulo hanggang paa, hindi ka pa ba masasaktan doon? Syempre, eventually, it's just gonna make you snap. And yun nga yung nangyari sa akin, sinigawan ko yung,
Nanigaw ka.
oo. Kasi sigaw, sinabi niya, I want your supervisor, supervisor, supervisor. Di sinigawan ko siya, hey, you don't need to shout. If you want my supervisor, I'll call him. No, tapos ginano ko nila siya sa please hold. Tapos binabaan ko siya,
Babae.
lalaki. Eh, nagda-drive yata siya, tapos sigaw siya ng sigaw.
Oh.
Bigla siya tumahimik. Sabi ko, if you want my supervisor, please wait. I'll put you on hold. Binabaan ko. Tapos yun nga, sabi ng mga kasama ko, hindi mo pwedeng gawin yan, ganyan. Ikaw ba naman minumura ka na, hindi ka pinagsasalita. Paano ko siya i-explain? Yun, doon ako nagalit, na nag-snap na talaga ako. Hindi niya ako pinagsalita. Dahil ang gusto niya kaagad is yung supervisor. Sinagawan ko siya. Sabi niya, alam mo,
Ikaw,
hindi kita
Christine,
papatulang.
nung gagawin mo dyan?
Obviously, that's not the proper, nagkataon lang yon. And nangyari lang yun siguro among all the calls I've had twice.
Mm-mm.
Pero,
Well, yeah. Sa
yung
akin
it's not
naman,
always a good day.
oo. Sa akin naman kasi nga ang real estate is not talaga hard selling, to be honest. So kapag nag-try na ako ng 1 to 2 attempts at talagang still no sila, then it's okay. Hindi ko na sila ipupush kasi it doesn't make sense. Like for example, pinilit ko lang naman sila mapa-offer appointment setting para maset ko ng appointment for my client. And then eventually, kapag binalikan na sila ng call ng client ko at ma-find out namin they are not qualified for selling or buying. So, nagiging useless lang din naman kasi hindi naman sila talaga really motivated. Unlike nung nasa insurance company ako dati, I need to set a proper talaga ng appointment kasi insurance yung in-offer namin for home and auto insurance at talagang hard selling doon. So, yun, pagka ganun, ang ginagawa ko, I'll try once or twice attempt para mapasok ko sila. Pero pag wala, hindi ko na talaga pinupush. It's okay para sa akin kasi I'm gonna waste my ten minutes to talk to you pero at the end, hindi ka naman pala talaga super interesado sa product. So parang for me, it doesn't make sense. Yun yung lagi kong sinasabi sa mga client. Are you pushy type of client or type of tawag dito, company. Kasi may mga real estate company na that they are super pushy when it comes to sales. Sa akin, kapag narinig ko na yung sa client na hindi naman sila pushy, then go ako. Pero pag medyo gusto niya talagang ito, kailangan i-say mo talaga kapag nag-get hold mo sa phone, kailangan ma-set mo ng appointment. Nag-ano ako, nag-decline ako sa client kasi hindi sila ganun ka maalam when it comes to sales. Kasi pag sinabi mong sales, gusto mo lang benta ng benta, but what about the feedback sa'yo ng mga customer mo na kaya lang naman sila bumili dahil sobrang sobrang pinush mo sila na bumili ng produkto mo. So, yun for me, the sales. Ganun yung ginagawa ko.
Uh, if that was me, like, for me, the situation is delicado because, like you said, he's driving, and I'm like, if he's yelling and he's driving, I could be responsible for this guy having an accident or even dying. So I would just like put down the phone as
Yeah,
quickly as
talaga.
possible, right? Because I think you have a valid reason for disconnecting the call.
Mhm.
Yeah, if that was me, like I wouldn't want to be responsible for somebody having an
Ay,
like
Accident.
si
So,
Kira
siguro naman,
accident
nandito.
sa
Chri-
kotse.
Christmas, hindi ko, alam mo yun, Christmas may pasok kami. Tapos, siguro as in eksaktong midnight, yung call na yon talaga super difficult, pati yung customer super difficult, tapos wala akong mahanap na supervisor. Sama-sama ng loob ko. So, sabi ko, pasensya na, I tried my best to help you out. You still won't, yung parang ayaw mo pa rin yung explanation ko. I've looked around, naghanap na ako ng supervisor, but they're also in the middle of something. May mga calls din sila. So if you want, we can call you back. Ayaw daw niya. Talagang nag-hold siya mga 17 minutes. Eventually, ako na yung nagsabi, I'm sorry,
Hi,
but I
Mami
don't think we
Isa.
can help you today. Have a good day. Merry Christmas. Ginanong ko na lang. Kasi talagang wala na. Naaawa ako na naiinis. Actually, hindi ako dun sa customer naiinis, kundi dun sa supervisor namin kasi wala ngang mahanap. Actually, lahat sila nagtatago.
Mm. Nagtatago.
Oo. Kasi Christmas nga noon. So, parang
Oo.
may mini celebration. So, nandun sila sa mini celebration.
Ah, I see.
Wala sila sa floor. Tapos, inano ko, for documentation purpose, in-email ko yung TL ko. Sinabi ko, this sucks. This situation could have been handled differently. And I'm sorry, if you want to report me to the client, go ahead. You can even show this documentation to him. If you want me to talk to the client as well, I can talk to them. But this is bad. You have to do something. Yeah, our resources are limited. Tapos ang inaasahan nyo, we have to provide them a good customer service. How? You're not around. You don't help us when we need you. Na-imbierna na talaga ako ng time na yun. So sabi ko, goodbye.
May ganyan ako na, so when yung huling, no, that was my second. So, nung nasa Chase pa ako, so yung Chase Canada, pag Sundays, parang skeleton staff. And then there's technically really no supervisor. So, since I'm POC of CSAT, I'm the only supervisor on Sundays. Okay. And then may tumatawag na, syempre fraud kami, 'di ba? So he's calling in to have his card unblocked. But syempre there's certain conditions where you cannot unblock the card. So tumawag siya and he was like, "I'd like to," so may nakausap siya na agent, pinasa sa akin, "I'd like to speak to a supervisor." Tapos kausap niya ako. And then he was like, "This is unacceptable. You're a supervisor. You should be able to unblock my card right now." I was like, so in-explain ko na yung situation. And he was like, "I'll just call back, get a supervisor, get another supervisor." And I was like, "You're going to end up with me." Because there's no one in Canada who's working as well. Diba? Parang pinapasa nga sa Pinas pag weekend, silo. And then he was like, "I'll
Counterpart
call
namin.
back and I'll get another supervisor." He called back and he got me again.
See? Makulit din eh. Yung
'Di ba?
counterpart namin na American, kasi nga Pasko, mga nasa holiday. Siguro meron lang 2 or 3, tapos hindi rin nila ma-entertain. Kaya tapos sinabi pa nung customer na naka-ano siya, naka-recorded, nire-record din niya yung call namin.
Ay, hindi
Tapos
pwede yun
yung
pag ano.
tapos yung supervisor na supposedly pangalan nun, tumulong sa kanya, pinuntahan ko, ano ba ang sinabi mo kasi dun sa customer? Bakit ngayon nangungulit siya? Hinahanap ka niya. Tapos ayaw na niyang harapin. Doon na ako na-imbiyer na sabi ko, ikaw ang nangako sa kanya, tapos hindi mo kayang tangataonan, tapos ngayon na tumatawag siya, sa amin mo ipapasa. Nagalit ako eh. Sabi ko, kaya sinabi ko dun sa TL ko, ito yung mga involved dito sa ano na to. Ito yung pangalan ng customer, ito yung details niya, this is what happened. He said that he's recording this and I told him, oh, I'm sorry, but we're not allowed to record this, blah, 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 and thank you for your call. Merry Christmas. So, yung, they could have handled it differently, tama. But, yung outright sasabihin mo sa akin, wala naman ako sinabing ganyan. Eh, bakit yun na sinasabi ng customer? Why can't you just talk to them na sabihin na wala po akong
Ay, hindi pa
sinabing
nila
ganyan?
kinakausap?
Ayaw niyang kausapin, kaya nga
Pwede ba
sa akin niya
yun?
pinasa eh.
Why are you being paid then? Hello?
Exactly.
Kaya nga
Sabi ko,
sinusweldohan ka eh.
ay nako. Kaya sabi ko mabuti na nag-DA na ako yung CCTV.
I mean, I understand, that it's okay. So I posted this thing on Twitter because I started following this guy called Corey Mascara, and Corey Mascara, he's I think he's American, but he used to be a Buddhist monk. Okay, and then
Ah,
he studied with, the Buddhist monks dun sa pinaka harsh na lugar, bundok-bundok, mga ganon. And then,
Bhutan? Hindi naman.
ha?
Sa Bhutan? Hindi naman.
Hindi, mga Tibet, mga ganon. Mga
Ah,
ganong lugar. Sige, go lang, Christine. Kumain ka na. And then, when he came back, I think now his current job is he's a instructor of positive psychology at University of Pennsylvania, something like that. And then,
oh.
yeah, and I saw on his Twitter, and then I saw Alex Hormozy followed him, so I followed him too. And then,
Mhm.
um, meron akong nakita sa Twitter niya, and he said, you don't find your ground. And I think I put this in your video. When
Yes.
you look for stability. Okay, you find your ground when you relax into instability. And I think that is something that you should get used to as a freelancer or even
Mhm.
as a VA. Kasi VA, technically freelancer ka rin kasi hindi ka naman empleyado. Okay?
Totoo.
Pero yung Athena, kasi malapit na maging empleyado lahat ng mga VAs nila. Pero kung halimbawa, you're working for a VA agency, pwede ka rin mawala sa VA agency. Okay? Pwedeng mawala yung VA agency. 'Di ba?
Totoo.
So, ngayon, now you're a talagang tunay na freelancer, but technically you're still really a freelancer. 'Di ba? So, and the life of a freelancer is very unstable.
Unstable.
So the only thing you can really do is learn to relax within that environment of instability. Because if you're like if your motivation is, oh, I'm gonna work as a VA because I I want gusto hawak ko yung sarili kong oras. Like that doesn't happen really. Sa totoo lang,
Actually,
okay?
the more na sinasabi nila, hawak ko yung oras, you end up actually working 16 hours a day.
Yep, exactly. Exactly. Hindi mahawak yung oras mo like if you want to work as a VA. Kung gusto mo hawak yung oras mo, mag-housewife ka na lang.
Kahit
'Di
nga yun eh.
Because now you
Mag-routine.
make a yeah, even as a housewife, you don't hindi mo hawak yung oras mo like 24 hours a day. Like lunch needs to be served. You can't just decide to serve lunch at 6 a.m. Yung mga ganon. 'Di ba? Especially if you got kids. So, like seriously, like you have to get used to the fact that it is going to be unstable. It is unstable, and at any time like your situation could change, or
Exactly.
even your client's situation can change.
Mm. And yun nga rin yung ano eh, sa mga newbie especially, yung mga wala pang nakikitang client. Sabi ko, if you want this to be long term, think of it as long term. Hindi yung porket, oh, nagka-client na ako,
Tapos na
banjing-banjing ka na
lahat.
lang. Yes,
Oo.
banjing-banjing ka na. What if, ay, hindi ko nagustuhan kasi they're very critical dahil hinire ka nila for a specific purpose and then hindi mo na-fulfill, then yes, goodbye. Kahit sino naman. Pero, yun nga, if you want this to be long term, you also have to grow with the company or with the client himself or themselves. No? You have to think na in order for me to succeed, they have to succeed because that's yun ang reflection mo eh. The fact that you work with them and they succeed, you're gonna succeed too. Parte ka nung naging success nila eh. Eh, So you always have to give your best. Kasi nakikita din naman ng client kapag you're giving your all to them. And may mga client na galante, hindi natin masasabi, di ba? So, every time may milestone kang na-achieve, they probably would give you incentives. Hindi natin masasabi. But ultimately, as a reflection of your work and your ethics, much better to just always give your best. And unfortunately, dahil nga sa volatile yung market ng freelancer, akala nung iba na once na nagka-client na, oh, okay, I need to add more. Kaka-add more. Nakalimutan mo na yung first client mo. Hindi mo na nabigay yung best sa kanila. So,
Yeah.
babay na. O,
I
paano
mean,
yun?
I would not, if let's say wala ka pang 30 days kay client. Okay, I would not add another client until nakabisado mo yung talagang magiging regular task mo. Okay, usually for me it's like it takes about 30 days for you to know alin yung mga regular, alin yung mga parang hindi regular, 'di ba? Kasi magkakaroon ng mga ganyan eh, yung parang ay may client kasi tayo na VIP biglaan 'yan. Alam mo yung ganun. So, I mean, I understand like but if you're hurrying to get to six figures, like and you suddenly took on like three new clients, how do you expect to be successful at that? What you should do is take one client, work with them for 30 days, okay? Ayusin mo yung schedule mo sa kanila, then find another client. That's what you should do.
Actually, ako nga nung nakuha ko tong client na 'to, although hindi siya yung first client ko for freelance, meron pang iba, pero most of them mga one one month lang. Kasi nga ano, mga
Project based
flexi
talaga.
yes, at saka flexible timing, ganyan.
Ayun, oh.
Isa pang isa sa mga hindi rin nag-work is we don't have a goal. Hindi hindi pareho yung iba yung goal na nakikita ko para sa kanya. Iba pala yung goal na sinet niya and hindi niya inexplain sa amin. Dati kasi social media management ang ginagawa namin. Pero ang gusto niya mangyari is yung tone niya pa rin ang lalabas. okay, that's fine, naintindihan namin. Pero pati yung wording, so meaning copy-paste, sabi ko hindi na applicable para sa tina-target mo eh, target mong niche or target mong market. Hindi na siya applicable. And inexplain ko dun sa client na how can I be more effective for you if you won't let me talk about you? Paano ko ba nakita yung growth mo? Paano ko nakita yung expertise mo? Shouldn't it be more convincing if ako mismo ang magsasabi sa kanila na, hey, she changed my life. Much better to do it with her, yung kung anumang coaching service ang ginagawa niya, ayaw niya. And then, ang gusto niya pang mangyari is yung personal account ko, ang
What?
gamitin for management. So I drew the
What?
line. I drew the line. Sinabi ko,
That's not credible.
I told her na, I'm sorry, but I try to make um, a personal life away from my business life. So I can create a different account for you, but to
Yeah,
use my
but not
personal
your
account,
account. Hello.
yeah, no, because I also have
Labo.
friends there. I can promote you to my friends, but to promote your services as mine, then no. Sinabi ko. Kaya medyo nagkaroon kami ng
Hidwaan.
ah, fallout, gano'n.
Hi,
So,
Kochi.
pero eventually, yun nga, then nakita ko to, I gave it 6 months bago ako naghanap ng bagong client.
Ah,
Kasi
six
gusto ko
months
talaga
talaga.
siya.
Tagal ah.
Oo. Kasi gusto ko talaga siya. Itong current client ko, gusto ko siya. And sabi ko, mukha namang okay na to kahit na wala akong iba pang client. But, kasi sabi ko, oh, okay na, nakabisado ko na lahat ng kailangan ko kabisaduhin para dito. I can't take on another client. So, yun nga, I went through an agency, nakadalawang client ako sa kanila. Yung unang client, hindi niya sana ako bibitawan, kaya lang I had a medical emergency, kaya nawala. Pero yung pangalawa, yun yung sinabi ko sa'yo. 2 weeks pa lang ako sa kanya. Tapos umalis sila for holiday ng 2 weeks din.
Ay, yung kakaano mo lang sa kanya.
Oo.
Yeah.
Kaka-onboard ko lang sa kanila. They didn't even train me properly. Tapos nung bakasyon sila, iniwan nila.
Ay, nako, alam mo ba? Sanay na ako sa clients that don't fucking train me at all. They don't. They give you yung pinaka
Task.
siguro nag-train sa akin yun nga yung Zillow yung unang client ko. And I guess I should have been thankful for that because they trained me for like 2 days, I think, or 2.5 days, and then they gave me my access na. Tapos yun na yun. O sige, magtawag ka na, parang gano'n.
Ikaw ba?
Narinig mo yung recordings, di ba? Okay, magtawag ka na, parang gano'n. This is the list of pre-qualification questions.
Di ba? Parang, what? Miracle worker ka? Ang problema, it would have been okay sana. Kaya lang habang tumatagal, kasi hindi yata nila nagamay ko na eh, 2 weeks mo kung 2 weeks kang nawala. I have to do something kasi nagpa-pile up yung trabaho, hindi naman pwedeng hindi ka gagawa. Then, nasmoothen ko na yon. Hindi yata nila nagustuhan. So, minicromanage ako. Eventually, talagang sabi ko, you know what? I'm sorry, but if you keep doing this, if you don't want me to take over, what exactly do you want me to do? Because if you're gonna keep micromanaging me, then might as well do it yourself. Tapos nagalit siya, sinabi niya na for someone
Galit siya
who's
doon?
your, oo, sabi niya, for someone who's supposedly your boss, ganyan-ganyan. Di sinabi ko, let's be clear, you're not my boss, I don't work for you, I work with you, but I obviously can't work with someone who's not there. So, sinabi ko sa agency na, I'm sorry, this is what happened. Kanya, syempre, I have to notify them. Actually, before ako nagwarla dun sa client, ni-notify ko na yung agency na where I'm having issues with the client. Ganito yung nangyayari. And sinabi ko sa kanila na iniiwan nila ako, no communication within the day, pero merong decision making na kailangan, pero wala sila. Tapos pagka you decide for them, kasi kailangan urgent eh. Nagagalit sila kasi bakit ko daw pinakikialaman. Sabi ko, this is your business. It's not mine, but you want me to do this for you? Good luck. Tinanong ko nga. Sabi nung agency, naintindihan naman namin. Sabi ko, kung nagalit sila sa inyo dahil sa ginawa ko, I don't think they're a right fit for you too. I mean, the issue is between us. Kami lang ang nag-away. Kung pati kayo as agency, pinagalitan nila at umalis sila, they're not a good fit for you. They're crybabies and super childish. Which is true kasi mga bata pa sila.
Yung client talaga.
Mga bata pa, mga nasa late 20s, early 30s.
But
Kaya,
nagtatayo ng negosyo.
ewan ko if parang side hustle lang din nila yun. Hindi nila
Okay, I
tinitake
see.
seryoso
It's
din.
not really technically a business.
Mhm.
Mm.
Kaya sabi ko, kung hindi nila to seryosohin, why should I? They're not there. Why should I take this seriously too?
Yeah, that's the thing. Clients want you to step in and run their business. But then when something goes wrong, ikaw
Ikaw
yung
may
may
kasalanan.
kasalanan.
Talaga.
Di ba?
Oo. So, yun
Hello?
nga. Kulang talaga kami sa communication. Walang communication at all. They don't have workflow. They don't have protocols. They don't have SOPs. And they don't even communicate with me. No supervision, no goals, nothing. Paano ka gagawa ng ganon? You won't set it, lagi niya sinasabi na dun sa process document na binigay namin sa inyo, it is unclear. Kaya nga ako tumatawag sa inyo kasi hindi ko siya maintindihan. Ikaw lang nakakaintindi nito. But,
Hello?
yun yung isa sa mga dilemma. And hindi mawawala, may mga ganun talagang client. Not all clients obviously are perfect then.
I mean, honestly, I could be like, you have none of this, you have none of this, you don't know how to do this, you don't know how to do that. Now, I can do this all this for you, but it's going to cost you $4,500 a month.
Kung kaya, yun nga sabi
Right?
ko,
I
oo,
could do
I
all this
told
for you. I could set it up. I could even hire the right people for you. But, because technically I'm running it like it's my business, but it's your name on the bank account.
mm-hmm,
So, and I'm going to quote Alex Hormozy again. Alex said, if you can find, sabi niya, the key to making money is making money when you're not there. Okay?
mm-hmm,
And if you find that person that you can hand everything over and they can run it, and you know 100% they can do that, hire them whatever price.
yeah,
That's what he said. That's what
mm-hmm,
he said. Na para sa akin, if I was working with a client like that, I would say, look, this is how much you're paying me. This is what you need. Now, what you need, I can do. Like every little thing, down from like creating the processes, down to hiring, down to documentation, down to automation to save time and money, right?
mm-hmm.
Like the whole shebang. I could give that to you, but it's not going to be cheap.
Uh, and since I'm under the agency, then hindi ko pwedeng sabihin yun.
Yeah, hindi pwede sabihin, but you can tell the agency, look, this is what they don't have, and I can actually do all that. Or I
I
can
told,
do this up to here, but I didn't do that because it's not part of my job description. Now, if you want to talk to them and and they want to make that part of my job description, like we need to renegotiate my rate. I'm sorry. Like I'm not gonna set up an entire business for like $6 an hour. I'm not gonna do that. Sorry.
yes. Actually, sinabi ko yun dun sa agency. Sinabi ko, you know what? I could have made the workflow for them kung yun pala yung kailangan nila. Because I'm starting to get the hang of it. Pero yun nga, since I'm starting to get the hang of it, they think I am controlling over it. Sabi ko, no.
Hi,
I, I
Emil.
can't I can't wait obviously palagi kung kailan lang sila available at saka lang nila ako kakausapin. Because even with the agency, they don't report. Wala silang regular ding na communication with them. Kaya sabi ko, oh, good luck na lang pala sa atin. Wala rin sila, wala rin siyang sinasabi sa akin.
And that's going back to our discussion last week, and that was actually the topic for last week. Like the VA that clients will be running after, and it's going to be a name your price position next year, is an operations VA. And when I say an operations VA, is like, because, and I know that why, because I left my last job, I had 8 clients running after me saying, I need a director of operations, I need an operations manager, I need, you know why they're running after me? Because I can do it top to bottom,
Mm-hmm.
right? I could
Okay.
set up your whole entire bit, like you don't have processes, I can set those up, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have payroll process or system, I could set that up. And I could actually do it every month if you want me to. Sige, automate natin para lumabas yun sa CSV file. Tapos auto-load sa sa Wise. And all you
Mm-hmm.
have to do is ipasok mo yung pera so that people are paid. Like, I could do that for you. Even down to recruitment. Hello, I'm the VA interviewer. I've been interviewing people for, 8 years. Hi, Emil. Right? I've been working for 10 and a half. Down to, o sige, anong services ina-offer mo? Ay, yung service na yan, you have to split that into two. Because, lugi ka niyan. Eventually, you know what I mean? Right?
Yes.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's the kind of operations VA that's going to be a name your price VA. And
Yeah.
guess what? Even if you hire in the US, you're not going to find an operations person who can do top to bottom. You're going to
Exactly.
find maybe a general manager and they'll tell you, okay, I'll manage the team if merong ganito, if merong ganyan. But I don't recruit and I don't do payroll and I don't do this and I don't do that.
In
Like,
fact, with this current client, ang number one na sinabi ko sa kanya is I don't do sales. So, binigay niya sa iba yung sales. But
I do
everything yeah,
sales. I can do
had been,
sales. I can do upsells. Di ba? But
actually, before niya hinand over yung sales dun sa kasama ko, I did sales. But to do cold, yun nga, although i-automate naman, pwede namang i-automate. Ang gusto niya kasi with personal touch, since we can't advertise that we're uh, kasi hindi sa amin yung mga images. It's actually for a client, another client. Kumbaga, client ni client. And ako yung go-to person nila. So, from top to bottom din, so yung paano mag-upload ng mga images and everything to QA and sales ng licenses. Gusto niya pati yun, ako na rin ang mag-handle. So, ako din ang maghanap ng leads. So, sabi ko, dito ko lang sa pag-QA, sa pagka-cataloging and uploading these files, doing the back end, tapos taking care of after sales, hawak ko na, hindi ko na kaya ang cold emailing. If you can give it to someone else, much better. So, yun ang ginawa niya. Nag-hire siya ng ibang gagawa. Kasi pati, iba yon. So, ako yung go-to person ng client ni client. Tapos, meron din akong ginagawa specifically for the client, which is actually maintenance ng website. Kaya sabi ko, kung pati yan, and he initially hired me as a content writer ng blog. So, dahil nga sa hawak, madami na daw akong madami nang gawa on my plate. Sa iba na niya binigay. Go, thank you naman kahit pa paano na-realize mo hindi ko na kaya lahat.
yeah, just tell him na hindi mo kaya talaga.
Mm-hmm.
Di ba? And para sa akin, hindi ba kayo natatakot that if you hire somebody to build your business top to bottom, okay, and then they leave,
Yun na nga eh.
hindi kayo
Diba?
natatakot? Di ba parang, ang galing nyo, yun nga, sabi ni si Aid, is that how you say your
Ade.
name? Ade.
Ade. Ay,
Okay.
ade. Uy, ngayon ka lang na.
They don't know the process, they just know how to demand. Yun nga, parang nagde-demand tapos biglang magbabakasyon, di ba? Parang,
Mm-hmm.
hindi ba kayo natatakot na parang, sige, I built your business. Hi, Taro. Um, if I build your business for you, what happens when I have to move on?
Mm-hmm.
Now you're handling your business yourself, and you weren't here half the time. So how do you know what the hell to do? Tsaka wala pa sa usapan yung, sige. And wala pa sa usapan yung copyright claims. What about all the stuff that I created for you? Like, hindi natin pinag-usapan na that I will leave it with your business. What if I
Mhm.
take it all with me? Hindi
So,
sila
sabi ko
nag-iisip.
nga, sa isip-isip ko nga, syempre alam ni client ko ano yung mga kaya kong gawin. Sinabi ko sa kanya, I can do WordPress website maintenance. Maintenance lang kasi not that I can't do design. I can design it for you, but I don't think it's gonna be design that you like. But yeah, if you want it from scratch, sure, I can help you with that. Website
Thank you,
WordPress.
Bev.
Tapos tapos alam niya, yun nga, kasi sabi ko, hinire niya ako for content writing. So, alam niya rin marunong ako magsulat. Tapos, um, I can even edit photos kasi alam niya marunong akong mag-Photoshop. So, sabi ko, good luck sa inyo kapag nawala kami. Kasi parang one-man show na yung mangyayari eh. Na, kaya hindi na rin niya ako masyadong pinakikialaman pagdating doon sa image library kasi alam na niyang, oh, you're already on top of things. So, nakakatakot, katulad ng sabi mo, nakakatakot, paano kung mawala? And dumating yung time, yun nga yung, kaya din ako nawalan ng isang client yung transaction coordinator because of the medical emergency. So, sinabi ko sa kanila na, I'm sorry, but I have to, yung pahinga muna. I don't know how long that will be kasi major surgery siya. Ganyan. So, it's up to you. If you want to hire somebody else, I totally understand because you have to continue the business. Then, yun nga yung sabi niya sa akin, itong si current client na, as someone who also had a major surgery, I totally understand what you're going through. So, yeah, take as much time as you need. Uh, the work will still be here once you get back. Kaya sabi ko, oh, diba? Tapos, sabi niya, may insurance ka ba? Kasi kung wala, bigyan daw nila ako. Sabi ko, uy, thank you so much. But so far, I am already, yung kumbaga na-anticipate ko na tong surgery na to. So I'm good, but don't worry, I'll go look for an insurance agency here in the Philippines baka sakali. So sabi niya, yeah, and let us know kami na magbabayad. Sabi ko, di maganda. Kasi hindi lang naman ako yung Pinoy na hinire nila. Yun nga lang, during the time ng pahinga ko, yung dalawang VA na hinire namin, supposedly papalit sa akin, parehong nawala. Na, yung isa,
Umalis.
yung isa, ang sabi, minahanap na siyang iba, but actually, she just did sales. Tapos yung
Mm.
isa na supposedly talagang carry over ng trabaho ko. Sabi, may sakit daw siya, tapos hindi na siya bumalik. So,
Yeah.
mga
Now
two
there's
weeks
something wrong
in,
with the client.
so 2 weeks into it, sinabi niya sa akin na wala na nga daw siyang kasama. Sabi ko, sige, since nandito lang naman ako sa bahay, mag-work na lang ako. Papahinga rin lang naman ako, might as well be productive. After 2 weeks. Pero, in fairness nga, mabait siya. Sabi niya, if anything, may masakit sa'yo, pahinga ka, log out ka if you want to, then pahinga ka na lang.
And
Siguro
I
ito
think
rin yung advantages ng nasa bahay ka lang. But, yeah, you can't stress yourself. And you have to take care of your health.
I mean, honestly, kaya gusto ko rin yung parang last week sinabi ko rin na parang next year I'm gonna start a program for specifically for VAs with experience na who want to kind of move up to the next level
Yeah.
because there's a dire need for operations VAs, and two, kailangan ibura sa utak ng mga clients. I don't know if you guys know that like we have a reputation of like cheap VAs because
Totoo.
yeah, they think of us that we're all $4 VAs.
Nope, not
They
true.
they think they all think that. And how do I know that? Because like I went on a few interviews. I've been talking to clients and trying to choose who's the one I want to work with, mga ganyan ganyan. Like yung common thread sa kanila is marami sa kanila they still think that like we're a country of $4 an hour VAs,
Mm-hmm.
honestly.
Totoo.
Eh, sabi ko nga, yung isa nga nakausap ko, sabi ko, kasi initially, ito lang yung job ad mo. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's all you were looking for. And ito yung budget mo. But when you met me, then you realize na, oh, it can become so much more. She can handle this and she can handle that and she can do this and we can partner for this and we can partner for that. Sabi ko, so the role became 2.5 times more than what you originally thought the role was gonna be. 'Di ba? But
Mm-hmm.
hindi pwede yung magiging times 2.5 yung role and your budget is still $10 an hour. Like I'm not gonna do that for $10 an hour. You kidding me? No.
Yun din ang isa sa frustration ko kasi I have friends din naman in the US and yun nga rin ang sinasabi nila na di ba mura lang naman ng ano or mababa lang naman ng sweldo niyo dyan or uh, yung kumbaga yung pay nyo compared to us is mababa. Sabi ko, yes, that's true because you're there. But do you really think my worth is just that? I can do so much more and you know that. So actually if when you think about it, the fact that I can pretty much do anything, my rate should be higher than yours, what you currently have. So, parang sa kanya din na, oh, okay, that's true. I can't do this, I can't do that, but you can do that.
Tapos
Exactly.
yung isang client na kausap ko, sabi niya, meron siyang friend who's trying to sell him. So obviously the friend has like a VA agency or she handles VAs or whatever the hell it is that she does. And she's trying to sell that client na who's trying to direct hire on OLJ. She's trying to sell him on hiring 4 VAs. Sabi niya, bakit kukuha ka ng isang VA na kamahal-mahal? And I have a VA who does this, and I have a VA who does that, I have a VA who does this. Sabi niya, mag-hire ka na lang ng 4, and they'll run your business for you. It's kind of the same thing. And I was like, I told him, no, that's not the same thing because sabi ko, yung inalisan ko na client, sabi ko, when I joined him in 2017, sabi ko, he had 5 freelancers in his team. And he hired me for sales. Okay? I came in full time for sales. He added me on Slack. Ay, hindi pa Slack nun. Skype. He added me to the Skype group. And there were 5 people in there who he said were his team. Okay? And those 5 freelancers, they did whatever they wanted. Kasi nga, si client, hindi naman siya details-oriented. Like, parang feeling niya, oh sige, add kita sa Skype. Pag may bibigay ako sa trabaho, basta tanggapin mo, parang ganon. But, syempre, may space, may gap na naghihintay ng work, yung mga freelancer, mga ganyan-ganyan. So, the freelancers, they did whatever they wanted. They showed up whatever time they wanted, okay? They did the job whenever they wanted. Like, for example, isang logo, okay, let's say yung designer, binigay niya yung isang logo, and it's supposed to take, let's say, at the most, an hour. At the most. Okay? Tapos ilalagay sa invoice ni freelancer, 4 hours. 4 hours for one logo? So now, you're paying 4 times as much. Diba?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, okay, sabi natin, cheap nga si VA, $4 an hour. But hindi naman niya dinedeclare yung tama. So now it's costing you 4 times as much. Like, is that, sabi ko sa kanya, sige, mag-hire ka ng 4 na VAs, you'll be in the same position as yung dati kong client. Like, you really want to be in that position? And, like, sabi ko, based on sinabi mo sa akin, ganito yung schedule mo, ganito yung ganito mo. So, you don't even have time to attend meetings with your coach.
Mm-hmm.
Let alone manage 4 VAs that you're gonna hire. Diba?
Yun ang minsan hindi
But you hire
na-reflect.
me, I can
Yeah.
manage 130 VAs.
See?
Why? Because I've already done that. And guess what? I interviewed 99% of them. So, like, really? Really? You think you're going to find somebody who's going to manage, like, build your company? At $4 an hour?
Lolokohin ka lang na.
Kailangan oo, eh, kahit nga ako parang, kahit ako nagmamanage ako, hindi ako may-ari ng kumpanya. Pag hindi mo, if you don't know what they're doing from the ground up, yung mga VAs, lolokohin ka na mga yan.
Totoo
Like,
naman.
kasi walang nag-aano sa kanila eh. Walang nagbabantay. Nobody's asking them like, how are you doing? What's going on? Ano bang tools na additional na kailangan mo? Ano ba yung request ng mga client na bago that you feel that you're not equipped to handle? Mga ganyan-ganyan. If you don't check in with your VAs, they're gonna do exactly that. They're gonna send you an invoice like every week or every 2 weeks asking to be paid, but you don't even know if that's the work that they really did. That's what's
Yeah.
gonna happen. Ma'am,
Kaya,
anong company mo? O, tanong ata para sa'yo, Ladi.
ma'am.
Mm-mm.
Mom kasi. Ano, re- recently, ngayon pala, currently, I work with the digital asset management company. So, medyo masalimuot at saka mahirap i-explain yung mga gawain. But in short, I'm actually an account manager. Madami siyang under yung mga blah 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 blah. Katulad din ngayon dahil nga may kumbaga few months back dahil nag-hire kami ng specifically for sales, tinrain ko pa sila. So, dahil sa busy na talaga si
Oo,
client,
bumalik
sinabi
si
ko na,
Kira, coachy.
pwede bang pwede daw bang ako na lang ang mag-train dun sa VA. Pero sabi ko sa kanya, okay, pero ikaw mag-interview. Kasi ayaw kong mag-interview. Sa magiging bias ako eh. Alam ko na yon sa sarili ko na I'm gonna be biased kung sino yung gusto ko. So, mas magandang ikaw ang mag-decide. I have my picks, but ikaw pa rin ang mag-decide. So, that's fair. That seems fair. Sabi niya gano'n. So, siya yung nag-interview, siya yung decision making. Ako lang magta-train sa kanila. So, if you don't want, I'll give you feedback sa, yung objective naman, yung fair, and then you can decide from there. And thankful din ako dito sa client ko kasi nakikinig naman siya.
Yeah. Because you're a growing boy. Okay. Kira.
Oh,
Okay lang yan, kasama sa paglaki niyan. Exactly.
totoo.
Like, you have to drink milk and you have to, because you're a growing boy, you have to eat right. Kamusta naman, coachy? Ba't hindi
Oo
ka
nga,
tulog?
coach, kamusta?
Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be asleep? It's a long weekend.
Ayoko sirain yung body clock ko so as much as possible kahit
Ah,
long
okay.
weekend. Ganun pa din yung gising ko tsaka tulog.
Ay,
Mm.
sabagay, tama nga naman.
Napanood mo ba yung video ni white shirt guy?
Which one?
The one where he's talking about gurus, quote unquote, who na
Gurus?
binabalandra yung six-figure income nila. Ayan, yung trigger word mo, six-figure income.
I haven't. Pero, what's it about?
He said, so medyo ano din siya, triggered din siya sa mga nagpapakita ng payslip para i-prove na, alam mo yung ganon. Kasi nga,
Mm,
may ulterior motive. Kaya
mm,
pinapakita yung payslip nila, 'di ba? Kasi nag-aalok ng training, na ganto-ganto, whatever it is that they need, okay, from people who are interested. And sabi niya, he would much prefer to show his portfolio, since I think designer siya. He would prefer to show that imbes na yung income niya. And he said his real problem is that ang mga tao kasi is very inclined to shortcuts kasi, right?
mm,
And
yeah.
that kind of links, and we were talking about earlier how yung tweet ni Alex Hormozy from yesterday. Alex said, the reason why people don't make big income, one of the reasons why people don't make big income, big money, is because they're so busy chasing after fast money.
Yeah, kasi ano yun eh, panghatak lagi yung ano, yung nagpapakita ka ng income. The people are so much fixated on the fact na yung other party is nagpapakita sila ng magandang income, but there's so much question behind it. Kasi what does it take for me to get that amount? Is it outright na ito talaga yung kikitain ko as soon as I get into this gig? Ito na ba talaga yung magiging income ko without any questions, without any hesitations, ibibigay pa sa akin yan. But in reality, it's a no. It comes with a lot of strings attached to it. So I don't get why people always do that, yung binabalandra nila yung income nila, because yeah, it's a good hook for your people to be, to be interested.
Hi,
Pero at
Janelle.
the end of the day, it's kind of a borderline false marketing kasi you're promising something that, ay, thank you. Uy, kain kayo. Ngayon pala kami mag-dinner.
Wow.
You're promising something that is not really um, not realistic. Kasi kahit saan ka pumunta, whether you work in a corporate setting or even if you have a business, uh, nagpuhunan ka ng 10,000, bumalik sa'yo ng 50,000, it doesn't mean you're getting 50,000 right then and there. Kasi you have to consider magkano yung puhunan mo, you have to take
Hi,
overhead out
Grace.
of that income. So, kahit business, hindi guaranteed na ito yung kikitain mo because may mga panahon na mahina ang negosyo, may panahon na malakas ang negosyo. It's not always guaranteed. The only thing guaranteed is kapag pumunta ka sa corporate setting, binigyan ka ng job offer, binigyan ka ng, let's say, 25,000 a month. Yes, that's 25,000, but your status is an employee and there is um, nothing more added to that 25K other than maybe bonuses or OTs. But it's already set on paper na ito lang yung makukuha mo. But in freelancing, it's a different story because it still depends on gaano ka kasipag. But to, to flash, let's say, 100K a month, there's always a question, what's the catch? That's the key question, what's the catch?
Tsaka yung fina-flash nila na six figures na yan, are you sure it's not the first time they've earned six figures?
If they wanted to,
It could be the first time they've ever earned six figures finlash sa TikTok.
yeah,
You don't know. Like, it doesn't mean that they earn that much every single month.
Exactly.
kung lapagan tayo ng kinita, of course, hindi tayo aatras diyan kay Madam Jen pa lang wala.
Actually, may ano, I did an odd. So it's kind of the same thing. So my side hustle, one of my side hustles is voiceovers, but there's a lot of competition. Para kang nagloloto din eh. Parang depende rin
Mm,
kung sino magustuhan ng client. Like, baka hindi nila type masyado yung boses ko, right? So, and projects like the one that I auditioned for, there was a project parang ganon in July. Okay, tapos
mm,
nagkaroon ulit ngayong month lang, and it doesn't happen every month. Like, you don't know. Karamihan ng mga, there's even like projects for free, like for students, sa mga voiceover. So, itong project na to, and if I get it, I think I have a better chance kasi yung mga lalaban dito, hindi yung mga professional. Ayaw nila yung mga gantong project. So the project is for AI voice again.
Wow.
Kasi nakuha ako for a project for AI voice for a Japanese train line. And that wasn't a lot of money. That was my first project. And this is another AI voice. The problem with the AI voice projects is in the contract is for in perpetuity, which means that they will use your voice forever and ever, even after
Mm.
you're dead. Okay?
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
kukunin nila yung boses mo, they'll copy it, and then they'll use it for yung mga text-to-speech, mga ganyan, yan, madalas kinukuha nila sa mga ganyan.
I have a question about that. Do they hold the copyright for your voice?
Yes. For a certain field.
I see.
You,
Okay.
for a certain field. So I don't even know what the line of business is. Yung sa Japanese train line, wala namang ganon. Wala namang in perpetuity. Wala siyang ganon. Pero ito, in perpetuity. And they want you available for 3 months. Okay? Tapos mababa pa yung offer nila per word is 8 cents to 12 cents. And there's no professional voice actor na papayag niyan.
Yeah.
Oh.
So yung mga papatol dyan are people like me na mga bagito. 'Di ba? But you have to sign. It's like technically you're signing over your voice. And I don't even know what line of business they're in. I feel like they're in like e-learning or education. So
Mm.
mangyayari niyan, if they choose me for that, for any future projects on mga e-learning, like shut out na ako. Hindi ko na pwedeng patulan, 'di ba? But if you want to talk about six figures, like they want 120,000 words like recorded in like 3 months or less. Kung i-times mo 120,000 words times let's say 12 cents, aabot siya ng $14,000. And that is like 840,000 pesos. So, sa isang bagsak, if you're chosen for the project, okay, pwede ako kumita ng six figures. But, like, for the next 12 months or 24 months, hindi ka kikita ng ganun ulit. Do you get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Get what I'm saying? Yung nagpapakita sa inyo ng six figures, how do you know last month yan din yung kinita nila? Maybe it's the first time they've ever earned six figures and they're showing it off on TikTok. Are they going to show a different amount every single month? And how do you know that's really their payslip? Kasi yung iba
Mm-mm.
may mga takip-takip pa, 'di ba? So, you don't know. That's what I'm saying. Minsan isang iglap lang yan na ganyan, like isang incident lang yan na ganyan, tapos ikaw na-convince ka, right? Because one, you're inexperienced. Two, nabulag ka sa amount na pinakita sa'yo. Thank you, the Kyle Life. Right?
Uy, Kyle! Long time no see. How are
Kyle, what's
you?
up, what's up? Wala kang work ngayon, ano?
Kyle, paramdam ka.
And that's what sinasabi ni White Shirt Guy is kasi ang mga tao is they're inclined to fast money. They're inclined to shortcuts. They want to shortcut it.
Yes, exactly. That's the point. Kasi yun yung ano yun din yung goal nung nagpo-post ng mga ganon. Kasi they wanted people to be fixated on the fact na they earn this much. But, yun nga, ang mali lang dun sa mga nakakita nun is they don't ask the right questions. Oh, what does it take? Or what can I
What do I
do?
have to do? Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Kasi tingnan mo at hindi ko alam kung napansin mo to, Coach, ah. You know the video last week that we did where kinover natin, umakyat si the negotiator.
Mhm.
There's dalawa lang ang reaction doon, right? Yung tulad ng asawa ni Christine, si Queen VA. He watched the video on YouTube. So the whole thing is uploaded on YouTube. You can watch the whole freaking 5 hours or almost 5 hours.
Nakita ko yun. Diyos ko, nawindang ako 5 hours.
'Di ba? You know how long it took for me to put in all the captions and shit? Took a while. So,
Yeah.
example, asawa ni Christine, pinanood niya, and he was aghast. And this is a guy who is not a VA. Okay? Pero pinanood nyo and he was like, what the fuck? He was like, what the fuck is this? He was like, kung ako siya, buburahin ko na lang yung TikTok account ko. That's what he said. Hi, Mika. Huy, Mika, hindi ko i-jinx, but good luck. um, so that's one audience that's saying, what the hell is this? Bakit ganyan? Bakit ganto? The second audience, they're still asking, how? Do you know that, Coachy?
Yeah.
May mga nag-ask pa rin na how. And I'm like, well, and I was like, well, that's actually a good thing because ngayon nasa segment yung mga dapat mapunta sa kanya tsaka yung mga hindi dapat, 'di ba? And the ones like yung mga the people who are really looking for like real VA coaching, real VA mentoring, um yung makikita mo sa reaction pa lang ng video na yon if that person is your audience or your market or not your audience or your market. Yung mga nagtatanong ng how, edi redirect mo kay negotiator. Yung mga ayaw, edi maybe you're my market. Maybe kay Hope, 'di ba? 'Di ba si Hope naghanap ng tatlong CSM? Maybe you're a fit for Hope because obviously you've got some critical thinking going on and you've got some brains and you figured it out, so maybe that's so the video is like it became kind of a vetting tool. So I'm like, I have nothing against people who want to like train under a negotiator. That's good. Maybe they're hardcore salespeople. That would be a good fit. Okay. And I don't know if they're newbies or if they're hardcore salespeople, but you know, pero at least na-divide, 'di ba?
Yeah.
Nang tama. Sabi ni Grace, what did Grace say? I asked him kung pwede akong masali dun sa free cold calling training niya, not for the pay. What? But for skills na pwede ma-acquire. Okay, so here's my reaction, Grace. Okay. When somebody is offering something, okay, when somebody is offering something to you, what is your reaction? I'm offering a free training. I'm offering a blah, 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 blah. Ako, palagi kong tinatanong, what's the catch? Like, if I scratch your back, okay, how are you gonna scratch mine? Kasi
Yeah.
technique yan ng mga scammer. O, ito, bigay ko sa'yo. Ito talaga, yung, alam mo, kasi gusto ko tulungan. Alam mo yung mga ganong style. Right? So, if somebody's giving you something, you really have to ask, you're giving me this thing, how much is it going to cost later on for me? What is the cost of this thing that you're apparently giving me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
That's true.
Kasi tulad nung 2 weeks ago, nagsabi ko ako na, I released a video saying, okay, if you're from BPO, you haven't prepared to work it from home, I'm giving away from some free training, diba? So, I made it very clear, yes, the training is free. Okay, the training is free, okay? But it's self-paced. I am not gonna train you. I'm just gonna give you a link. Go to the link, like, train yourself. Okay, the material is there. Okay, it's very clear that that's the conditions. 'Di ba? Pero yung free real estate training, and I will teach you all my secrets, ano yung cost nga nun? 'Di ba? Anong cost nga nun? Mamaya, sabihin niya, o sige, since na-train kita, papahire kita sa VA agency, okay? Ngayon, bibigyan ka nila ng rate ng $5 an hour. I will take $350. You will
What?
keep $150.
No.
Kaya ka nga tinrain kasi ginawa kang catfish. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if something is being given to you apparently for free, okay, it's free now. What's the cost later on? That's why you should always ask. So, kaya nga tinatanong ko last week, what do they have to do exactly? Exactly what is the work?
Bottom line,
'Di ba?
Speaking
What's
of
the bottom
naka-live yung,
line?
yung sinasabi mo,
Ano na?
naka-live siya.
Yeah, I know. He even likes my videos. And I'm like, you do you, boo. Like, you know, sabi ni Grace, like, overview lang on how it's being done. Yeah, well, he
Oo.
wouldn't even tell us in the video.
yeah. Bottom
So,
line is the reality of this world. There's nothing free. Whoever gives you something free asks, "What's the catch?" Because there's
yeah.
always something underneath in exchange. Because um, you're trying to get into freelancing, and everything here is transactional. Now you're getting
Yes.
into a training,
Yes, agree.
whether paid or free, it's still transactional. There is something in exchange. So may trade-off yan. You have to give your time, devote your skills to that person na magti-train sa'yo. But then again, ask, um, what's the
Also,
trade-off? What are you gonna take from me in exchange for all of this kindness that you're showing me? Because
tsaka,
I don't discount the fact na may mga tao talaga nagbibigay ng free training, kumbaga kusang loob, kumbaga out of the kindness of their heart, talagang tumutulong sila sa ibang tao. But
Mhm.
the majority of the people who are flashing their earnings publicly and then claiming that you're gonna earn as much as this and you'll be in,
wala nga as much as this, di ba?
well, yung
Hindi,
iba nga walang
binago
as
na
much
niya.
as this, di
After
ba?
ng video,
Wala.
binago na niya na up to
Up
60K
to,
per week.
yeah.
Up to. Pero
At least it's
syempre, yung
clear.
mga hindi bihasa sa sales, they're not gonna see the up to. They're
Mhm.
still just gonna see the 60K a week.
And mind you guys, wag kayong papabulag sa numbers. Kahit yung pag bumibili kayo online, kung may gusto kang bilhin sa Lazada or sa Shopee, mapapansin nyo, sale, and then there's 99999.
That's a
You
sales
actually need to
strategy.
round off that amount to give you, you know, the real amount of what you're trying to buy. Kasi yung 999, it's a marketing trick. It tricks your mind na, uy, mas mura to. Kasi you're actually looking, first line of sight mo is yung first digit.
Oo.
First digit yung nakikita mong number. If you see that it's 49999, you see, oy, 4 compared dun sa 500. Immediately your mind will tell you na mas mura yung 4 compared sa 5. But then again, what's 1 peso? It's the
Oo,
same
para
banana.
sa'yo. Yeah, that's the mind trick is you're thinking, ay, piso lang naman. So let's look at some comments here. Sabi ni the odds between us. I really want to work as a VA, but I don't know where to start. Sabi ni Ade, dun kay odds between us. Start by searching what task is needed to become a VA and make checklists. Sabi ni Grace, tama. Grabe, parang free service din. What? Okay. Check what you know and search what you don't and start learning. Free materials are everywhere. YouTube,
Oy,
hello.
kain kayo.
Google.
Sige
Google
na.
Digital Garage, Google Skillshop, libre po doon.
Earlier,
Gawa
kanina
pa ni
yung
Google. Tapos sabi ni
con-
Mika, he works on ambiguity kasi. Yan, si negotiator. Ambiguity, exactly. He cannot really tell you what you need to do. Okay? In
sino ba siya?
economics, we say there's no such thing as free lunch or dinner or breakfast. Hello. There's always a hidden agenda behind it. Oo nga.
Yep.
Oo nga po, mostly mga coach kikitaan mga aspirant. Don't get me wrong, some are abuso lang. Peso lang ang difference to make 1,000. Dapat kasi talaga dyan, ang binabanggit, base pay. Tama. Tama, Mika. Tapos, lagyan na lang ng plus commission without amount. Yeah, exactly. Make it clear. What is the base pay? And then, if you make the quota, okay, then, yung unang tier, 30,000. Second tier, 50. Third tier, ganyan. Hindi ko lang talaga magets but need i-flex yung pay. Pwede naman ibang perks kasi given na may pay. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I'm Like profiling is so much a part of me that I'm profiling all the time. Okay, so for example, the people in this room, okay, I profile them. I'm profiling them like based on what you see, okay, what you hear, 'di ba? So yung naririnig ko is tahimik yung background nila. So that means nakatira either sa subdivision, okay, which means malaki yung kinikita. Okay. Um, Tapos, sa title pa lang ni Coach Potato, OM. Oh, so, alam mo na medyo malaking kinikita, di ba? So, tahimik yung background. There's not like may dumadaan na MRT, mga ganon. Kasi, di ba, yung mga, may dumadaan na sasakyan, motor, and I'm not hearing any mga manok, mga ganyan. You know, things like
Meron
that. So,
mamaya.
i-profile. Gamitin yung critical thinking ninyo, di ba? Right? Tingnan nyo yung background. Palagi bang may dumadaan na tao? I interviewed someone before, right? And there was like, laging may dumadaan sa likod niya.
Nasa
And I
computer
was,
shop ka ba? Mga ganun.
nasa bahay
Kasinuhan ba
siya,
yan?
but ang daming dumadaan sa likod niya. Tapos syempre, like people were talking like in her background and I was thinking, if we hire you, you will never be able to to concentrate.
Yeah.
'Diba? The fact that you chose to be interviewed in a room that noisy means you plan to work here in this area. Because
Right.
if you didn't, like sineseryoso mo tong job interview, you would have chosen a quieter room.
Mhm.
So, yung critical thinking ninyo, trust your instincts, trust yourself. Yung nakikita nyo, naririnig nyo, yung i-research nyo sa TikTok, like, are there like bad reviews? Yung tao ba yan palagi nakipag-away sa ibang TikTokerist? Like,
Mhm.
okay, that's not my term. It's yung term talaga na lumabas. Um, like, nakipag-away ba sila palagi sa ibang tao? You know what I mean? Like, use your use your brain. Okay, use your brain. Hindi yung parang nakita lang sa 60,000 a week na bulag na.
Another example. Parang ano lang yan eh. Yung sa yung sa mga networking,
Mm.
I already earned this much and then pinakita yung maganda yung bahay.
Sasakyan.
Tapos ang daming sasakyan, di ba? Pero pag tinignan mo yung tao, no judgment intended, pero pag tinignan mo yung tao, para kang magtataho. Like,
Totoo yan. Kasi meron, hindi, we're not being judgmental, but
hindi
how can
naman
you convince
judgment.
me, yung katulad nun, ito, networking din to. And again,
Ah,
the
okay.
prod,
Sige.
the product itself is good. I'm gonna say, the product, I tried the product, maganda siya. But yung seller niya is not convincing to me. So,
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like,
see? There you go.
it's a slimming product. How can you
Ah.
convince me that it's a slimming product when you're too fat? Sorry. 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 But again, maybe if you can show me a before and after, maybe, again, no judgment from the seller, magaling siyang mag-sales. But if you're gonna market a product like a beauty product, you could
Wait,
have
I
at
have a
least provide
question.
me with the before and after,
Ano
para mas
yun?
Would you be willing to buy an insurance policy from a person na medyo hindi fit,
dying
like
na ba? Sorry.
malaking tao?
Okay.
Would you
Malaking tao
trust
na
that
hindi fit?
person? Ano?
Malaking tao na hindi fit?
Hindi fit as in sobrang laki niya.
What kind of insurance is it? Is it life
Life
insurance?
insurance. Di ba it's
Okay.
parang it's contradicting.
yeah.
Um, it depends on how close I am to that person. Because life insurance and being fit is like kind of not the same thing, right?
Yeah, pero if they're promoting long longevity and coverage, would
Okay.
you?
I I
I would I would
Gusto nyo
buy
na
life
siguro
insurance
pag-try
from
yung
somebody that I
insurance.
trust. I wouldn't
Sa
look at
somebody
what they
na
look like. Okay,
uh,
if I was buying a fitness program,
tapos
I would not buy it from
no,
him.
no.
Okay.
Okay.
Yun yung akin din. Ganun. I'd probably see it differently. Kasi insurance is totally different from being healthy
Pero gets ko
or
yung
living
point ni
a healthy
Ladi din na
lifestyle.
parang sabi niya, slimming product, tapos, syempre, yung nagbebenta is not exactly a, role
No
model for
judgment,
that.
It's
pero
not showing
yun
the
nga, exactly.
Yeah,
the
it's like,
the,
if
the,
you're
the
selling this,
product.
are you taking your product? Or,
Are you selling it?
Yun
di
na
ba?
nga, yun ang pag-iisipin mo. Sabi mo, binibenta mo to sa akin, pero ginagamit mo ba to? May before and after ka ba? Yung mga ganun.
Or, did you just
Yun,
start taking this yesterday? Yung mga ganun tipo. Di ba?
so, kaya nga, katulad ng sabi ko, I guess, depende din to sa tao. I tried the product, maganda siya.
Ah,
But
okay.
the person who try to sell it to me, not so much. Ganon. Pero, he tried his best. Ayos naman. Na-explain naman niya sa akin ng maayos. Yun nga lang, hindi ako sa kanya bumili. But apparently, he's the distributor na. So, parang nasa supervisory level na siya. Siya yung
Oh.
nag-distribute among the sellers. So, kaya parang, okay. So, doon na lang ako bumili sa seller niya kasi at least mas convincing dahil nagamit naman din daw niya yung
Uh,
product. So, and
Ayun.
it shows. Kaya, sige.
Okay, so let's look at some questions.
Parang
Hindi ko talaga
bibili ka pa ng
magets.
tuta
Ah,
sa
okay.
taong
But need i-flex yung pay. Pwede naman
you
ibang
know.
perks kasi given na may pay. So, how many odds between us? Host, if I may ask, you interview applicants for what niche po or what company if okay lang? So, I'm no longer with the company. I'm not connected with them anymore, but I interviewed applicants in digital marketing and also for real estate because I did that a while back. So I've been working for 10 and a half years as a VA. Technically now I'm a freelancer, but I mean, next week I may have a client, I may, depending on the client's offer, blah, 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 stuff like that. But yeah, I interviewed people who were, digital marketing. So mga experience and skills in Facebook ads, YouTube ads, Instagram ads, graphic designers, UX designers, web developers. Okay, what else? Lead generation, email marketing specialist, marketing automation. Yan yung mga in-interview ko for the company before. Ang tanong dyan, coach, Hoy, Sheila, umakit ka nga dito. If hindi ka nagre-recruit, kikita ka ba ng ganyan, solely sales lang? Well, that's an 'di ba? Di ginamit yung seller ng product na binebenta. Oo. Grabe, grabe ka naman. Gusto niya lang siguro kobrahin na yung insurance niya. Charis. Lalo na in life insurance na may HMO or illness benefit. Check niya daw muna if effect sa iba. If yes, take niya. Take niya din daw. Oo, malay mo ginagawa ka lang guinea pig for the slimming, 'di ba? Parang bibili ka
Hindi
na
ka pa
ng gluta sa tao na di naman maputi. Ganun. Okay. Wow. Iba yung mga comments ngayon. Yes, ang mga best in benta ng gluta and whitening eme. Tas mas maputi ako sa kanya. Diba? Hi, what about community marketing campaign? Naguhugas ako pinggan. Oh, ha? Okay, sige, go ra lang. Shit. Galingan mo. Okay. Pa-share naman po ng experience nyo sa community marketing campaign. Does anyone here have experience in community marketing?
sadly,
I
no.
believe yung line of business ni nung company, the client ko now is more on community marketing po.
Which
Kasi,
platform? Is
I'm
there a
sorry?
which platform that are they using? Do they have their own platform?
We have our own.
Okay,
Tapos,
yun pala.
all social, all social media rin. Nabubulol na naman ako. Masabihan na naman ako bulol sa S. Pero totoo po yung bulol sa S. Ayun. Kasi ang community marketing is brand growth strategy for specific customer and specific market. Parang yung sa namin sa line of business ni client is we're targeting patients, puro patients. So, ang marketing namin either for lahat ng may Alzheimer's lang, lahat ng may uh, UTI, lahat ng may COVID, parang ganun. So,
Ah, okay.
lahat ng strategies nila are being centered around patients na may Alzheimer's. Ganun.
Oh,
Okay,
Like they have storybooks, parang ganun.
oo. So and that's really the future, according to the big influencers, is creating a community, an engaged community, and the big brands they know that. Like for example, I don't know, Subway, mga ganyan. So they're really gonna try to create a brand and a community that's engaged and knows about their products and will give them active feedback on their products. I'm not 100% sure if every big brand like uses their own platform, like sabi ni Coach Potato. So I googled, and Lego. So Lego is a big brand name, right? So
yeah.
they actually built their own platform for fans of Lego, right? That's where they kind of exchange all their ideas and release new information na ganto-ganto about Lego, mga ganyan. I don't know. Ang alam ko, McDonald's uses Twitter a lot for
Yes.
pag nag-release sila ng bagong product, 'di ba? Ano yung huling ni-release nila na parang yung shit. I forgot
Heavy
the product.
burger.
Parang breakfast product siya eh. And so they released it, and then they went to Twitter, and then they started like a Twitter campaign to see how people were reacting to the new product. So it's possible they create their own platform, yung parang sinasabi ni Coach Potato, and like what Lego does, or like McDonald's, they used, because Twitter ang pinakamabilis, diba? It's like having a 24 by 7 news feed na
Mhm.
yung mga trending topics and stuff like that. And they actually went to Twitter to find out, and they found out within 24 hours what people thought of their new product. So since hindi favored is karamihan, parang in-scale down na nila yung pag-produce ng new product. Diba?
Yeah.
So Lila Quay, who do you think is the best mentor author about sales and marketing? Well, it depends, because there's lots of Siyempre, there's so many different businesses involved in so many different areas, diba? If you were to ask me, since what I know well is marketing automation, so probably one of the best mentors, and I know that mabait siya na tao, is the guy who actually made Go High Level as a marketing automation tool, si Sean Clark, because he knows what the hell he's doing. I mean, like, the tool is meant for sales and marketing. Okay. So I would say for marketing automation, it's definitely Sean Clark. For data reactivation, I would say definitely Rob Bailey. But I don't know who you would say it would be for real estate. I would say, if you were to ask me a few years ago, I would say Joel Rico, just because I met the guy. Okay. And you will fall in love with him within 15 minutes. Okay.
Well,
Even on Zoom. Yung si Joel Rico, he is the sales trainer for Keller Williams and I think Remax and a lot of big real estate brokerages. And when I was still with the real estate VA agency, which was my first VA agency, hinar siya nung kumpanya to train the sales support team and the sales team. And I was lucky enough to be in his training because he's very expensive. Okay, sobrang mahal ni Joel Rico. Tapos, the first time we met him, and syempre kami sa Pilipinas, we saw him virtually, diba? And this was like 2015 that we took his sales training. The first time I saw him on Zoom, oh my God, he looked like Richard Gere. He had like the salt and pepper hair, and then ang linis niya tignan, like, and he had like a jacket, and then yung open collar, and yung sa loob na puti, and it was so crisp. And then he had this light blue gray kind of jacket, and he looked sobrang mabango, like even virtually, right? And do you know how I know the guy is really good at sales? Because he doesn't sell anything. Siya yung hinahabol. Siya yung hinahabol. That's how good he is at sales. Okay? At the end of the first day, people like, especially the girls, right? And kasama na ako doon, Joel, can I add you on LinkedIn? Can I add you on Facebook? Siya yung hinahabol. Doon mo malalaman kung magaling sa sales kasi hindi ka kailang bentahan. Ikaw ang binebenta mo yung sarili mo sa kanya. And he's the sales trainer. Hello. 'Di ba? So if you used to ask me, and I'm very biased with Joel Rico, but the reputation speaks for itself. And you know what? Sobrang ang bait ng tao. As in, sobrang mabait siya. He never talks about you have to make your numbers, you have to make your quota. He doesn't talk about that at all. He talks about connecting with the person you're talking to. He talks about humans. He talks about people. He doesn't talk about sales numbers. He doesn't talk about how many dials you have to make, how many conversations you should be having. He doesn't talk about that at all. Paano maging effective ang campaign for community marketing po? I don't know. That's not kind of my
Five,
specialty. So,
five things.
oh yeah,
Uh,
there you go.
Advocacy, events, online, social impact, at tsaka rewards. Yung limang yon. So when you say advocacy, that means yung mga activities nyo are centered around the topic or yung subject. Like I said earlier, kung Alzheimer's yan, um, yung sa company ng client ko,
Ito
they,
magtatanong siya sa'yo, Coachy.
okay. Hi, Jamie.
Hello po.
Ayun, sige. Tuloy ko lang, no? Yung sa strategies, para maging effective yung campaign. Like, for example, yung community nila na pinafocus nila is Alzheimer's patients. So, what they do, normally, ang most obvious symptoms ng Alzheimer's is yung makakalimutin. So, what they do is, we print storybooks. Yung storybooks, sila yung maglalagay ng story. Sila mag-fill in dun sa books. And then, every day they will review that with the help of professional. Tapos, re-review nila yung mga books kung may natatandaan sila doon sa mga nilagay nila the other day. And then, they will try to continue that until gagawin naman nila yung puzzle. Pero yung puzzle kasi, ang ginagamit lang yon kapag magkakaroon sila ng recall session. Kasi, yung puzzle, ano siya, bubuuhin mo siya, 3 phases, tapos, yung first phase, pag nabuo na ni patient yon, ibibigay niya ulit doon sa facilitator, tapos yung facilitator, babalik ta rin niya yun. Ngayon, kailangan matandaan ni patient kung saan siya natapos. Kumbaga, nagre-recall exercises sila. So, yun yung isa sa mga pwedeng gawin. Advocacy program, tapos pwede ka rin magkaroon ng ambassadors for that. Even yung rewards program, let's say for example, to join this, kung gusto ng patient mag-join ng community, we will give you like $25 Amazon gift card or $20 Starbucks gift card, something like that. Even actually just participating in the campaign, in the program, they are given compensation for time and travel, let's say $1,000 for just attending. So, isa yon. And then, VIP clubs, those are specific groups na pwede lang like focus groups na pwede lang salihan ng patient, ng market mo, to be able to be engaged more on what you are advocating about. And then, online platforms, andun yung paggamit ng social media, like lahat ng social media, i-utilize mo to be able to grow the community. And then, support a cause. Let's say, for example, um, ang focus niyo is the diabetes patient. And then, ang support na pwede mong gawin is to give them a 24/7 hotline na open doon sa inyo so that you can assist someone calls in for an ambulance and they're having a hard time connecting to someone or even call 911. They just need to press a particular button doon sa app na in-introduce mo doon sa patient. They just press the app and then automatically we will get a notification and then we know that the patient is on an emergency, and that gives us a cue na kailangan namin tumawag ng ambulance. The patient doesn't need to dial 911 anymore. They just need to press a particular button dun sa app or even just opening the app. That gives us already something as a clue na patient needs help. That's something. Supporting social cause. And then host events, yung mga parties, outreach programs, also gifting. And then mind you, Jamie, when you do community marketing, you have to uh, you have to divide it into 4. Number 1 is objective, and then make sure you have a measurable goal, yung tactic na gusto mong gamitin, and then yung cost. May question ka po? Jamie?
Hey, hello. Hindi ko ma-open kanina yung mic ko kanina. Ayun, thank you for sharing. Gets na gets ko. Kaso lang yung naiintindihan ko. May mga points. Kaso,
Ano ba naka-assign sa'yo?
yun,
Okay.
yung industry or yung kasi sa client ko is motorista, ganun. Tapos yung brand kasi niya is helmet brand. So, so yung target talaga ng mga customers or is yung mga, yun nga, motorista, ganyan. So,
Riders?
Opo, riders, ganyan. Tapos, yung sa client ko po kasi, isa siya sa mga, actually local siya, isa siya sa mga, sikat din talagang brand dito sa Pilipinas na, na helmet, ganun. Tapos, ang hirap kasi, ako yung naka-assign doon, kasi ako na rin yung nasa influencer marketing. Tapos ngayon, parang pinapa-work sa akin yung community marketing. Actually, wala pang masyadong studies or mga vlog about sa community marketing. Meron din, pero compare sa influencer, wala masyado. Ganun. Tapos, ayun. Tapos, ang ko po dun, ang naging concern ko dun is, parang, sasali ako sa, let's say, sabihin natin mga riders na may gamit na, let's say, Honda, Toyota, Toyota, ang tawag dito, Yamaha, yung mga ganon. Yun yung mga riders. Tapos, ang ko dun, parang, ipupush ko ba na ako yung brand? Ako ba yung ganon? Mamaya pag-check nila ng account mo, motorista ba to? Parang
you have to get an ambassador for that.
So, yung influencer.
Not necessarily influencer, someone
kilala
kasi,
sa ganon.
Oo, kasi yung mga riders, hindi naman necessarily they look up to someone as a sa social media as an inspiration for them. There might be a group and na sinasalihan nila, and then they look up to someone in that group as their leader. Let's say, for example, are you aware of ARPG?
Sorry po?
ARPG. Are you aware of that?
Hindi po.
ARPG is the largest group ng mga nagmomotor sa Pilipinas. They even went out during pandemic. Sila yung mga nag-o-offer ng pa-deliver, padala, pabili. So, it's a large group. Buong Pilipinas yon, and tawag sa kanila is ARPG. Actually, I survived pandemic because sa kanila. Because I hired like 3 riders sa kanila na laging nagdadala ng mga kailangan ko during the height of pandemic. So if you wanted to be engaged in that, number 1, you have to find large communities where you can join, and then mag-create ka muna ng community study. Pag-aralan mo kung paano yung dynamic sa group nila. Meron ba silang leadership, and then approach the leadership, because that leadership is someone that the other riders are actually looking up to as an inspiration. Kasi normally ganun sila eh. Yung leader naman, siya yung nag-i-initiate ng long rides, yung magra-ride sila ng malayuan sa province, ganyan. They always do that. And I suggest you join one kung meron kang makikita. And then just to immerse yourself into that community and malaman mo kung ano yung environment nila. And from there, kung you have to form your objective. Anong objective ni client mo? Bentahan sila ng client? Bentahan sila ng helmet?
Yung parang for brand awareness din. Although kilala na rin siya, pero yun nga, para rin maano yung sales din, ganun.
Okay. And to do that, go for an ambassador. Yung ambassador ang suportahan nyo. Kasi, not necessarily influencer ha, basta ambassador siya, someone na kilala dun sa grupo na yon.
Grupo? I see. Gets.
So, yun, siya yung suportahan nyo, bigyan nyo ng helmet. Kung gusto nyo siyang i-sponsoran ng helmet, yung pinakamagandang helmet na meron kayo, bigay nyo sa kanya. Of course, ang laging topic kasi ng mga nagmomotor is yung parts, yung brand, yung helmet na gamit, yung jacket, yung pads, yung coat nila, yung gloves nila, yung ginagamit nilang kapote. Topic nila lagi yan pag nagpupunta sila sa mga long rides. So, you have to move between those products in order to get, to get to your objective. Kung objective mo helmet, then try to gauge their preferences in terms of other products na ginagamit nila. Eventually kasi mag-end up kayo sa helmet.
Oo nga.
I
That's how they
also,
talk actually. Based sa
I
naging observation ko
also,
sa kanila.
sorry. I also would suggest, tingnan mo yung mga driving schools. Kasi I just recently bought a motorcycle, may scooter. And dun sa nagbenta ng scooter, sila na rin nagbenta sa akin ng helmet. But apparently, they also assist sa paglalakad ng driving license ng mga mga kukuha ng driver's license. Because dito sa Pilipinas, hindi pwedeng walang lisensya yung mag-scooter lang eh. Bawal na ngayon. So, you can also look into yung mga driving schools at saka yung pwede ko bang sabihin kung saan ko binili? Sa ano ba yung motor trade ba yun? Yung doon.
Dealership.
So, yun. So, but hindi mo rin subukan. Pwedeng isang branch lang muna or yung within the area, ganon. Kasi doon sila, kasi yung mga nagpapagawa ng tsaka yung mga nagpapagawa ng motor, yung mga motorcycle parts, sila din na nagre-refer ng bakit hindi na lang ito mas matibay ito, yung mga ganon.
Na-try nyo na ba, Jamie, na mag-ex-deal kayo with dealers?
Meron kaming sariling, rin kami kasi B2B tas B2C, ganun. May mga retail
Okay.
stores kami, meron kaming mga authorized dealers, ganun.
Feeling ko spider to.
Yes.
Sorry.
Sinabi na, di ba? Baka naman,
paano mo
lang.
nalaman?
Feeling ko lang talaga kanina kasi local brand. Sikat dito.
That's spider talaga yung
Spider talaga. Kasi that's go-to din yan ng mga tao namin dito eh.
Ayun.
So,
Yan,
ganun So, Jamie,
Tapos,
before mo gawin lahat yon, mag-set ka muna ng plan mo, objective, yung measurable goal mo, tas tactic at saka cost. Importante yung apat bago ka mag-start. Kung ang objective mo now, increase sales, nung helmet, ano yung goal mo? Dapat meron kang set amount of sales na gusto mong ma-target. Importante yun kasi baka effort ka ng effort, tapos hindi mo alam kung ano yung tina-target mo. Mamaya pinapatarget pala sa 100 million worth of helmet sales. Mahirap 'yun. So, mag-target ka muna, let's say for example 500k worth of helmets sold in what amount of time. Kailangan ka mag-set ng time frame kasi baka sabihin siya kailangan bukas may benta ka ng 500,000, baka bumula bibig mo. So, mag-set ka ng time frame for that. So, yun yung goal mo, measurable goal mo, 500,000 by the end of, yun yung time frame mo, by the end of. And then, ang tactic na gagawin mo, you will sponsor long rides. Let's say, for example, ARPG will be going to vegan, and then ilan sila, let's say 500 sila, and you're going to support yung kanilang, kahit tubig lang, yung bibigyan mo sila ng tubig. Not necessarily helmet, ang dami nun. So, not necessarily helmet, bigyan mo sila ng, o kaya yung mga, as simple as yung, kahit yung gloves, importante kasi sa kanila yung gloves. Or, alam mo yung sa kamay, yung band, nilagay na sa kamay, sa braso, para hindi masunog yung braso nila. Yun.
Yung parang tattoo, yung
driver.
Low cost yun, napaka low cost nun, kayang-kaya yung sponsoran yun, lahat sila bigyan nyo. And then yung cost, iset mo yung magkano ba yung magiging gastos mo for that. 500 times magkano yung ipamimigay mo. And then, i-set mo din yun yung cost ng marketing, yung cost kung sasali ka, sasama ka, mas maganda sumama ka. And then, magkano yon, bibigyan mo ba sila ng printout ng tarpaulin, for example, just to give them something, for identity habang naka-long ride sila, pag mag-stop by sila, magpapa-pictorial sila, may hawak silang tarpaulin ng group nila. You can sponsor a small things like that and then add it to the cost. At the end of it, saka ka ngayon mag person-to-person marketing during the time na nasa ride ka.
Okay. Sorry, I
Parang,
have one thing din. Sorry.
So keep in mind po, community marketing, like developing like in a community, that takes a while.
That takes a while, yes.
Okay, it's not instant. It's like you trying to create like grow your TikTok profile with and not using the promotion feature in TikTok because you just get empty likes and empty follows. If parang bumibili ka ng followers kasi nun eh. So if you're like growing like a healthy, engaged community here in TikTok, that takes a while, right? Like everyone is at different levels. Like for example, there have been some people who've been here since 2020, yet they have like, I don't know, 700 followers. Kasi mahirap talaga mag-grow. Kasi mabagal mag-grow ng community. Pero that's the best type of community marketing. If you can get an engaged community that is a fan of your products and, they watch your videos, they like your videos, and then pag may live ka, parang biglang 300 sa live mo, yung mga ganon. Yun. So, it takes a while. Like, and you have to think about the brand. What is the brand built on? Is it built on trust? Is it built on... Pero may naisip ako na, kasi, di ba si Ivana? Did you watch her video where she gave away helmets dun sa mga riders? Right? Like, Spider yun? Like, I don't know, you could ask, because nakita ko, she went out and she bought the helmets. I don't know if she had a sponsor. It didn't look like it.
wala.
Diba? So, what you can do is, pwede mo i-approach si Ivan and say, are you interested to do like a part 2 or part 3? Diba yung mga ganyan? So, and that can really kickstart like your marketing and be like, kasi mukha nang mabait yung tao, diba? And then she, and she obviously did that out of like the goodness of her heart sa mga riders, yung mga delivery riders. So you could actually, maybe propose to her and say, would you be interested to do a part 2 for long distance riders or mga yung mga kakakuha lang ng lisensya nila, something like that. So that's something you could capitalize on, and you'll be like, she has like a gazillion followers, so that's gonna be like almost instant. That's maybe something you can draft together a strategy. Then na pwede nyo lapitan si Ivana, or if Ivana, if she's busy, then maybe she can refer somebody. I mean, obviously friends niya ibang influencers, things like that. And like if she really likes it, she could be like, oh, ipasok natin yung friend ko si Zainab and si ganto, si ganyan. Oh, di bongga, di ba? See? So yan. So that's an idea that, like she's not connected to any, clubs or anything, but she did something like that. She gave away helmets, so you could capitalize on a previous video that she did.
So, ayan, ang dami mo ng
So,
idea,
Jack asked,
Jamie.
hi, what industry do you
Take
deal
down notes.
with?
Tinanote sila.
Okay.
So, si
Labas
Jamie's
yung
a community
GR,
marketing.
Gcash
Maganda
QR
yung ano mo.
codes.
Ay, Gcash.
Maganda yung
Uy, gusto
ni
ko
Coach,
ma-meet si
yung
Ivana kung ma-close mo yan.
Ay, si Ivan. Sige, go. Hindi, actually, may contact na
Joke.
ako. Kasi yung kinuha niya yung brand namin nun, yun, unexpected. Tapos kami.
Ayun.
Unexpected yun na parang, ay, pumunta siya sa namin. Tapos, content niya lang pala yun. Tapos wala yung sponsorship talaga. Galing. Pandemic po
sige,
yun.
Ivana will sponsor you this time. Can we do a part 2
maganda
and a
yung
part
part
3?
2 eh.
diba?
Ivana part 2.
Diba? Ayan. So, Jack asked, what industry do you deal with? So, si Laddie, what's your industry, Laddie?
It's a digital asset management, but I also
Yeah,
Yes.
digital asset management. Do you have another client in another field?
Reva and SMM, social media
There you go.
management.
So social media marketing and real estate. Tapos si Jamie, she's in community marketing. Si Bendo's, he's in legal. So, and si Coach Potato is pharma testing. So I've worked in like real estate and digital marketing, specifically marketing automation. So those are the industries we've been involved with. So itong si Diamond, I don't know what your name is. It's just a sign. It's just a symbol, diamond. You have a question. Can I go up? You can ask your question in the comments. So I kind of want to know what it is first,
Yeah.
because you know. So ask your question in the comments, and if it requires like further discussion, then because limited din yung numbers dito sa taas, so
Up to
you can
6
ask
ba?
your
Or five?
question
Up
from
to
there first.
Okay.
6 ata.
6.
Tapos itong si yung tanong kanina ni the odds between us, he doesn't know how to start as a VA. So you have to decide what kind of VA you want to be. Like gusto mo ba yung maging VA that does calls? Like, you can Google like what are the VA types, and think about what is your skill set already. So let's say IT graduate ka. Tignan mo yung mga fields in IT that you can go into. If it was me, like if I had an IT, my boss is looking for a content writer and I really don't know. And tamad ako mag-type.
Magkano offer ng boss mo? Dali, usap tayo.
Oo. Bato mo yan
Writer
dito.
po si
Si
Coach Potato.
Writer din ako.
So
And I
what's
do have a
your
writer group.
on how can we interview and how to gauge the skills? Because kunin mo
HR.
na lang si Coach Potato. 14 years yan, nag-work as freelancer.
Oo.
So you don't have to
Wow.
interview him. Just say, let's look at your portfolio and, can you do this topic? Okay, sige, gora na.
Andiyan din si Ade, content, kaya din yan mag-content. Marami
Magkano?
dito.
Pwede naman
Content
pag-usapan.
creator.
Magkano ba?
First of all, ask for their portfolio. Ask for a link to their portfolio, give it to your boss.
Si Ade, yan.
Si
Marunong
Ade,
din
oh.
content
Magkano
writing,
ba?
SEO.
SEO writer ba siya?
Oo,
Yes.
si Adi.
You're right.
Ayan. Yung Adi. Yun,
Anong
SEO
content?
writer.
Anong content ba for website or for what?
Well, for clients ko,
Sorry.
HR manager, recruitment OM, EA at OM for operation. So all of them need a content writer, or they just need one content writer, or what does that look like?
SEO.
Oh,
Ayan,
Ade.
si Ade.
Sa'yo na yan.
Sa'yo na yan, Adi.
Usap na kayo.
Take it ka na dyan.
Yung SEO po, sorry, ano po madalas ginagawa sa SEO? Lagi ko po nababasa kasi yun eh.
Search engine
Optimization. So, it's more on the keywords. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Not necessarily.
It's like,
Isa lang yun sa integration niya. But it basically...
Hi, Fighter.
Ayun.
How's your mentoring with Hope?
Hello.
Ano po ibig sabihin ng invoice?
Yeah. Actually, we're looking for an SEO writer, content writer regarding skincare. And this is the first time my boss is actually hiring a writer and an editor, of course. As of the moment, I'm only the one working for him as an EA, but he's training me for SEO. And come Monday, kailangan kong makakuha ng writers. And yes, I'm asking for portfolio, but how can I deal if some portfolio are NDA? They have non-disclosure. Diba? Parang,
Okay.
and then, kasi what's going to happen is our hiring process is very easy. Just send us a write-up and then just one interview. So target ng start date nito is next week. So hindi ko rin alam kung ano yung mga itatanong ko. I tried Googling questions, but my fear is that those questions are uh, found in the internet so applicants can easily check it and how to answer it. Of course, 'di ba? So I want to get the raw skills applicant din talaga. So yun ang isa sa dilemma ko. I mean, for technical stuff kasi, it's easy for me. For EA applicants, it's easy for me. Kasi nga, ayun nga, recruitment operations manager din ako sa isa kong client. So yun. So ano paano, help me guys. Hindi ko talaga alam. Nakakabaliw.
Ano, Ade, andito ka ba ba? Si Ade kasi mas ano yan, matagal na nag-SEO. If you want, let's,
Ate, baba ako, ikaw daw umakyat.
oo, baba ka Ade, akit ka Ade.
Thank you, Ben. Balik ka mamaya.
Oh, you can
Also,
give her a topic daw, she'll send you a
another
sample.
question is for writer, is it parang ideal na bayaran siya ng boss ko per article? Kasi pag editor ka, of course, normal salary. But for writers, is it per article or per ano rin?
Depende kasi
I,
sa at least
ah,
sa writing experience ko, ang writing kasi namin is per word. Kasi if you go for per article, there has to be a limit on that article as well. Gaano kahaba, anong font, anong spacing niyan,
Parang voice
anong
over din
size
pala.
niyan, anong
Mm-mm.
anong canvas size, anong paper size niyan, anong margins, ganon.
Mm-mm. So I got it.
mm-mm,
So dapat at least per word. So it would be easy.
per
It's
word.
easier per word.
Per word. Sige. Sige, I'll
Per
put
word
a
din
note
si
on that.
ate, oh.
Mm-mm.
Sandali,
Tapos,
so yung test project ni Adi, is that for free? Is that free? I have to ask because I know you
Yung
guys hate
alin,
test
yung
projects.
new ano niyo.
Ako nagbibigay
Oh,
ako ng free write-up.
kasi yung sabi
Pero
ni
isa lang.
Adi, give me a topic, I'll do like a sample, and then you can give it to your boss for him to look at. So that's what we call a test project. It's very commonly given to creative VAs and even to techie VAs like mga web dev.
Mm.
But
mm,
I'm very careful with that because you can't just keep asking for test projects from everybody. That's why I look at
mhm,
the portfolio first, diba? Because from the portfolio, I know that they're a really good writer. Like I won't ask for a test project. All I want to know is how many hours are you available? How much are you asking for? Pero kung hindi ka sure, then ask them for a test project. Then give them a deadline for that, and then
Mm,
um, you ask them like, is the you can't just assume the test project is free. Okay, is the
mm,
test project going to be paid or is it going to be free?
okay.
Okay, and I
Makes
actually
sense.
shouldn't be giving out this information for free. Like this is my job. Like I'm not going to tell people how to do my job for free.
Mm.
mm.
Okay,
May
so
may tanong lang
I'm just
po
going to
si
say that much.
Yeah, that makes sense talaga. May tanong lang si Diamond, Diamond talaga. I'm Toby. Toby yung name ko. Diamond, anong industry po yan? Skincare. So, is SEO yung business ng boss ko. Tapos yung topic for now is skincare.
Oh,
Si ate,
So,
oh,
see
test
what Addie
sabi ni
said?
project.
Ate, may
I'll give
test
you a
project
task
is
project,
copyrighted.
but it's copyrighted. There's copyright claims, so she can't give it to you. Okay, it's
Okay.
just for you to see what she's capable of.
Mm, got it.
Ganun, since meron din kasi
Kaloka
akong
fighter.
writers group noon pa, hindi wala pa ako sa operations. Yung pa lang yung ginagawa ko before. Yung writing kasi namin is different. It's technical business, research and academics. So iba siya sa SEO, pero the way we assess kasi yung nag-a-apply na writer is
Mhm.
test project talaga.
Yeah.
Mm,
Mm-mm.
So doon mo siya, pero bigyan mo siya ng parameters. Like
mhm,
ilang words, how many pages, anong size niyan, ano yun. Basta bigyan mo siya ng specification. And it's always per word lagi kasi lugi siya kapag lugi si writer kapag per article
Yeah,
tapos ang haba
fighter.
na naisulat niya para sa topic. Lugi
Okay.
siya doon.
yes.
And if I may ask,
I
ano yung range
I
ng per word for writers? Sorry.
I've had test writings before. Pinakamababa is 300 with two keyword
Mm.
integration for SEO. And then give me a topic. Tapos, is it gonna be features themed or is it informational, educational? Kung features themed, what is the benefit nung skincare? If it's
Mhm.
informational, it's more like promoting the product. And then if it's educational, what are the ingredients and what is it for? How is it gonna
Mhm.
be effective for you? Blah blah blah. So,
Okay.
I for me, ang ginagawa ko, if especially if it's a writing project na
Mhm.
walang test, yung walang bayad yung test, I give them a link of my blog. Doon ka na lang tumingin.
Okay. So, uh, so ano yung 300? 300 words or
300
Yeah.
words.
300
Meaning,
words?
maximum of,
Mhm.
or yung kumbaga, obviously, may konting leeway, but it's not gonna be over 400. So, 300 words is yung limit.
Mm.
But you can go 350, 320, that's okay. But it's not gonna exceed 400 words.
Okay. So,
Tanong ko lang kay Adi,
magkano?
sorry. Ilang backlinks yon? Kasi yung sa amin dati, 10 at least sa buong article. Tsaka
If
repeated words. Yung repeat ng keyword,
10 daw, 10.
10 din, okay.
Okay.
alam ko
Again,
kasi
sorry
pag
ah.
500 words, it's three keyword integration. Pagka 1,000, you can do 5. 1,500, mas, basta hindi pwedeng bombarded siya ng keyword kasi mafa-flag din siya ng Google.
Mm.
So, uh, tapos, you have to make it sound at it na conversational lang na talagang nag-flow lang yung keyword na yun doon, na tsempohan lang na gano'n. Otherwise, yun nga, mafa-flag siya ng Google na, ano to, yung for SEO purposes. Backlinks, syempre may mga backlinks din doon. Pero kung test article lang or test project, you don't need backlinks pagka ano na lang na, yung ginagawa na
Ah,
yung mismo article for
Ladi,
you.
question again. Sorry ha. I just wanna make things clear para masabi ko agad rin sa boss ko. So, 300 to 400 with words with two keywords integration. So, wala siyang backlinks kasi it's a sample pa, tama?
Yes,
And
yes.
Mm.
how much is per word?
I say
For
20
test,
cents.
yeah, 20 cents per word.
Twen-
Although if it is test,
Mm-mm.
you can have conditions. Pwedeng sabihin nila na, hey, I can submit this to you, but this is mine. You can't use it. Parang ganon.
Mm-mm.
As copyrighted, then you can have a fixed
Oh, para
amount
sabi
na.
ni Addy. That's
Mm-mm.
what she said.
So,
Yeah.
okay lang rin mag-submit ng walang bayad for now as long na copyrighted siya at hindi ipopost, tama?
Yes.
Mas maganda
Okay.
pa rin syempre kasi effort din naman yung magsulat para
Mm-mm.
kahit na 300 words yun, bigaan pa rin yun ng utak. So, sabihin na lang natin $10 for the whole article tapos copyrighted siya. Then that's okay. But otherwise, yes, I would suggest na if it is gonna be fully paid na, and just in case you hire a new writer, it should be 20 cents at least per
Mm.
word.
Per word. I learned it the hard way before.
Pareho
Tawag dito.
tayo, coach. Pareho
May
tayo.
may ano ba, may free ba sa inyong maging writer? Actually, wala ano naman 'to, eh. The good thing about this job is hindi siya micromanage. Hindi talaga
Yes,
micromanage
usually
'to.
naman kasi ganun is
Hmm. Gus
project basis.
Meron ba may
Again, you can
gusto?
Si
you can
Ade.
go and have a look at our love,
You know, si
our
Addy
blog
nga.
naman. Si Ate, si Ate,
Ha?
willing na siya, oh.
Ade, willing ka?
Si Addy,
Akyat
oh.
ka
Oh,
naman,
willing
Ade,
yan.
please. Akyat ka naman, Ade, please.
Ay,
Naging
yan
recruit
ang
naging recruitment live na ulit ito. Parang
Uy,
nung last
uy,
Friday.
araw,
sorry na talaga.
araw-araw kaya ginagawa ni Ate.
Kasi to be honest, ang target ng boss ko is bago matapos yung taon, maka 250,000 words siya.
What the hell? Okay,
Ang
go.
dami
Ay,
nun.
pero
So,
hindi niya papagawa yun lahat sa writer. Gumagawa din siya.
I see.
Oo,
Pero,
kailangan niya ng
O
katulong.
kasi milyon na abutin nun eh.
oo.
20
Gumagawa siya
cents
ng
times 250,000 words. That's million na yon. Okay.
kailangan niya ng
Hindi ang
katulong
swerte ni Ade, di
tapos
ba?
kailangan niya ng katulong tapos sobrang bait rin ng boss as in wala akong masabi do'n. Nung just ade, please akyat ka, sayang to. Kasi parang the last time, parang 1 month pa lang ako sa kanya no, nag-apply na ako ng, I mean, nag-submit ako ng resignation kasi na-overwhelm ako sa task. Tapos ang sabi niya sa akin, sige pag-usapan namin. Nung nag-usap na kami, sabi niya sa akin, hindi ko tatanggapin yung resignation mo, bibigyan kita ng 2 days leave. Imagine 1 month pa lang ako noon. Bibigyan kita ng 2 days leave, mag-usap tayo after ng leave mo. Tapos nung pagbalik ko, sabi ko, sige, magwo-work pa rin ako. Tinaasan niya yung sweldo ko. Tapos hindi niya ako
Oo.
ino-overwork.
O, di
Mabait
ba?
yun, as in.
Hi, Coach Potato, Ladi.
Hi,
Ano
Si
ba
boy,
ito?
long time no hear, ha?
Hi,
Yeah,
I
just
mean,
Adi.
got busy.
just to make it clear, okay? Just before you go forward, this is a public channel, okay? So whatever you guys talk about is public. Okay, because if you're gonna
Sorry.
interview her here, personally, I think it's a bad idea. I think you guys should DM each
Ah,
other and then do it privately. But since you guys are up here, I'm just gonna make it clear. Kasi mamaya, like this is my live.
Yes.
Mamaya, you're like, kasi nag-negotiate eh, kasi nasa live ni Miss Jen eh. Like, so
hindi po.
I am not gonna be liable for anything that you guys talk about in terms of like, financial or whatever, or yung whatever the job entails. You guys have chosen to do this on a
Mhm.
public channel. So whatever you guys decide to do going forward, just so you understand that, like anyone else in the room up here or even down there, like we're all gonna hear, and we're all
Yes.
gonna be witness to what you guys talk about. But you can't like use us for any kind of, oh kasi sabi ni ganito eh, hindi naman talaga 20 cents eh, gusto niya 25 cents. And
Apo.
yung mga ganyang singilan like after the fact, diba? So just so you guys
Apo.
understand and it's very clear. Okay?
Yes po. Yes po. Actually, kaya ko
Okay,
pinakita po
you
si
can
Adi na
proceed.
kaya po pinakita si Adi na willing ka ba, Adi? Possible to, hindi to project based, possible to maging permanent employee. Also, regarding dun sa per word mo, once na nakausap ka ng boss ko, kasi name your price daw eh, sabi niya. So, nakadepende sa portfolio mo.
Ayos lang. Is your boss a girl or a boy?
Beck.
Bek-bek.
Okay. He can check naman my works because I've been working with many clients, so he can check. I can give him the links. He can check my blogs, my articles, and including my website, the content of the website I write too. So because I am an SEO writer, so he can check and then he can decide, or if he wants I can give him a sample, but of course he cannot post it because it's mine. He can just give me a topic of what he wants to talk about, uh his product, and then we can go from there.
Alright. Adi, pwede bang i-email,
Yeah,
email
sure, sure.
para mas mapag...
You can email me, or you can go to Instagram or anything. You can do that too. Don't worry about it. I have my works on my box, so
Okay.
I let your boss decide, so that it wouldn't be your responsibility anymore to hire me, because it's you're new for hiring, so you can do that and let him decide if he
Sorry.
likes my works.
Tapos, ano pala, hanggang anong oras ka free today? Kasi I
Me,
was thinking, baka tatawagan ko siya ngayon, then I'll go ahead and inform him na I found an SEO writer. Kasi ayaw niyang i-post sa Indeed, sa online job Ganun kalaki yung tiwala niya sa akin to find someone who can work with him talaga. So ayun, if not today, kasi I'll try. Sige, I'll message you na lang, Red. Kailangan kong makita yung sample tsaka resume mo. Yung sample portfolio, siguro yung sample website na lang. What do you think?
Yeah, sure. Anything, anything can do. It's alright. It's
Mm-mm.
there. It's public.
Okay. Tapos another thing is, yung salary mo, ikaw na magdi-discuss na sa kanya kasi sabi nga, name your price. Kung magkano yung comfortable sa'yo, actually, he is really willing. That's the thing about SEO, ano kasi, di ba? Willing talaga sila. As
Kasi
in,
mahirap naman kasi yung gawain.
oo. Oo. Totoo. Ayun po. O sige, i-message kita ngayon, ha? Isesend ko sa iyo email ko tapos pasend
Sure,
na lang
sure,
ng
sure.
sample portfolio tsaka website tapos ano, yun. Ako nang bahala magsabi sa kanya. I'm sure naman na hindi niya gagamitin yun. He is a man of integrity naman. Ayun
Yeah,
po.
thank you.
Thank you. The BA interviewer, guys, thank you. Sobrang thank you.
No
May isa ka
worries.
pang job
Alam mo,
posting na
tumatambay
nabanggit
lang
mo.
ako.
Lang ng
No?
tanong.
Maganda talaga yung tumatambay ka lang, no?
Sana all. Baka
Ito pa
naman
pala. Sorry na. Ito
Hoy,
pa pala.
dalawa na yan nagkatrabaho, kakatambay lang dito. Di
Ito
Thank
pa
ba?
you.
pala.
Hindi,
Dalawa, di ba si
tumatambay
Raylan?
talaga ako.
Tsaka
tambay
si,
na ako lagi
si
dito.
Adi ngayon.
Kailangan ko ng...
Ito pa pala.
Baka
So, doon
SMM.
naman sa isa kong kliyente, kasi nga, recruitment operations manager ako doon, kailangan ko
Ang
ng
dami pala.
cybersecurity analyst, kailangan ko ng UX UI designer, kailangan ko ng web developer. For web developer, project base, 1,000 USD.
Wow.
So,
Friends?
yun. For web developer.
Okay, ganito na
Yeah,
lang. Sa lahat ng
usap na lang tayo, alam mo.
sa lahat ng interested, maraming opening kay Toby. Follow niyo si Toby now na and then reach out to him kung gusto niyo talaga kasi ang problema kasi sa iba, sasabihin, gusto ko po, ako po, pero walang follow up.
Yeah,
Yes,
lang.
please, please.
Totoo.
We are not, alam mo yun, yung hindi talaga dedicated. Ang hirap kasi sa ganito, kailangan mo yung, ano talaga, yung gustong-gusto mo siya kasi pag mahihirapan ka na, hindi ka mag-aano kasi gustong-gusto mo siya. Kung
Yes.
ano lang na, ano ka lang, parang ang bilis lang gawin, tapos ganun, itatry ko, tapos pag nahihirapan na, nag-give
Nang-ghost
up
na.
na. So, yun yung,
Ghosting na.
nang-ghost na, nang-ghost.
Nandito ako, dun sa nagtatanong, ito, click mo lang yung profile ko. One more thing, sorry. Ito yung pinakamalaking sweldo. Kailangan ko rin ng customer client success manager.
Magkano?
Starting is 2,000 USD per
yan.
month
Pa.
Toby!
depending on
Ako na lang,
experience.
ako na lang.
Nanginginig na sila.
Kasi ito ay ang start date nito is first week ng
Si
December.
Christine magaling dyan.
Yeah.
Si Christine magaling dyan
Yes.
sa
Ay,
ano.
oo,
Oo.
siya
Kaso,
rin naghahanap.
she
Siya
has
rin ba
3
yung
clients.
naghahanap?
Ibang
Hindi siya naghanap,
kasi
si Hope.
apat nga
Si
kliyente
Hope
ko.
yung naghahanap.
Apat ang kliyente ko. So yun yung pinakamalaki, yung 2,000 USD per month. Pero that's negotiable pa, depende yun sa experience. So tataas siya. Pero pinakamababa we can offer is 2,000 USD.
Can it go
I
up to,
see.
But do
ano
they have
lang?
to have experience as a VA
Can it go up to 3K?
doing
Yes,
that?
kailangan may VA. Ha?
Can it go
Sige,
up to
Piper.
3K?
Lasting I
Ba't ka
saw
next
ha.
time?
Lasting I saw. Nako, baka hindi ko kasi pwedeng
O
sabihin
si
yung
JJ sa
limit
baba,
kasi nga
sales
public.
VA. O,
Hindi ko masabi yung limit
si
pero
JJ sa baba,
kailangan talaga.
sales VA.
Ayan nga, ex ko yan eh.
Ano ba?
So yun, pero kailangan ko talaga ng content writer. May message kita agad ate, ha? Kailangan. Diyos
Sure,
ko.
you can message me. Ano lang, parang hindi ka yata makano pag hindi naka-follow, no?
Follow nyo isa't isa.
Yeah.
Sinalo na
Hindi,
kita.
naka-private si Toby.
Baba. Oy, sobrang thank you. Kailangan ko ng content creator talaga.
Thanks, Toby.
I mean, content writer, sorry.
Additional lang bago ka bumaba, Toby. Yung Yung marami pong interested dito sa baba and I'm sure yung ibang mga nandyan is interested din. Guys, hindi po si Toby ang mag-reach out sa inyo ha. Kayo ang mag-reach out kay Toby kasi kayo yung interested
Good.
sa
Good
work.
Right.
point.
Hindi yung
Yeah.
hindi yung nag-hire. Like for example, ako yung may opening, hindi ako yung mag-hire yung pipilitin kita. Uy, mag-apply ka na. It doesn't, it doesn't reflect eagerness from you. You as a person interested to apply for that job, for that opening, you have to work on it. Yung simpleng pag-follow lang kay Toby and then pag-reach out sa kanya, malaking bagay yon. Okay?
Thanks, Jamie.
Oo, hindi naman ako uhaw sa followers.
Thank you, Jamie.
Kahit
I
pagkatapos
mean,
nating mag-usap, i-unfollow nyo ako, wala namang problema sa akin, to be honest. Kasi nga, hindi ko rin alam, na-toxican ako dati sa pagiging content creator. If you're going to see my likes, umabot siya ng, I think, 100,000 plus, 200,000 plus yung likes dito sa TikTok ko. Pero, hindi ko kailangan, tinigilan ko na siya. To be honest, so yun.
yeah,
Anyways,
that's fine. Yeah.
mm-mm. Sige, message ko na kagad
So,
si Ed.
yung requirements po ng yung client success, kailangan experienced VA,
Mm-mm.
right?
At least,
Because they'll be handling, how
3 to
many
5 years
clients will they be handling? Oh, 3 to 5
uh,
years experience handling
experience
clients.
pa.
Okay.
Ayun. Ay, thank you ng sobrang madami. Ate, thank you. Asahan kita. I'll message you my email address para
Thank
masend mo na yung mga kailangan. Sobrang thank you.
Congratulations,
Yeah, yeah,
guys.
sure. No
Oh, di
worries.
ba?
Oo.
Toby, yung
Mabait yung
customer
boss
success
natin, I
ha,
swear.
baka pwede pang iangat sa 3 kaya ilaban na.
Tapos, actually, dalawa yung kailangan. Isang content writer tsaka isang editor. So, kung may kilala rin kayong editor, please. Kailangan. Sobrang bait ng boss natin. Sobrang gwapo pa. As in.
Ay sige. Application
Talaga?
send.
Ano din yun ha? Inspiration para magsulat pag gwapo.
Gwapo talaga. Lahat ng boss,
Patay,
actually,
mag-a-apply na si Coach Potato.
lahat ng boss kong lalaki, gwapo lahat.
Oy,
As in.
talaga naman. Makalaglag panty ba? Sige na, sasali na nga rin kami dyan.
Opo. Ayun, thank you. Ade,
Thank
I'll
you.
message you na ha. Thank you.
Yes.
Bye-bye po. Thank you.
Thanks,
Take
Toby.
care, guys. Congratulations. Wow, people get hired in this live, right?
I know, right?
Really.
This is indeed a Ballsy
Actually,
podcast.
tatlo. Kasi nauna si Cindy. So I placed her when I was still with the VA agency that I was with before, si Cindy. And then, second si Raylan. Tapos ito na si Adi. Who's hopefully gonna be joining.
Congrats,
So
Ade. Makakabili
there's
ka na
still,
ng bagong bundok.
Oo
Yeah.
nga. Bagong
Ano?
pundo.
Ano
Hindi,
na?
alam mo kasi,
Ano
hanap ako ng parang project-based talaga lahat. Di ba sabi ko sa'yo, Coach, 3 yung clients ko. Tapos meron kasi siyang yung hourly na kailangan ko ng 8 hours at least a day. Tapos gusto ko kasing subukan yung digital nomad. Alam mo yun, yung walang Tapos kaya naghahanap ako ng project base. O 'di ba ang swerte ko, nagtumatambay lang ako dito tapos may naghahanap ng tumatambay lang naman ako kasi nakita ko si Lading ko. Ba't nandito to sila lahat? Tapos yun, oy, ang galing na may VE pala dito na kasi hindi ko talaga siya kasi na-busy din kasi ako. Minsan lang ako ng TikTok. Tapos sabi ko, merong VE interview dito. Ang ganda nga ng topic eh.
Every Friday to, Ade.
every Friday, mga 12 a.m. So, ayan.
Hanggang
So,
umaga na
sa
to.
Ate
mga,
nun.
so,
Buhay pa.
so we have 29 people still in the room. So, si Toby is still looking for a client success manager. Dapat, you should have 3 to 5 years experience as a VA doing that, managing clients. So, I think he said starting is like $2,000 a month, right? So that's a
Yeah.
great rate to start off with doing that. And I don't know how many clients you'll be handling, but you can always reach out to Toby and say, hey, I'm interested in the client success manager role. Tapos doon na lang kayo mag-usap.
Mind you guys,
Or-
that's 6 digits.
Yeah.
That is 6 digits.
That is
Yep.
6 digits. If you're looking for something that pays 6 digit, that's it. That's the one.
Akala ko nga lilipat ka na, Kochi.
Muntik na eh. Tapos nabanggit pa yung boss daw. Ano.
Guwapo. Sige, Gora lang fighter. If you wanna get up here, just let me know.
May backstory ako kay Ade, Miss Jen. Si Ade kasi
Ano?
nag-start siya ng freelancing. Parang 2 years na, no? Tama ba, Ade?
Years.
Nag-start ng... okay. She started
I
freelancing 2 years
started
ago.
in 2020.
Ayun, 2 years na. At siya may pinakamalaking achievement sa freelancing na nakilala ko. You know what? Nakabili ng hacienda. Buong bundok. Imagine.
Saya naman.
Machika talaga to.
Magkano
Baka
ba
sabihin mo lang
going
ano?
price? Magkano ba going price ng mga bundok ngayon?
Kami mga lupa sa pasulang pagdating sa kanyang bundok.
Sabi ni Lavish Choice by Ina, Toby, she's trying to DM you. Hindi po ma-send yung message. You have to follow him. He has to follow you. Then you
Hindi
can
ko siya
send it to him.
ma-follow eh. Tinatry ko siyang
private
i-follow.
daw.
Hindi siya
Naka-private yung ni Toby.
Toby, naka-private ka daw. If you could... Okay. So, interested din to see PMVP, but he just started as a freelancer. So, yeah, it doesn't translate. Your BPO experience does not directly translate. So, this is a client success manager role. Like, you'll be managing clients virtually. I don't know how many there are, though. Ayan, akit si Toby ulit. I have sales experience, BDM, where can I apply?
Hello, nandiyan na ba?
Ayan,
Itatype ko na yung email address ko. Tapos dyan nyo na lang ako i-contactin agad. Okay. Ayan. There. Ade, kung maisa-send mo
binigay ko na sa'yo yung email address ko. Kinuha mo na?
Ba't kinaiyakan?
Ayan yung email ko. Hindi, isend mo na lang dyan.
Pati bank account, nandiyan na.
Grabe.
Na.
May message ko yung boss ko. Can we talk? Can I call you pala? Pangit. Can I call you?
Can we talk?
Si Jay Rainielo, I have sales experience BDM. Where can I apply kaya? Reach out to Toby.
That doesn't count even if I'm working directly with our clients too. Well, he's looking for 3 to 5 years experience.
Right. Nasend mo na, Ade?
Si PMVP
I mean, you could try applying, but
nasend mo na, Ade?
that's what he said. I don't.
Yung CV mo, tsaka portfolio.
Reach out ka na lang.
Yeah.
Asan yung email
Ito,
mo?
tanong.
Ito.
Sinisend mo?
Hindi ko
Type
nakita.
mo dito. Hindi mo nakikita?
Hindi.
Ito.
Wala naman eh.
Comments.
Ayan. Nasa comments. There.
Nasa comment.
Kaninong comment?
Andun ba?
Wala eh. Hindi ko nakita, di ba?
Ayan,
Wala
post ko lang.
lumalabas.
poybash30gmail.com.
Wala. Walang nakita, di ba? Ako lang ba wala nakita?
There's nothing.
Hala, ba't hindi lumalabas?
There's nothing in the comments.
Yeah.
You have to...
lagyan mo ng space.
Yung cut...
Okay. Ito.
Okay.
Poybash. Lalagyan ng space daw. Tapos...
Yung at, tsaka yung .com.
.com. Bawal pala. O yan. May mga space na.
Ayan.
Ayan.
30@gmail.com.
Sending now. Joke lang.
Pati pati dun sa UX UI designer, Figma dapat, magaling sa Figma. So, Figma yung gamit namin.
Magaling
so,
si Raylan.
Si Raylan.
Magaling si Raylan.
Ayan,
Within
may
1 week
nagtatanong din,
na
yung
master na
CSM
niya yung
role.
role.
Yes, it's a full-time role. Teka lang. I'm opening the file ngayon kung ano yung requirements din. Just to make sure. Ay, nako. Dapat pala ay, nako. Dito na nga rin ako tatambay. Wait lang.
Sure,
Dito na
why
rin
Pwede
ako
not?
mag-send
tatambay.
Gcash.
So,
Sa amin ba lahat, JJ? Gcash namin lahat? Sure. So-type ko na ba yung number ko?
What did you
yung
need?
yung isang client natin na to, yung boss ko na to, kasi nga directo, mabait to, nagbigay to ng laptop, binigyan ako MacBook nito eh.
Nice. Sana naman.
Wow.
Pag natutuwa talaga yung mga client sa'yo, that's, sobrang,
Basta,
Oo
sending
yun. I
application.
experiencing it. Yung mga clients ko naman, hindi naman lahat may sungay, no?
Raylan,
Inano ko naman talaga na may mga
portfolio mo, Raylan.
mababait talaga, 'di ba? May mga mababait talaga na clients na
I
deserve
hope.
naman nilang sabihing ano. May mga client
okay.
talaga na deserve din i-bash kasi ang sungay nila na ano yung mental health ko.
So, ito na po yung sa client success manager. Again, salary starts at 2,000 USD. Salary rate is negotiable based on experience. So, ang schedule would be 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Monday to Fridays. 160
Good
hours
night,
monthly,
fighter.
which is full-time. Tapos, I'm sorry kanina, at least 7 years experience in customer success, 3 years experience supervisory or management experience. Tapos, may experience managing client onboarding and handling escalation. So, basically, yun lang naman yung mga deal breaker. Yun lang yung deal breaker.
So,
Tapos,
may tanong,
ayun.
Toby, may mga interesado mag-apply galing BPO, but they haven't been working as a VA for that long. Do you accept those?
No po. At least
No.
kailangan may
Okay.
BA experience.
So,
Meron siguro sa
PMVP,
ibang position but not for customer success manager kasi this is a higher position po kasi.
Yeah.
Tapos ito pa pala, ang benefits niya is may bonus incentives tsaka 3 weeks paid time off after 3 months. So yun. Whew.
I'm so sending my application right now.
really?
Yes,
Joke lang.
please. Oo, pag gusto nyo kasi sayang.
Okay, may tanong si Anne, do you accept working student?
Yun kasi ito bigatin yung client namin dito, ayoko sabihin kung sino yung client, but dun sa boss ko na sa copywriting tsaka not copywriting, content writer, wala siyang pakialam kahit college undergraduate siya, hindi siya natingin actually sa diploma, tinitingnan niya yung output, which is I don't know, but yun yung nakakatawa sa ibang clients. Mas tinitingnan nila yung yung output mo. Ayun. Whew. Ayun, he can commit raw full time. Pero sayang.
Enticing for
Ang
can't
sarap,
commit to
ang sarap no
full-time.
kung sakaling yung sahod mo 5,000 USD per month. Big client kasi talaga to, as in sobrang laki niya. Tsaka ang maganda sa kanya is ang contract niya is not contractual, not freelance, but probationary.
What do you mean? Employee?
What does
Status?
that mean?
Yes.
You have W2?
Mm-mm.
May W2 ka?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's good.
What are the BPO? As of the moment, wala eh. Wala pa kaming opening ng EA kasi sobrang daming EA. Aminin naman natin,
Yeah,
sobrang daming nag-apply ng EA.
yeah, that's the truth. Sorry, but clients will tend to hire for experience every time. That's the truth. Clients want experience.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. Yung dinidiscuss
I
ni
can
Toby.
hear that.
Yeah, I can hear that.
Okay.
Ano po yun?
What? Ang ganda ng
Keyboard.
sound. What?
Keyboard yun. No,
Keyboard.
Akin ata.
Ade, na-send mo na? Sorry na, ang kulit ko.
I'm writing and I'm giving you links, so many links so that you can check, you know?
Ay, thank you. Sorry na. Basta ikaw na bahala sa sweldo mo pag kayo naman ang boss ko magne-negotiate nun, hindi ako. Thank you.
O nag-send na. Si Raylan, di ba na-hire din sa client ko, Miss Jen?
Yeah, but he mastered like their stuff in a week. So,
Marami siyang time.
tapos medyo
Go, Raylan.
flexi. Yeah, medyo flexi pa siya.
So technically, Ade, SEO writer ka talaga.
No, I'm a marketing specialist. Hobby ko lang talaga yung magsusulat na siya yung gawain ko na kahit nakapikit ako, kaya ko siyang gawin.
Anong
Alam mo
gawin?
yun? Yung gustong-gusto ko siyang ginagawa ko siya na kahit sasabihin nila na part-time lang, ayos lang basta hindi ako maboboard kasi hindi ko maboboard pag magsusulat ako. Hindi tulad ng ibang task na parang, tapos na to, bukas ganito na naman, mamaya, parang ganon. Pero yung sa sulat kasi, sa pagsusulat, sa pag-optimize, sa pag-ano, parang gustong-gusto ko talaga siya. Alam mo yon. Tapos, nag-vlog kasi ako ng sarili ko. Tapos, parang in-applyan ko na lang siya ng optimization. Tapos, yung mga clients ko, gustong-gusto nila yung mga vlogs na sinusulat ko. Parang ganon. Tapos, yun na yung start ng ano ko. Pero, sa ano ko talaga is, marketing talaga ako, SMM, ganon. Nag-FB ads ako, nag-Google ads ako. Alam mo yon yung ganon yung ano ko. Kasi 3 yung clients ko right now. Tapos, ganun yun yung mga gawain ko, mga project-based din siya. Hindi talaga siya, tapos isa lang yung ano ko, yung project manager kasi ako ngayon, operation manager. Tapos, yun yung 8 hours na kailangan siya, 40 hours a week kasi kailangan talaga siya kasi pag may kailangan ng technical, kailangan ikaw yung tapos pag may kailangan ng, alam mo yun, sa CRM, sa sales, sa marketing, sa creative, sa designs, parang ganun. Ikaw yung kakailanganin nila. Yun yung full-time ko ngayon. Pero yung writing talaga is, yun yung, alam mo yun, love na gawain ko.
Love.
Oo, yun yung passion ko talaga. Na pinagkikitaan ko. Pinagkikitaan ko. Parang ganun.
Hi, Miss Jen. Hi, Coach.
Hi.
Hey!
Kakagising lang.
No, kanina pa ako nanonood. Andito si Christine kanina, diba? Pero may tinatapos ako. Kaya hindi ako makapasok na. Pero kanina pa ako nandito. Kamusta? Nag-weekend ba kayo ng maayos?
Actually, yes. It's weekend na.
Saturday.
Sa amin.
Yay!
Still weekend, right?
Well, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm still working, but I'm medyo mababa. Konti lang naman. But wala yung mga sisters. Ako lang ba yun nandito? Tulog na ba
I
sila?
think everyone's asleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nag-send
Mika,
na po ako ng
nandiyan
email.
kanina.
Si Mika. Okay.
Kanina.
Sorry, Raylan, nag-reply na ako. So, bale, ano yun, mag-answer ka lang ng form. Yes, I'm working in an agency. Pero the good thing about this agency is once we turn over you to our clients, we will not cut your salary. So, whatever discussion between you and your client, sa inyo na yon, we have nothing to do against it. Parang,
Can I ask which
100%
agency?
It's
Can we ask which
World.
agency? I don't know.
Virtual World. Virtual
Work World.
World. Yes.
Okay.
So, ayun. And since you are... Ayun. Niintay ko
So,
na
may
lang.
gustong tanungin si Coach Potato. Yung client success daw, pwede bang dumoble?
Nasa ano po yun eh. Nasa pag-interview eh. Parang ikaw na yung magsasabi nun sa kliyente.
Coach Potato.
I'm torn. I'm torn right now. So,
Ade, thank you. Got it.
Just check it, you know. So, direct links, but you can check the website itself.
checking it right now. Ikaw nagsulat lahat nito?
Yeah, it's mine.
Bonggels!
Do you like it?
Oo naman, talagang irarampa kita ng maigi sa boss ko. Alam mo yon,
Yeah.
talaga kunin mo na yan, kunin mo na yan. Malakas
Thank
naman
you.
kasi ako doon. Isa yun sa kaya kong ipagmayabang, malakas ako sa boss ko. As in. As in,
Thank
talagang.
you for giving jobs. You know, it's December.
Yeah.
Alam mo, mas nag-enjoy ako sa ganito kasi parang isa sa pinakamalaking, what do you call this? Pinakamalaking dilemma ko. Minsan hindi ako nakakatulog, to be honest. Pag nagpa-final interview ako, tapos I have to, parang hindi siya pasok. Kasi usually ako lagi nagpa-final interview. So, masakit siya sa puso, to be honest. Kasi job yun eh. Pagkakakitaan yun eh. So, isa yun sa nagiging dilemma ko. Hirap ako matulog lalo na if I need na ganun. Eh ako pa naman yung tipong pag nag-interview right there and then, ayokong sinasabi sa applicant ko na maghintay ka ng email namin nung sinasabi ko na agad kung pasa sila o hindi. Kasi ramdam ko rin yung pakiramdam na nag-iintay. And I don't like that feeling, to be honest. Whew. Ayun.
Virtual work world, yung ano mo, wala pa kayong website?
Kaya kailangan ko ng UX UI designer kasi kupal yung isang designer namin. Ang tamad niya.
Anong gamit nyo?
Figma. Figma and
Oh.
Python.
Mm,
So Figma yung kailangan namin. Buo na yung website, kailangan lang ng designer talaga for Figma. Kasi ang usapan ng boss ko tsaka nung dating designer is wala kang babaguhin, magdadagdag ka lang. Tapos yung idadagdag niya, copy-paste na lang talaga. Ang ginawa niya, iniba niya. So, kaya nabuisit yung boss ko nun.
Hindi nga,
yun,
coachy.
designer
Mag-a-apply ka.
kailangan.
No,
Pwede daw
I'm just
dumoble.
actually kidding. If it's not, magigets niyo yung point ko. Sorry.
Ano na?
Magigets nila yung, baka magets niyo yung rate.
Oh.
Sige na, okay lang yan. O kaya ibulong mo na lang sa amin.
Hindi, basta if it's not 3K a month,
wag na lang.
Yes, of
It-
course.
hindi mo na siguro.
Yun, yung ano na, yun na yung rate mo talaga, yung sa skills mo, tapos pag mababa kasi parang hindi ka na
Well, 2,000 is not mababa naman.
Oo,
But
it's 6 digits, no?
Yeah, but that's not the rate. So that's not coach's rate. So it's not mababa, just para iwas yabang, but it's not
It's
his
not
rate.
mababa,
So
but it's not his rate. Parang ganun
yeah,
lang.
exactly.
Not,
Eh di lalong
2,000 is
tatahimik,
big
di
for
ba?
someone else, but it's not big for me. Parang ganun.
It's big, yeah, but not big enough pa. Siguro.
And I'm happy just to facilitate the conversation.
For
Even
being
though
our
I've
friend.
handled 130 VAs plus over 100 clients all at the same time. Okay. Just so you know. 25 of those clients are just mine personal. Okay.
Yan. O, diba? Ang joray.
Hintay ko lang reply ko habang
Pasensya na po, pero baba na po ako. Antok na ako eh.
Okay. Good
Uy,
night,
weekend.
Laddie. Thank you so much.
Uy,
Happy
lagi
weekend.
weekend naman.
Bye.
Happy weekend, lad.
Galing ko kanina sa MOA, yung Philippine SME.
Baka gusto lang nila
exhibition.
malaman yung process mo, Raylan.
So, anyway,
Marami po
next week
nakalagay.
na lang ulit. Good night. Bye.
Good
Ay,
night.
Toby, sabi ni Raylan, wala na nakalagay as UI UX designer. Meron daw graphics designer. Is that the one? Or
punta ka dun sa others.
others daw?
Then,
Sa others,
Type mo
Raylan.
yung UX UI designer. Tapos lagyan mo Figma. Kung marunong ka talaga mag-Figma ha. Then, I'll make sure na, kasi out na nung isa kong tao, I'll make sure na tomorrow, maano ka, I'm not on Monday, ma-accommodate as
So,
priority.
Toby, you're working right now?
Oo, I'm working right now.
Wala kayong holiday?
Ah, double pay.
Double.
Double pay. So, opted out to work na lang. Kasi sayang naman yun. Wala rin naman akong gagawin. Wala
Diba?
rin naman akong gala. So, mag-work na lang ako. Ganun.
Katulad
Nanghihinayang kasi ako.
tayo. Nag-work din ako kasi hindi na ako makatulog sa gabi. Sayang yung oras.
Alipin ng salapi. Ganun.
Alipin ng dollar na hindi marunong mag-English.
Pero nakakainis, bumaba ngayon eh. Sorry. Sorry.
Last Tuesday, it's 59.
56 na lang ngayon sa Wise eh.
56 na lang ba?
Wait. Hinahanap ko
Kung
yung...
bumaba.
Pero yung catch ko naman doon, yung taga-salo ko nun, kung bumababa yung USD, may client kasi akong taga-UK, tumaas naman yung pounds. So, level pa rin. Level pa rin. Feeling ko talaga, Ade, ikaw ang kukunin. Ilalaban ko na kunin ka. I swear, ilalaban ko talaga.
So, wala na bang habol kay, kay Toby?
Sayang. Ayun nyo talaga sa customer success manager. Matrabaho kasi yun eh.
Matrabaho, oo, matrabaho yun. Depende pa kung ilan ng client na ma-assign sa'yo. Kasi, example lang ha, ang CSM kasi dito sa sa client ko, they call it enterprise managers, pero CSM yon. Ang total number of clients kasi namin is around 1,400 at least, and 4 lang sila.
Yun nga eh.
So imagine how many clients you are going to talk to every day. Kaya depende kung yung rate would suffice dun sa amount ng workload.
Pero buti na lang, clients lang yan. It's not like clients and BAs, right?
Oo, totoo.
Totoo naman.
Yung nilagay ko na video ko kanina, I said, kasi I have these clients that are my favorites, right? So dun sa previous VA agency, there was like, I don't know, maybe 200, 250 clients. So combined na yon with all the 6 services. And then they would know me because, I'm the operations director. I do onboarding. If there's any concerns about the VAs or their hours used, then I troubleshoot that. Or sasabihin nila sa akin, I need another VA. Do you have somebody available who's a graphic designer? So I would also do vetting, placements, everything. So of course there are clients that are my favorites. Okay? So like if I have a favorite client, I'll tell the client, you know that guy in prison. Like if you're in prison, there's a guy that you go to in prison that they can bring you anything. Diba? I
Yeah.
want a McDonald's cheeseburger, mga ganyan. They can get that for you. If you want cigarettes, that guy can get that for you. Mga ganon. So, tinatanong ko sa client, you know that guy in prison that you go to if you need anything? I'm that guy in prison. Ginaganon ko sila, I'm your OG. You guys know what OG is, stands for,
Old
right?
guy.
No, original gangster. I'm your OG. I'm your original gangster, right? I was like, I am just an email away. You can text me, like, that's all you have to do. And I say that to my favorite clients. So medyo halata, like who is like my favorite clients. May isa pang UX designer that I talked to last week. The problem is his portfolio is not accessible on browser.
Like, anong ano niya? Anong gamit
UX
kasi niya?
designer, UX designer daw siya eh. And, syempre, if you're UX, you should know how to use Figma. But
Yeah.
now I have a problem, and he was like, use your mobile phone to access the link. And I was like, see, I shouldn't have to switch devices just to see what your work is.
Ay, may isa pa pala. Ito pala yung malaki. Malaki yung sahod.
Oh
Teka lang,
no.
live na ba to? Oo, live na siya. Ano, back-end engineer. Pakita ko yung sahod. Wait lang.
Back-end engineer daw, coach.
Engineer lang ako. Hindi ako engineer.
Sahod,
Ano, hindi ko makita. Magkano yan?
I can't see it.
90,000 USD to
60,000
100
to
Per year?
100,000 annually depending on.
experience. Tapos unlimited PTO.
Sadly, hindi ako magaling sa math kaya hindi ako naging engineer.
Ayan siya. So,
And
pumapatak
how
siya na
many years
9,000
experience?
USD per month.
How
Magkano
many
per
years
month?
experience?
9,000.
Ah, okay.
How many years experience?
Experience. Wait lang, double check ko. Kailangan magaling sa Python.
Yeah, there's not too
Wala
many of
nakalagay
those.
na experience na
But
kailangan.
look at
Kailangan magaling.
engineer.
Ha?
Engineer kasi.
Yung mga
So,
IT
dapat
yan
yung
eh.
core niya, oh yeah, yung mga core niya is how to develop apps, how to develop, yung ganun. So, kailangan niya ng Python or JavaScript or parang ganun.
Pero ang laki, grabe. Ang laki. UK client. Ayoko na.
Yeah, you'll be hard pressed to find anyone here with that sort of experience.
Yeah. It's something rare. Yung mga sinasabi ko before
Yun yung
na
sinasabi namin na ano eh, yung ilan ba yung tao that can do that job?
yes. Kasi
Kaya yung mga galing BPO na, and there's like 3,000 agents in your account alone. Okay, and you are a CSR agent. You are one of that 3,000. Then tatransfer ka sa work from home and you're expecting to get 6 figures? Okay? How many people can do your job? Sa call center mo pa lang, more than 3,000. Isama mo pa yung mga QA tsaka yung mga TL.
yeah.
Diba?
I
Tapos, may CSR din sa ibang call centers. So how can you expect 6 figures just transferring from BPO to work from home? When
And-
there's like 10,000 people who can do your job.
And
And
your
based
years
sa
of
ano?
experience sa BPO kasi, although yes, you have gained your time in that industry, but when you switch to freelancing, this is reality and you all have to understand that regardless, kahit 100 years ka na dyan, it doesn't count into something significant that would guarantee you any client that would give you 6 figures. It doesn't.
And ito pa, most of ano kasi ang starting point ng mga ng mga galing BPOs lead generation, EA,
Yan,
and nagiging
calls,
problem din
cold
is
calls.
nagiging problem cold calling, nagiging problem din is since galing kang BPO, alam mo yun, parang bumababa yung rate. Nagugulat nga ako, $3 yung EA. Sabi ko napaka matrabaho nun. Tapos nagiging $3. Nagiging barat na rin yung ibang kliyente kasi parang ay nakakakuha naman ako ng mas mura. So,
Yun na nga yung pinag-usapan namin. Kasi yung the clients in general, okay, they look at us as a country of cheap VAs. I can get a VA to run my company for $4 an hour. That's our reputation. That is our reputation because I was interviewing for clients and then that's the impression that I got. One actually told me that. He said, well, I have a friend, she runs a VA agency. She actually told me, just hire 4 of my VAs. They'll run your company for you and they're like $4 an hour. And I was like, really? That's going to
bad.
happen? They'll run your company for you while you're traveling? You know what they're going to do? They're going to take advantage of you. That's what they're going to do. They're going to come in anytime they want. Kasi yun yung nangyari sa huling client ko. Nung dumating ako sa kumpanya niya and wala pa siyang VA agency, he just had the marketing agency. He had hired 5 freelancers, and they came in whatever time they wanted. They did as much work as they wanted, which is not a lot. Tapos, isipin mo 5 different invoices, 5 different payment dates. How do you run your business that way? Seriously?
Totoo. Tapos ang mahirap din is, yung culture ng mga Pinoy na kahit off mo, kahit time off mo, once nag-message yung client, syempre takot ka kasi nga nag-shift ka sa freelancing, sinasagot mo yung client mo. Nasasanay rin yung client mo na gano'n, na parang you're on call,
Exactly.
which is
That's
hindi dapat.
Yeah, that's one thing I was telling our VAs before, like, don't spoil the client. Do not spoil unless nag-agree ka na for $5,000 open schedule.
Mm.
Pag binabayaran ka ng 120 to 150 to 170 to work, I don't know, 50 hours a week, then, 'di ba? Sagutin mo siya on Sunday, right?
Mm.
But if he's not paying you that much, then stick to your work hours. Especially if you're making like 375 an hour. Like, it's not quiet quitting. It's not. You come in on time, you work on time, then you leave on time. That's it.
Totoo. Tapos one thing I've learned rin, 'pag sinabi sa'yo ng client mo na, "Can you do this?" You can free to say no, na hindi mo kayang gawin. That's out of your scope or
Just
hindi mo
put
alam gawin.
boundaries.
As in, gano'n. Ito nagustuhan ko dito sa boss kong isa 'pag sinabi niya sa'kin, "Gawin mo nga 'to." Sabi ko, "Di ko kayang gawin." Sabi niya, "Okey, gano'n lang kabilis. Gano'n lang kabilis." Pero they will not take it against you. Kasi kaysa naman gawin mo tapos mali rin naman yung ginawa mo, 'di ba? So, might as well sabihin mo yung totoo. Isa yun sa natutunan ko dito. Buti na lang. So,
So
hindi.
that's something that I would never do. I would never tell the client, "No, I can't do it."
Yeah.
I would always ask probing questions. Okay, I would say, because I've had experiences where the client is asking you something that you have absolutely no knowledge on. So I will ask questions. Okay, so you want to do this? Okay, and what do you need to know? So I'll lilista ko yan, and then I'll tell him, I will set my own deadline. I'll say,
Deadline.
look, I need to research it. It's kind of not my specialty, but you can give me 72 hours and then I'll have something for you. Like, ano ba to? Super urgent? Hindi. Okay, so 72 hours. And then I will over deliver. I'll deliver it within, I don't know, 45 hours. Okay? And then I'll have a recommendation. Like, say, okay, so now that you have the data, what do you want to do with it? Okay, I'll make a recommendation. Let's hire somebody for that. Yung ganon. Like, I wouldn't just leave it at, no, sorry, I don't know how to do that. That's that's not the kind of manager that I am, and that's not the kind of person that I am, where I would just say, I'm sorry, that's out of the scope of my work. That's above my pay grade. I hate that. Hate it when I
Yeah.
hear that. Like, that's above my pay grade. Like, gusto mo dagukan kita.
Hindi ko naman
Mm.
sinasabing above your pay rate, pero I think sinasabi ko yun nung pinapagawa ko ng procurement. Wala talaga akong alam sa procurement. As in, talagang wala.
Ang approach
As
ko
in,
naman,
Yeah,
kapag
same with me. He wanted
wala
to buy a
talaga.
website. Okay, I have no experience in SEO, no experience in anything technical. Okay, he wanted to know what is the traffic generated, how much was the advertising. That was no experience, absolutely none. Okay, kasi galing ako that's my experience is cold calling, appointment setting, sales. And I was his EA at the time. But still, I didn't say, sorry, no knowledge at all. I
Yeah.
can't do this.
I don't think that's
I
kind of
would never say that.
acceptable.
Never, ever.
Wala. Sinabi ko na siya, pero hindi naman niya ako tinanggal. Hanggang ngayon, nag-worry ka sa... Because I'm an HR manager nga, tapos gagawin niya sa akin, procurement. Sabi ko, seryoso ba talaga to?
Yeah,
Or,
I wasn't even a manager then. I was an EA.
Mm,
But still, I
true.
didn't say, I'm sorry, so sorry, that's out of the scope of my work. Ako nga, pinaghanap nga ako ng spiya sa loob ng kumpanya eh. Can you imagine? I'm an EA and you want me to act like a police officer and find out who is stealing our trainees? Like, seriously? That is way above my pay grade now, and skill set, and experience. But did I say no? No, I didn't say that.
Coach, thoughts?
Hindi, ang approach ko kasi sa ganyan, halimbawa may pinapagawa sa akin, ano ko naman yan eh, na-experience ko lang sa client ko since 5 years na ako dito. I started sa VA, so GVA, start tayo, 2017. And then, eventually, they put me in, they put me in IT, website development. Dinala na ako doon nung wala akong alam-alam. Tapos, ginawa nila akong dev QA. Tapos ginawa nila akong TL. Binalik na ako sa operation. Tapos, ayan na, nagsunod-sunod na pataas. And then, ang sa akin kasi, I don't say no right away, especially if I have an idea what that is. What I mean is, siguro sinabi sa akin, procurement, then I'll pause for a minute. What does procurement mean? Because I may have encountered this before, but I just don't know the term. So, procurement, I'll just search it up. Yun pala yun. Okay, na-encounter ko na to. And that's the time that I will judge myself if kaya ko to or hindi based doon sa lawak ng nalalaman ko sa subject na yun. So I won't immediately say no because it's not part of my job description. Kasi kahit ngayon na nasa operations management ako and they still ask me to do uh, tasks na hindi talaga pasok hindi pasok doon sa scope of work ko. But the fact that I know something about it and then I'll welcome the idea. Sometimes I welcome it out of curiosity. Parang alam ko ba?
Mm.
And then I will just challenge myself na kailangan alamin ko to within 5 minutes dapat alam ko na to. And then that's the time that I will say, pag na-judge ko na kung gaano kabigat yung requirement nitong pinapagawa ni client, that's the time that I will go back to the client and tell them that um, yung pinapagawa mo, this will take this amount of time, this amount of
Yeah.
effort, this amount of resources to actually fulfill that. I won't be able to help you on this, but here is my recommendation. I will I
Mm.
will I will reach out to this department, to this person, or if you can give me more time, I'll search for more information about it. Then maybe we can brainstorm and resolve whatever issue you have. So
Right, right.
that's how I handle
Kasi
it.
ganun, I mean, I think we all have the same stories na I was an EA. I was an appointment setter, and then like after 3 months nang nagtatawag ako, I was parang nilipat sa pagiging EA. And then, yun na, marami ng tasks, marami ng pinapagawa, nag-acquire na ng ibang businesses. But I can't just say like, no, I can't do that, or no, I don't want to do SEO. That's so above my this and that. Parang I took it as a challenge na lang to learn new things na baka naman magamit ko to sa iba.
Yes.
And then, like I also try to explain na, um, I think this is too much for me, but I will do my best. Parang ganon. And then just be honest na hindi pa talaga kaya unless bigyan pa ng ibang details or ibang training, ganyan. So I was just really honest about but like to say no because that's like above my pay grade, or that's a no because I am an EA, I can't do SEO, or I don't want to learn SEO. So that's probably why kahit papano naman andito na ako ngayon because if I said no, then baka hindi na ako yung ito, parang ganun. So
Yeah, like
that's just it.
Shrek, I'm not a messenger girl, I'm a delivery girl. Okay? Like I'm going to try to deliver each and every time. And only when I've made a fair effort at it, when I've given it the old college try, okay, like parang sabi ni Coach Potato. So, research mo, you take it as far as you can take it, then take it back to the client and say, so, this is what I learned and this is what I think you should do. All right.
Yeah.
I recommend this. Now, if you don't want to do this, then there are other alternatives because this is kind of an expensive, thing to do if we're going to hire this kind of person. But the alternative is there's services out there that'll do
Mm.
it for, I don't know, for a week, mga ganon.
Ang point ko kasi
So,
doon, I don't wanna close the conversation to a yes or no. Although hindi ko talaga alam yung pinapagawa niya. I just don't wanna say no. Because at the back of my head, the client approached me because he needs help. Now, since andito ako yung una niyang in-approach para tanungin, tulungan siya. That means, ako yung una niyang naisip. Ako yung nakita niya na
Yeah.
best person to handle his problem. And that actually, I take it as a compliment. Ang daming pwedeng pagtanungan, ang daming pwedeng maging resource person other than you, but the client chose to ask you because he is
Mm.
confident that you know something and you know a lot.
and look at this, like the reason why the client went to you and why you probably have your job title is you don't think like an employee. That the for me, the sorry, that's I can't that's something I can't do. Like saying no at the onset and drawing the line right there without even
Mm,
trying is that's the employee mindset.
And that's a
Okay.
very good point,
Like
madam.
you're if you're at this level or you want to be at this level, like you have to think like a partner. Like the business is your business as well. If it was
Mm.
my business, okay, if it was my business and I wanted to buy this website, like 'di ba? Parang and I inassign ko dun sa isang tao. That's how you should be thinking. Like the client's business is your business. If it was you in that position, what would you want to happen?
Well,
tsaka isa
actually,
pa
maybe
kasi, ay,
iba-iba yung
sorry,
ano,
go
iba-iba
Toby.
yung iba-iba yung approach natin doon. But in my end kasi, I have to say no because maano siya eh, parang masasanay siya.
Mm,
Masasanay siya in a
mm,
sense na parang, uy, okay lang dito. Pag sinabing Pinoy, hindi yan nagno-no. Okay lang dyan. Gagawin niya yan. And we have to make sure na na-understand niya rin na may limit rin tayo. And
boundaries.
for me, there's no harm in saying no. Na
Mm,
parang, okay, eh hindi ko po, ang directly na sinabi ko sa kanya is, hindi ko siya kayang gawin. Kasi
For
kulang yung
for
knowledge ko
me,
and even I research kasi once na nag-research ka then and nagbigay ka ng recommendation at the back of the mind of the client, why would I hire someone kung kaya rin naman gawin ng taong to in the
it's
future?
not that. It's not that. It's for me, you're spoiling the client if when it comes to schedule. Okay? If you agreed to a certain schedule and then client keeps like and you didn't agree to an open schedule, like don't answer. Don't answer his questions or his inquiries after your schedule. That's how you can spoil the client. Now, what we're saying is you're not actually doing the task. Okay? You're researching it. So, for
Mm.
example, like the client said to me, I want to buy this website. I want to know this. I want to know that. Okay? I didn't get all the information. Okay? I did the best of to the best of my ability and in my own time and during business hours. Okay? So I should be working anyway during that time. So I'll give it attention, but I'm not saying that, oh, you can hire me and I'll do, all the research on websites whenever you want research on websites. That's not what I'm telling him. I didn't say anything. All I asked was probing questions. Okay, what do you need to know? What is this? Okay, all right. So, and it was a one-time thing. He wanted to know, like, magkano yung website, magkano yung ano sa advertising. Tsaka sinabi ko rin sa kanya, like, when I presented the results, I said I had to talk to Faizan because, he had to kind of teach me how to, find that on a website, and if it's not there, then it's in the iframe or whatever, and we don't have access to that. Blah 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 blah. So dun niya nakita na parang yes, I tried, I got the information, but some of it, like I needed help, right?
yeah.
So dun niya nalaman na okay, I assigned something to this person who that's not her specialty, but she still did
Mm.
her best. Hindi ko inako yung trabaho na ginawa ko and i-assume ni client, oh, di pwede kong i-assign naman pala sa kanya yung mga ganyan technical eh, kahit hindi. No, that's not what happened, right? So it's not spoiling the client,
Mm,
okay? It's not technically spoiling the client, but it's the mindset. It's not saying no at the onset. Because I think if you want to rise to operations manager, operations director, managing director, like that can't be your mind. That cannot be your
Mm.
mindset. If your mindset is okay, these are my boundaries and that's it. Hanggang for me, hanggang ano ka, supervisor, because that's what you want. Like it's not a super priority. It's like it's a priority to a large extent,
Yeah.
but there's still things outside that are your priority and you know what I mean? So, para sa
Yeah.
akin, ganun yun dating.
Just to clarify lang doon,
Thank
you're
you,
not saying
Dahlia.
no, but at the same time, you're also not doing, you're not doing what's being asked of you, and you're not saying no at the same time. Kasi if you say no outright, tapos ang usapan, hindi mo alam, then the client will turn to someone else to ask for help or ask the question. Now, yung sa approach ko kasi, I won't say no. There's always an option. I'm always giving my client an option for information. Kasi if you say no, immediately that locks them out of the possibility na pwede pala tayong humanap ng ibang alternative. So that's immediately locks the client out from from resolving kung ano man yung problema niya. But if you give them an option, it's up to them kung tatanggapin nila yung option mo, kung susundin nila yung recommendation mo or hindi. At least, you gave them alternatives on how they can solve their problem. Like for example, sinabi mo, no, I can't do this, but I can help you find someone else to do it. I can help you search for more information about it. So what I said earlier, nung sinabi ko na, hindi ko sasabihin no. I will search muna kasi baka alam ko yung term na to. But then again, alam ko na yung term, alam ko na na-encounter ko na to before, yet hindi ko pa rin siya kayang gawin. I would, I would,
Still
I wouldn't
suggest
say no right away.
alternatives.
I'll still try to find where else I can resource a solution for you kasi baka sa IT problem ito, hindi mo lang alam. And then I will tell the client na let's take this to IT. They
Mm.
can resolve this for you. At
Tsaka
least,
isipin mo you're in senior management. What if there's somebody who's eyeing your job?
mm,
There's
mm,
somebody who's eyeing your job and then you said no, client went to them and they did it.
yeah,
So,
it's not spoiling.
dun masasanay si client, oh, okay, so kung hindi pwede sa kanya, pwede dun sa isa.
It's not it's not about
Think
spoiling.
about that.
It's not about spoiling the
Um,
client kapag hindi ka nag-no ha. Kumbaga, nag-no ka pero tinulungan mo pa rin siya kasi nagbigay ka ng options, nagbigay ka ng alternative. It's not spoiling them. It's just helping them get their lead them towards the solution na applicable para dun sa problem na meron siya. But you're not doing it directly. You're just leading them towards that solution. So I think that's two different things.
Yeah, for my experience kasi, kung yung ugali ko palaging nag-no, hindi ako nag-grow. Alam mo yun, yung wala ako dito pag palagi akong nagno-no kasi yung clients ko palagi niyang tinatanong na paano kaya pag ganito, tapos alam mo ba to, tapos sasabihin ko naman na I don't have idea but I can research it for us so that we can learn something from it, and then we can start from there if what you want, if it's part of your plan to expound or to expand your business. Parang ganun lang siya. Tayo kasi freelancers, dapat magbibigay tayo ng solusyon sa problema ng client natin.
To the extent na kaya lang natin ha. Not hindi naman
Not
tayo
beyond.
we're not
Siyempre,
just
Hindi
we're not
naman
gonna
ako
jump
umoo.
in
Like,
front
I
of the
didn't
bullet.
say, okay, I'll do this for you. I'll be like, okay, what is it you need to know? Probing questions. Because what you want the client to feel is that you are accommodating, yes, and then pag binalik mo yung results, like hindi ko nagawa ng kompleto. Why? It's a technical task. I have no technical freaking skills. Pero nakita ng client na tinanggap ko, I still did it, and I have a recommendation now. So, umusad yung task. Imbis na tumigil doon,
It
client
didn't drop
forgets
the
it,
ball.
client gave it to somebody else.
Yun lang.
And believe me, if you're in senior management, there are going to be a lot of people who's going to be after your job. And you don't know kung ano nangyayari under the table. Nangyari na sa akin yan. Like, people are you think you're earning like six figures, you're happily ever after? Never. There's always somebody who's interested. That people want. You're not the only one who wants to earn six figures. Okay, people under you want to earn what you're earning, and then the people under them, people outside of the company, they want to earn that money too. So you got to take care of your own position as well. That's what I'm saying.
Think of it this way. If you are in a position right now where you have authority, where you have power, power is everything. Secondary na lang yung secondary na lang yung compensation, yung salary. Secondary yon. I'm telling you, when you are in a position where you have authority, where you have power, the people under you are always gunning for your position because of your power, not because of your salary. That just comes next after that. But it's all about power. Now,
Ang powerful nun, coach.
if you
Yung
don't
sinabi mo.
if you don't know how to guard that power, somebody will take it, snatch it out from you.
Right.
For me,
And
the
you will be
best
like,
leaders are the ones who are not comfortable in their position.
yes.
Hindi sila yung parang tipong, well, okay na ako dito eh. I mean, malakas naman ako kay boss eh. Hindi naman,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I'm in a really good position here. I earned it and I'm gonna be here for a long time. No, the best leaders for me are the ones who are not comfortable in that position. They're always thinking, you know what? They're looking to secure their position, but it never really is secure. That's the truth.
Yeah.
Diba? So that if you become comfortable where you are, nagiging stagnant. That's when you become
That's
stagnant
true.
because you're just comfortable with things the way that they are. If you're not comfortable, you're always thinking about yung mga oh my god, yung si Prince nag 10 hours today. Tapos nag 12 hours siya nung ano. So what can I do to make sure that he's not working overtime all the time? What can I do to make sure that if your team is working, like half of them are working overtime, your position is very, very vulnerable. Okay? Because your people are not happy. Your people, like people are working overtime a lot, like they're not going to be happy. So you as a leader, you should be thinking about how can I make them, what tools can we use? What can I do with the processes right now to make sure that they're only working 8 hours, that they're taking their breaks. 'Di ba? Hindi ka pwedeng maging kampante. Someone is always interested in that position, and that person could be a lot better than you.
Yeah.
It's just that they haven't had the chance to prove it to the boss yet.
If you think that you are the best, always be reminded that there is always someone out there better than you. And
Yeah,
you have to be on guard for that.
that's true.
Alam niyo ba yung tungkol sa power of impressions?
Ano yun? Wait lang.
The power of impressions. So, kapag kapag in-interview ka, one of the factors na actually na-hire ka is because of your impression. Yung impression sa nung nag-i-interview sa It's not always yung gaano ka kagaling, gaano ka qualified, but the impressions that they get, kumbaga kung paano kanila nakikita. It's the same way in the working environment. Now, you may not be someone in a higher position. Kumbaga, rank and file lang tayo, rank and file. Then, you're someone na sabihin na natin na abuso. Ikaw yung laging pinapagawa ng mas mahihirap na task, mas marami yung trabaho mo, mas mahaba yung oras mo. Although parang mukha ka ng mukha ka ng kawawa. But there's another side of it which is what we call impressions. Hindi man nakikita ng ibang kasama mo na ikaw yung masipag, ikaw yung eager, ikaw yung reliable, but someone within your environment is actually looking and seeing what you are doing. And kung ikaw yung tao na kahit hindi sinabi sa'yo na magsipag ka pero ginagawa mo talaga yon kahit hindi pasok sa everyday na ito yung talaga yung trabaho mo pero you're going an extra mile,
Right.
that builds an impression about you that you are someone who's gonna go further regardless kung ano
Parang,
yung iba
kay,
ko sa'yo.
Coach, parang yung kay Arthur Dobre nun, ewan ko kung nabasa mo,
Actually,
ewan ko.
yeah, it came
Yeah,
there.
like the human brain judges information sequentially, that how you present yourself the first time they actually meet you kind of lasts a long time. So it's the psychology of impressions, parang ganun. So
That's
I also I also read about that. Kaya yeah, very powerful.
And you
yeah.
know me, like profiling is my jam. So first impressions for me are super important. Super important. You have no idea.
And yung first impression sa'yo nung hinar ka, you were able to maintain that all throughout your time within that client, within that organization. You were able to pull through and walk the talk, di ba? You said you can do this during the interview. And then when you get to the job, you'll say, oh, that's above my pay grade.
I actually I
You're
wasn't
not
inter-
walking the talk.
I
I
wasn't
wasn't
interviewed. I
ako
wasn't
din, hindi ako
interviewed. I was
na-interview.
pirated.
Hindi din ako na-interview.
Na-pirate ka rin?
Hindi ako parang alam mo, ganito yun eh. Merong agency na nagbebenta ng sobrang mahal na software
Okay.
na for lead generation. Yun yung claim nila. And then, yung agency na yon, because like, gaya nga ng kwento ko, I was struggling na, kasi galing ulit ako ng BPO, I was struggling na makabalik sa work from home environment. So, pinatulan ko yon, yung $3 na yon. So, this agency, nag-sell sila ng software to generate leads, like kahit anong leads, real estate, SEO leads, yung mga ganyan. And then, kasama sa binebenta nila, may kasamang VA, may kasamang appointment setter. So, ako yon.
Ah.
So, kasama ako sa binenta dun sa partner ko ngayon na, he doesn't want to be called client. He wants to be called my partner, parang ganon. Partner because of the business, ah. So, kasama ako dun sa nabenta na yon. And then, syempre, ang inisip ko lang dun, hindi ako direct hire nitong kliyente na to. So, I have to do good, ganyan. Kundi, magrereklamo siya, binilhan niya ng software at sasabihin na hindi na nga nag-work yung software niya, hindi pa nag-work tong appointment setter ninyo. So, it was a difficult, talaga. So, yun nga, I had to look for other ways para kahit papano, mas secure ko naman yung trabaho ko. So, galing ako BPO, okay tayo sa calls. So, what else can I do? Parang ganon. And then, I just said, pwede ko bang linisin yung inbox mo? It was a very, very small task. Linisin lang yung inbox. But, I mean, for me, that was my way of showing him, telling him na, hey, I can do more than just calling. And that's how, parang yun yung nakita naman niya sa akin, thank God. So, binigyan niya rin ako so kahit ngayon, meron akong mga tasks na hindi alam. And then I will say, I need time para matutunan ko to, or I need to research on this, ganyan. He doesn't doubt me. Alam niya na I might not get it done, but I will find ways to get it done. Parang ganon. So I wasn't even thinking of, I want to be like senior, I want to be director of operations, or I want to own this business. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was just thinking, I need this job. Para hindi na ako bumalik sa call center. Parang ganun. So, kailangan, like, you just, your 100% is always like really there.
Yeah. Yung, nung hinire niya ako for sales, yung huling client ko, I came in, yun nga yung limang freelancer doing whatever they wanted, coming in whenever they wanted, and just handing in their invoice to get paid. I came in
Yeah.
there and I was like, I cannot work like this. Like, I cannot. Okay? So, kinausap ko si client, sabi ko, we need like payment dates. Like I advise twice, like twice a month. So you choose the dates, whether 15:30. I advise 5:20 because, iwasan natin yung 15:30, yung mga ganon. And then I said, you need a log-in, log-out process with these people, and you need a way to track like how many hours if you want to keep them all.
90% pang dinagdag.
Like if you want to keep them all, right? So, and I wasn't even thinking about, ay aangat ako sa posisyon. Like I'm doing sales calls, hello, but I cannot work like this. That was my motivation for that. Like, seriously, and it's not like I need to hold on to this job, blah 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 blah. I could go back to the VA agency if that I came from if I wanted to, but parang syempre, like wala pa akong 1 month. Gusto ko naman na parang to say that hey, I did it for at least 3 months before I give up, because I'm not the kind of person who gives up just like that.
Sabi nga nila, when you first meet someone, we immediately form an impression about that
Yeah.
person. And then when you get to spend time with them for a period of time, let's say within your work environment, your first impression about you would actually either devolve or evolve. And the first appraisal influence the future reasoning about you as a person who is working in that company. So either you evolve or you devolve. Now, when you evolve, that means they see you as, although na naabuso ka na lahat ng trabaho binibigay sa but the impression that you have created have evolved, and they now see you on a different light. And then let's see it from a situation na you're just someone na you just you're all about boundaries. You you just don't want to do anything else other than what's printed on your uh, job description. And then you clock in, you clock out on the dot, and then there's this someone under you who's working tirelessly every day, every night. And then hindi mo na mamalayan, but yung impression sa inyong dalawa nagbabago yon. And then there will come a time that the company would seek for someone who will need to lead something, to be on a leadership position much higher than where you are right now. And then dalawa kayong pagpipilian. Do you think you have an edge because you're already positioned yourself in that middle ground? Or the upper management would take someone under you to be above you? That's possible because you two have created different impressions about yourselves within the workplace, and yung reasoning about you and that other person nagbago na yon over time because you have already built your reputation as someone who is all about boundaries, while the other person is welcoming opportunities left and right. So who will the upper management will choose?
Mhm.
Do you
I
think?
mean, you shouldn't even put
Yeah,
yourself in that kind of position.
yeah.
You shouldn't even have to face that kind of problem at all.
Competition, yeah.
Yeah, like every day what you do is geared for your people dun sa ilalim, because you know what, for
Yeah.
you to
Oh,
stay
yes,
there,
yes.
they have to buy in that
Mhm.
they want you there.
Mhm.
Yung mga tao, like all the people under you, like they kailangan sold na sold sila na parang like they really want you there. So everything that you do every day should be geared towards them, not your position, not to increase your power. Yes, power is nice, but like you can only enjoy it so much. Okay, and it's not enjoyable firing people, especially for the wrong reason. And you're going to need to do that. You will need to do that. Like and it's not fair, right? There are some terminations where you have to fire people cuz you know, nag-violate sila ng rules, but
Mhm.
there are some terminations where yes, it's going to break your heart. Yes, it is. It doesn't make you less of a person, but you took on that responsibility. You took
Yes,
that on. You accepted that role. Diba?
Mhm.
right.
Parang
Mm.
laban lang yun. You stepped into that ring, okay? You are either going to win, you're going to get knocked out, you could die. That's the
And it's
truth.
and it's
Tinanggap
not
mo lahat.
even ano like it's not even kung malakas ka ba and you know that parang gano'n. Kasi nung time na ako naman dalawa kami, taga Venezuela yung isang VA, tapos ako taga Pilipinas. Parang hindi ko naman gustong mawalan ng trabaho yung isa. Pero at nauna siya sa akin. Pero dahil siguro meron nakita, he had to let go of the other VA na parang ah, hindi yun, it didn't sit well with me kasi it wasn't my goal naman na magpatanggal. But then, andiyan ka na eh, magtrabaho ka na, trabahuin mo na. Ngayon, kung i-reward ka sa huli, then sasabihin mo na, yeah, because I worked hard for this. Parang ganun. Diba? Kung gratification.
And sometimes that's the thing din kasi for me ha, I'm not saying na maybe iba-iba lang tayo talaga ng experience or what. Pero what I'm saying is even though sometimes nag-extra effort ka na, ginawa mo, hindi ka nag-say no, but still you are replaceable. Pag ang client nakakita ng mas magaling, mas productive, kahit magaling ka pa, if they want
Given
you
na
out, they
yan.
will
Given
they
yan.
will they will
Pinasok
they will
natin.
actually have you out. Kaya yun yung isang sinabi sa akin ng boss ko which is yun nga nag-say no ako kasi nga ganun kami ka-open. Sabi
Mhm.
niya sa akin before doing something because he knows na may mga side hustle ako. Ganun kami ka-open, wala siyang pakialam doon. Sabi niya sa akin, dun sa mga magiging boss mo, does your employer really care about you? Does this extra work really is really worth it? Lagi niya yun sinasabi sa akin. Kasi alam niya na yung mga Pilipino raw is hard worker. And one of their culture is not saying no, to be honest. On
Yeah,
the spot, not
that's true.
saying no. Yun talaga. And hindi natin maiwasan na matitake advantage. That's why I do set boundaries talaga. And I have to say
Mhm.
no if hindi ko talaga kayang gawin, hindi ko alam. And hindi ko sinasabing that's out of scope na ng trabaho ko. Pero I've learned to say no. There's no harm in saying no. Sabi talaga ng boss ko yun. So, so for me, I think naging naturuan niya ako in that sense na parang kahit pagpakabibo ka sa trabaho mo, pag nakita ng client na may mas aangat yung negosyo nila sa ibang tao, tatanggalin ka nila eventually.
That's
Given
actually
yon,
true. Yeah,
given
that's true.
yon. That's why I said in my live, like a few lives back, I said, here is a secret that no one will ever tell you. Do not trust any client, any of them. Any of them. Doesn't matter how high you've gotten in the company. The day that you lose your usage sa client, kahit vice president ka pa niya ginawa, tatanggalin ka niyan. Basta wala ka ng pakinabang.
So, kailangan lagi ko may pakinabang.
That's
Like
exactly
you could be
true.
so close to the client, you could have slept at his house in the US, you're friends with them, mga ganyan. But I will tell you right now, do not trust any client. No matter
Because
if they've given you a MacBook, they've given you a house, they've given you a car, the day that wala ka na silbi sa kanila, tatanggalin ka nila. I'm telling you that right now.
because at the end of the
And
day,
you're
you're
saying,
doing
and
business.
don't think that it's something new. It's not something new.
Yeah.
Every company feels that way. Kung wala kang silbi, as somebody who's working for them, why should they keep you? Doesn't make any sense. It's, as Coach Potato said, it's transactional. It's a work relationship. It's always transactional.
Yeah.
It's not a relationship like your boss is not your lover. Okay? You can't play on his feelings na, I love you, you love me. You can't play on that kind of shit, right? It's transactional. It's based on money. Once you're not worth what they're paying you, they will take you out. That's it.
And
Yeah,
the moment
totoo
that
yan.
happens, you have to protect yourself. That's why whatever you have learned, whatever you have built yourself on that client or that organization, see to it na hanggat may matututunan ka at matututunan ka sa client mo sa kung saan ka man nagwo-work. Keep all of them kasi pag dating ng panahon na sa tingin nila hindi ka na useful sa negosyo nila. Because everything is a business. Sa nature na to, it's all about business. There's nothing personal about it. Although you are friends with your client right now, your interaction are all because of business, and anything outside of that, if you're not useful in the business area, you'll be gone. And whatever you have learned during your time with your client, take it to the next client, kung sino may magiging next client mo. That's why, if you have every opportunity to learn something from your client, dun sa trabaho mo ngayon, whether it's part of your current work or not, if you see it as an opportunity to learn something new, take it. You may not know it. One day, it might be useful for you.
Mm.
And the fact that you feel so close to your boss will make it hurt even more. The day that that relationship ends, and it will end, kasi hindi naman kayo magkapamilya eh. Okay? It's gonna end. Right? And it will hurt so much. Kasi nga, nag-invest ka rin.
Mm.
And I guarantee you, you have invested more emotionally than he has.
Yes, that's true. Totoo
All
yan.
the time. All the time. Kasi Pinoy tayo eh. We're
We're very
based on
emotional.
feeling. We're
We're
based
very
on feeling.
emotional.
Okay? Yung mga Amerikano, they're a little bit distant. That's why they can say, to be honest with you, to be straightforward, and they'll just be really straightforward. Tayo, hindi value sa atin ang honesty. It's not a cultural value. It's not. Okay? Sa kanila, it's the first thing that they consider. Diba? That's why they will have no problems saying to you, we really don't need your services anymore na ganto, ganyan. Kasi, nag-aral kasi ng ganto eh. Okay? And certified pa siya. See? They will have no problems at all telling you that. So para sa akin, like I learned that from my very, very first client, which was Zillow, because I invested so much in that. I mean, buti na lang team kami. Like, we built the processes together. It wasn't just me. But masakit nung kinancel kami. Masakit. Sakit talaga. Kasi we were like, isipin mo normal na sa akin, 5 appointments a day. That's normal. That's a normal day. A really good day is like 10 appointments. Can you imagine how much I gave just to set that many appointments? Tapos, after a year and a half, they'll cancel the contract. And after that, I learned, I was like, this is a freelancing industry. It's very fluid. Okay, your knowledge is fluid, meaning yung alam mo ngayon, 6 months down the line, it's no longer gonna be valid.
Yeah.
Okay, fluid tayo dito. The movement is more fluid sa corporate. Okay, they'll say, "Oh, thank God, I'm no longer at corporate. Now I work from home. I see my baby. I get to, go to the gym more and stuff like that." That's true. Pero you know what? There's a lot less security. Okay, in terms of knowledge, in terms of education. Your education is temporary. yung mga online na courses na yan, they expire. Like, yung mga, lalo na yung mga social media, 'di ba? Yung mga nag-aaral ng social media management, hello, what you learned in January is no longer valid.
Yes, because algorithm changes every day.
Yeah, and you know that. And it's exactly the same for our careers. Okay? It's very fluid. Don't think, "Oh, now I'm operations director, I'm good."
Yan.
It never will be.
The moment you
Yan.
feel comfortable is your dead end.
The best leaders are the ones who do not feel comfortable being leaders. They
Mm.
question themselves. Am I a good leader? How do I know? How do you know? Do you know it all? I
Yeah.
didn't know. I will only know if from the people that I lead. And they won't tell you every day. They won't even tell you every month. You will
Mm-mm.
find out twice a year, 3 times a year. That's how you
So,
know. But and you doubt yourself all the time.
oh, may silbi pa ba ako dito? Anong ginagawa ko dito?
Di
So,
ba?
yun nga yung reason ko why
Coach, tinatanong mo rin yan sa sarili mo?
Oo naman.
Because I
Lagi.
ask that a lot sa sarili ko.
Ano
Like,
ba ginagawa ko rito? Parang ano,
ano
ano?
bang, ano bang silbi ko? Bakit ako binabayaran ng ganito? Parang ganon. And then, I question myself and then parang, ay, meron pa ba akong ano? So, hindi
Linisin
ako
ko.
comfortable din talaga. So, it's good to know na kahit pati ikaw, kung na-question mo pa rin yung sarili mo because I do that a lot.
Oo, no, nakakailang kape ko sa isang araw dahil lang dyan.
I mean yun yung reason ko why I have to say no then. Kasi
Mhm.
nga for me replaceable ako.
Mhm.
Kumbaga, worth it ba? Worth it ba yung dati na yung question na worth it ba yung pinabayad niya para gawin ko pa to? Kahit hindi
Okay.
ko alam. So, natin yun, kaya nga yun yung minulat sa akin na it's okay to say no. Sobrang okay Cam na magsabi ng no. Pero syempre, ah kung ano yung trabaho mo, do your best. Kung ano yung talagang pinapatrabaho sa do your best. Of course. Kasi at least doon mo ma-realize sa sarili mo na, "Uy, teka lang. Ginagawa ko yung best ko dito kasi ito talaga yung trabaho ko." But for some other tasks na alam mong sobrang hindi mo talaga alam, which is may mga higher priority pang task, you can say no.
Ah,
Isa yun siguro sa natutunan ko kaya nadala ko siya. And based on my experience, siguro iba-iba tayo ng experience. Yung mga client ko na nag-say no, hanggang ngayon client ko pa rin naman sila. And
good for
okay
you.
naman yung work ethics namin. I mean, kasundo pa rin.
I
So,
have a
yun.
question for you, Toby.
Mm.
Have you been in a situation na uh, it was so critical that it's either i-let go ka ng client or you fought for your place that they actually can't do anything about it. They even revise their own company policy for you. Have you been in that situation?
Hindi naman. Never naman in my entire career pa na na-terminate din ako. To be honest. I mean, isa siguro yun sa iba yung reflex ko. Hindi siya nagbubuhat ng bangko ha. But
Ah,
yeah,
okay lang
never
yan. Ayun.
never naman. Never ko naman na-encounter yun. I mean,
Okay.
kasi for me being transparent talaga is sobrang laking impact. Not just because pinapangalagaan mo yung tingin sa'yo ng boss mo or pinapangalagaan mo yung tingin sa'yo ng mga katrabaho mo. But then again, at the end of the day, kasi parang nasa sa'yo pa rin naman yun eh. Kailangan mo lang sabihin yung totoo. And there's no harm in saying the truth naman. For me for me. Again, it may be pwedeng applicable to sa akin pero hindi applicable sa iba. I'm not saying na ito talaga yung dapat yung gawin. Ito yung mindset ko, ganito yung gawin nyo. No, hindi ganon. It's just that it does work for me.
Kasi tingnan mo, your standards are a little different from yung sinasabi ni Coach Potato. Your standards are like, I've said no to clients and they still retain me. I'm still working for them. Thank God they haven't terminated me. That's kind of your standard of I'm doing a great job. Okay, yung kay Coach Potato, you're doing a great job if the client says, we don't have a position for operations director in the Philippines, but you are so good that we're going to make an exception. We're going to make an exception this time, and you will be the one in that position.
Yes, but for how long?
That's like, what do you mean for
Like
how? If
for
a
how
company
long?
changes its, if a company changes it, that's company policy, right? That he changed right there. When you change company policy, you assume it's for the life of the company. You don't just say, "Oh, you're only operations director while it's Coach Potato." It's not that. The fact is, the owner said, the client said, we don't usually do that, but we are going to change the company rules. When you change the company rules, it's like changing the company, okay? For this very, very exceptional human being, this person in our company, because their value is priceless. We are willing to do this. We are willing to change company policy. That's his question. That's like, because that's kind of his standard of, that's how I know I'm doing a good job. And your standard is like, well, I've said no to the client, but I'm still doing a good job. How do I know? Because I'm still working for the client. They haven't terminated me.
Iba-iba nga naman ng
Yeah.
ng
So, like you
experience.
said, magkakaiba. Like, but I'm just clarifying. That's kind of your standard of saying that, knowing that, oh, I'm doing a good job, and that's why he's asking that question. And I know that's probably happened for him. I know that it's happened for me, and it's happened for me twice in the same company.
It happened to me twice as well.
Oh, there. See.
Yeah, it happens to me. My first client, I already tell the story. Some of the lives that I passed by before. Um, yung yung policy kasi ng company is every 3 months mag-aalis sila ng ISAs, magpapalit sila ng iba. Alam mo yun, every 3 months papalitan nila ng another group, and then when when I no, it's a deal actually na I will make sure that this strategy will be, and then you will retain them. If you want, you can add some, but just retain these people because they need alam mo yun, yung kailangan nila ng trabaho. Tapos parang sabi ng COO na, we'll think about it, and then we will get back to you. And then sabi ko, if you will not retain them, I will resign, or because alam mo yun, yung nasasaktan kasi ako na tatanggalin yung mga taong ganun, tapos 3 months lang, tapos hindi naman pala nila sinasabi dun sa contract. Alam mo yun, yung dapat transparent sila dun sa contract pa lang na hindi sila parang hindi sila for, alam mo yun, yung parang matagalan, yung short term lang talaga sila ng ganun. Kasi karamihan kasi sa nag-a-apply dun, parang akala nila parang nasa BPO na parang ano sila, yung for the long run, tapos hindi naman pala, tapos tatanggalin sila, tapos yun lang yung parang work nila sa ngayon, tapos parang bread and butter ng karamihan. Tapos ano siya, tapos yun yung deal na ginawa ko sa clients ko. Tapos sabi nung COO kinabukasan sa meeting namin na, okay, we can retain them, but make sure that parang ano yung strategy na ano mo, parang dapat ano talaga siya, makabigay siya sa amin ng ganito. Tapos sabi ko, sure, why not? Because I am confident that that strategy that I did will result good. Parang ganun. Tapos if not, parang inano ko yung ano ko na, kung hindi naman siya ako na lang yung aalis. Pero sabi na, no, we can't. Hindi ganun yung nasa contract natin. Hindi ka namin pwedeng parang ganun. Tapos, yun, hanggang ngayon, nandito pa rin naman ako. Tapos, nandito pa rin naman yung mga, na pina-retain ko, na nagdagdagan lang. Parang for the first time, they changed the rules para lang para lang sa akin, parang gano'n. Alam mo 'yun, para ma-stay ako do'n sa company na 'yun. So, ano siya, um, hindi siya palaging
Yeah, take
mangyayari,
note.
pero 'pag confident ka sa ano mo or nagugustuhan ng clients yung gawa mo, parang hindi hindi ka nila kailangang palitan, pero hindi ka rin naman makampante, eh. What if someone mas better sa'yo ang darating? Parang gano'n lang 'yun siya.
Now we know there's a possibility kahit gaano ka kagaling, we know there is still a possibility that you would still be replaced by someone better, or in other term, expendable ka pa din. So,
Yes. Welcome to freelancing world. Gano'n talaga.
yeah, but
Good morning, madam.
it's up to you how you can,
I mean, it's up to
raise
you.
up your
Like,
value.
if that is your, that's, and I'm not saying na, alam, like, mahilig tayo sa side hustle, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I have side hustles too. I do voiceovers, and then I do session vocals if needed. I have some writing shit on the side, but you know what? I don't tell my clients that. I don't. They don't need to know about my side
What you
hustles.
yes.
They don't need to know.
True.
Like, I don't work on it during my working time. Okay? So yung tulad ng mga voiceover, pinapractice ko siya like after na ng shift. Dati nung nagte-training ako for boxing, I would run during my lunch break. He had no idea. Nagja-jogging ako in my 1 hour lunch break. He doesn't need to know it. He doesn't need to know
Yes.
that. Yung may
Hindi naman
laban
siya
ako,
kailangan ng
yung
company.
date ng laban ko,
Oo.
like, he doesn't need to know that, right? If I get knocked out, like, he'll find out, but, diba? I mean, like,
Yeah.
I'm still taking a chance, but he doesn't need to know those things. Yung the fact, and like, okay, so like I said, I'm always profiling. Yung basa ko is you're very close to your client, very close to your client, and you feel a certain level of, actually it's a very high level of comfort that, oh, because me and the client get along so well, and he's very understanding that if I tell him no, that I'm not comfortable doing this, blah blah blah, it's okay with him, ganyan ganyan. Um, honestly, it's it's a danger zone for me. It is a danger zone for me. Like, I would never get that close to the client ever. It's very painful when the relationship ends.
Yeah, when you part ways, na
Yeah,
para
because
ang
he's
hirap.
not your brother, he's not your dad, he's not your mom. Okay, those are the relationships that last. Is family, and some of your friends. Okay, but your relationships with clients, since our industry is so fluid, they will always end. Okay, they could
Yes.
end in a month or 3 months or 10 years from now, but they will end. And naisip mo ba kung ano yung magiging itsura mo nun when that happens? Because I didn't think about it when Zillow canceled me, right? I was depressed for, I was like, dinadoubt ko yung sarili ko, hello? Why should I doubt myself? Like, I did a great job for you guys. Okay? Tapos, dahil kinancel ako, and then I'm thinking, am I really that bad? Were my calls that bad? Like, seriously? No, they were not. Okay? But hindi ko kasi pinaghandaan na what happens if kinancel ako ng Zillow? 'Di ba? Like, I have to take care of myself. I can't be moping around for a month. Ano may itsura mo nun, 'di ba? You're not gonna be in any condition to work for anyone. Like, alagaan mo, like, yourself in here, up here. Like, number one should still be you. What can you get out of this job? Are they offering training? Will you be picking up new skills? Anong pwedeng mong maging position after this? If, let's say, you decide to leave the job, what can you do? What will you be worth? Like, are those questions that you even ask yourself? Or do you just think that, I love my boss, I'm coming in every day, love my work, love the people I work with, and it's going to be this way forever and ever? Because you really should be asking yourself those questions. Because if you see yourself forever and ever with a client, that's a big red flag. Big red flag. Tsaka hindi mo masabi, nagbabago yung clients eh. I'll tell you that. Yung huli kong client,
Yes.
nagbago siya. Like, may mga galaw na siya. The last 14 months. And I'm like, what the fuck is happening to you? Like,
Parang may
'di ba?
bumubulong.
To the point na nagdududa na kami ng VA manager na nagdodroga ka ba, nag-aano ka. Kasi yung mga galaw mo na iba, hindi na siya pang matinong tao.
Yung decision making na iiba na
It's
din.
not just the
Parang gano'n.
decision making, it's just it's communication wise. Okay? Like for example, and it's not just one example, it was like tuloy-tuloy na ginagawa. Yung mga applicants, o yung nag-a-apply via email, and our application process is fully automated. Okay? So, nag-a-apply sila, pasok yung email. Tapos, dahil sa marketing automation tool, it comes in as a chat. But it's an email, right? But you can respond back like it's a chat, like it's a DM. Pag hindi ko nahuli yon, yung mga maling nag-a-apply, yung mali yung form na in-applyan, for example, they filled out the wrong form. Like they're applicants, they're new, they don't know, sometimes they don't know. So you have to take that into consideration. Yung mga maling yung mali yung application na fill up, sinasabihan na niya parang, can't you tell this is not an application form? Maybe you're too stupid to be one of our VAs.
Oh my God.
And he started saying, it's not just one person. Like, tapos, parang, even on the weekends, I'm checking just to see if anyone's applying on the wrong form and filling it out wrong. Kasi, pag ako nakahuli, then I'll ask, are you applying as a VA? Okay, so you're not applying on the right site. Okay? You should actually be using this link. 'Di ba? Kung ako makahuli. Pero kung hindi ako nakahuli, siya nakahuli, like ilang beses ko na nakita yun na nag-email back yun siya. And he'd be like you're really stupid. Like, I don't think you can be one of our VA. Yung mga ganong sagot ba? And I'm like, where is this coming from? Like, are you on medication? Are you on drugs? Are you, like, this is not you. Because the clients can change. It's not just, let's say you stay the same. What if the clients change? You don't know. You're not in the client's life. Okay? You're not in his personal life. You see him for a few hours a day. Maybe 3. Swerte ka na. Diba? You don't
Oo.
know kung ano nangyayari sa buhay ni client. The clients change. I'll tell you that.
Tawag dito. Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Di nag-reply na siya, nire-review niya na yung work mo. So, I'll get in touch via email yung setup, isa-set up ko yung interview niya.
Okay.
See you. He likes you. Yun. Yun lang. Nakakatawa lang yung mga gantong conversation, of course. Nakaka-realize rin ako na maybe mali nga ako, maybe tama nga
Yeah,
tayo.
you can learn
Ayun,
from it.
it's sobrang kakaiba yung conversation na ganito when it comes sa TikTok. Sa totoo lang. I mean, yeah,
Yeah, and you've got over
that's
20 people listening to you.
like ano po, like
Iba yung feeling.
Kung maglaladlad ka, edi
oo.
ladlad mo na lahat. Parang,
At
diba?
saka ano kasi, iba kasi yung wisdom nila kasi yung experience ni Mami dito,
Okay.
sobrang ano na, tapos marami na siyang mga businessman na nakasalamuha. Alam mo yun yung mga nagtuturo sa kanya kung paano ano yung mga, alam mo yun? So, mas
Perspective.
may matutunan ka kasi sa kanila kaysa dun sa mga ano pa. Tapos si Coach Potato din, marami kang
Ala,
matutunan
may
sa kanila.
notification si TikTok. Account termination will ensure if user does not end live video within 5 minutes.
What?
What's
Bakit?
that?
I don't know. Did
Ano
someone
meron?
report it?
Ano nire-report?
Reported it?
Fake
Fake
account po
account
yun.
daw yan.
Ah, okay. Thank
Okay.
you, June. I appreciate
I
it.
mean kasi
Okay.
ano, 'di ba? Like lalo na yun dun sa mga bagong pasok o yung nag-iisip na pumunta ng maging VA, i-give up yung career nila. I mean, sobrang ganda ng
Thank you,
conversation in a sense na
ABE.
matututo ka talaga, mawiwi mo yung mga ano na mga tawag dito, mga pros and cons. It's not always greener at the other side of the fence, of course. I
Mm.
mean,
And
mapapag-isipan nila na maayos kasi yung pag ano eh, pag-give up mo sa trabaho mo, major decision 'yan eh. Major talaga.
Exactly, oo.
Major decision 'yon. And it's a good thing na may mga healthy conversation tayo na ganito. Kasi kung sa iba 'to nagmumurahan na. Ramdam ko
Oo,
talaga.
kasi ano, sabi mo nga,
or fake mabait tapos, uy, bilin mo yung course ko ah. Make sure that you join our community and make sure na o, diba?
Ay,
Oh
ay,
my
ay, ay,
God,
ay,
di
ay.
ba? Parang
Char
gano'n
lang.
niya.
Hindi kasi tawag dito, iba-iba kasi tayo ng background and then yung perspective mo kasi, Toby, valid yan. So, super valid yan
Yeah.
based on your experience. So, magkakaiba tayo ng perspective because kumbaga parang magulang sa anak. Pagkakaiba tayo ng style ng pagpapalaki. Parang gano'n, palalaki tayo ng magulang natin ng iba't ibang approach. So this is our perspective na pagdating sa ganitong work, ganito dapat yung pananaw ko because this is what works for me and I
Mm-mm.
think it's working well for me because where I am right now, it brought me here. So
Mm-mm.
if you think that your perspective works well for you, then who we are to stop you, di ba? So
Mm-mm.
it's a good thing that we have this conversation because yung mga nagbabalak pa lang mag-freelancing, at least they can see the black and white perspective of
Perspective.
what
Tama.
freelancing is all about. And if to add to that, yung sinasabi ko kaninang transactional, it applies to the work ecosystem. Yung kahit yung sa atin sa work from home, since we're
Mm-mm.
doing business with the client, kasi every relationship kasi has transactional and transformational uh, aspect. So, nakikita ko dun sa'yo, it's more on transformational because you were given discretionary effort nung client mo to uncover new ideas. So, exceed yung goal, it's up to you. Ikaw yung may discretion kung gusto mo mag-exceed ng goal mo or gusto mong mag
Mag-retain.
yeah, mag extra mile ka pa. It's up to you. So it's more on transformational. In our terms kasi, like for example sa akin, I believe in transactional although it's not
Mm-hmm.
ideal for um for um performance kasi masyadong by the book pag transactional. But it worked for me in the sense na I was able to adapt myself to the organization where I am at the moment. And to the point na they are willing to change policies because ito yung sa tingin ko will work for the business and they accepted it and I'm glad na it worked kasi kung hindi baka wala na ako dito.
Ayun nga, tsaka ano, to be honest, I don't feel na na-attack ako dahil sa ginawa ko. Yeah, I really appreciate na yung sinabi mo na valid yung nararamdaman mo, which never nyo naman pinaramdam na hindi valid, to be honest. And alam mo yun yung level of maturity na you can take feedbacks na ibang opinion ng ibang tao, ibang
Mhm.
opinion ko. It's may respeto pa rin. Wala lang. Nag-enjoy talaga ako sa di ba hindi ko na napansin na patapos na yung trabaho ko? Nag-enjoy talaga ako sa pakikinig. In a sense na those things na sinabi nyo, actually, it's up to me kung pupulutin ko siya. Tapos, it's up to me kung gagawin ko siya. Kasi never nyo sinabing ganito yung gawin nyo. Ganito yung gawin ko.
Mhm.
Palitan mo yan, wag mo yan gawin. That's the reason why na-feel ko na valid yung opinion ko at the same time hindi niyo ako ina-attack kasi never may nagsalita na parang ganito gawin mo, wag yang gawin mo. 'Di ba iba naman 'yon sa
Mhm.
exchanging of ideas. And sobrang healthy talaga ng channel na. Napapatambay ako dito. I
I mean,
Every
swear.
every
I see
Friday.
that I see that you're a very young manager. Um, but honestly, you have the backbone to be one,
Yeah.
because you will need it. Okay, you're gonna need it. Like may pagka matigasin ka, and you will need that. Okay, um, I think you just need to be a little bit more flexible, a little bit more open when it comes to ideas, and maybe listen to a few more podcasts or read books or whatever. Like reading books doesn't work for me. Okay, I would much rather like listen to a podcast.
Listen.
But definitely get more perspective of other managers. Go to Twitter and follow some of the best manager entrepreneurs. Yung mga so mag-follow ka ng mga entrepreneurs that are visionaries. Mag-follow ka ng entrepreneurs that are managers and like managers of big companies. And then mag-follow ka rin ng entrepreneurs that are technicians. Okay, because
I
the clients will be of different iba-ibang ano yan eh. Tapos doon mo magagamay yung client and what they need, ano yung galaw nila, kung saan ka mag-iingat. Like for example, if your client is a technician, like you, when it comes to tools and automations and workflows and documentation, you have to be on the ball. Okay, kasi sila yun eh. That's their background, is technical.
Mm-hmm.
'Di ba? If they're a visionary, they're going to be all about the big idea. Oh, we're going to do this. It's going to be transformational. Tapos itatapon sa'yo. Okay, Toby, make it work. Yan, visionary yan.
Yes.
Ganyan.
They have
I
ideas,
take
but
note
they
of
don't know
that
how to do
po.
it.
This is the idea, throw it
Yes.
to you, make it work.
Mm-mm.
That's a visionary. Tapos pag
I
manager, like dun kayo magkakasundo in terms of, like the direction of the company. This is the way the company should be structured. This is the way the blah 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 blah. 'Di ba? Parang like I know that you really enjoy like where you're working right now, but you always have to look up. And I say that because you know what? The higher you go, the lonelier it will be. Okay, you
I
will be
agree.
surrounded by people who need something from you every day. And guess what? You don't really need anything from them, which means that they cannot help you when you're in trouble. Okay? That's why you need to look up. You need to look up sa mga tao na mas mataas sa'yo, and need to get inspiration from, people like yung mga influencers and people who, like yung mga clinical psychologists na sikat. Lalo na yung human behavior. You're a manager. Kailangan mabasa mo yung galaw ng mga tao mo. 'Di ba? Para dun mo makikilatis na parang, oh, this person is gunning for my job. 'Di ba? Kasi yung mga senyales are all there. You always look up and maghanda ka na it's gonna be lonely up there. If let's say dalawa lang kayo na operations manager, hindi mo ka-close yung isa. It's lonely. Okay? But at the same time, if let's say 5 kayong senior ops manager, tapos magkakabarkada kayo, that's not healthy for the company either.
Mm-hmm.
That's not
Tama.
healthy. Na magkakaibigan kayo because you all made sure that you all got promoted. Like that's not healthy. 'Di ba? What if the decisions you're making are not healthy for the business? None of you is gonna tell the other one no. Don't do that. Kasi nga magtropa kayo eh.
Totoo.
There's
It
there's
makes
so
sense.
many there's so many things to consider. And
Yeah.
there's the good side and then there's the bad side. Okay? So I mean, all the time you have to ask yourself, like sabi nga ni Hope, like tsaka ni Coach Potato, we ask ourselves every day, am I doing a good job as am I a good manager? Yung conversation namin ni Coach Potato from, I think, my third live, kasi sinabi niya na parang hinihingan siya ng increase ng mga tao niya. Tapos hindi niya maibigay. Kasi nga, because of the state of the business. Like, let's say, break even pa lang yung business. So, you can't give yung tao mo the increase they're asking for. Does that make you a bad manager? No. But, it's gonna make you feel like you're a bad manager. Because yung mga tao mo, that's how they're gonna make you feel. It's really important na ihiwalay mo yun. 'Di ba? Honestly, it's really complicated. It is very, very complicated.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So, I
And
mean, I'm glad that you're enjoying your journey. I just hope that you I just wish that you would prepare yourself better for anything that might happen. Because if you continue the same way for 10 years, 12 years, excellent, but still always
Mhm.
be prepared.
Totoo. Yes
Diba?
po, I'll take note of that nga. Sige nga, I need talaga to follow yung mga taong gano'n sa Twitter. Not puro Alter, sorry. So, and even spotty pa. Kaya, no, kaya hindi ako nagpapakita to be honest sa my Alter account kasi so, ayun. So, there. Isa yon.
Uh,
So, hindi ko alam na may iba pang use talaga ang Twitter na will help me professionally. So,
Tsaka yun,
puro
just to add sa sinabi ni Coach Potato earlier, where he said that, the transactional relationship with the client. And I agree with that. Like, yes, it's transactional. Bakit? You need money, right? You need money to pay your bills and, pay for your car and, whatever it is you pay for. But on my end, I'm more interested now in legacy.
mm,
That's what I'm thinking, right? Kasi this live is hindi like hindi ko style yung mga showbiz. That's never gonna be me. Okay. But like the people who come in here, there've been 3 people who got hired just because of this live.
ayun nga, ang saya nga.
'Di ba? Tapos um yung isa dito si Christine, she left before you came in. Like siguro mga ilang live pa lang. And then nalaman ko na parang ang tagal mo na sa client mo. Okay. Humingi ka na ba ng increase? Hindi daw. I was like, try it.
Why?
Try. Ask for an increase. Like, you don't know until you try.
Natawa
And
ako kay
honestly,
Christine.
she asked the client for an increase. She got an answer in 15 minutes.
And she was promoted.
And she was
Hello.
promoted.
Oh,
Coach Potato was
nice.
promoted.
Nice.
Si Coach was
Nice.
promoted, right? Tapos si Mika, nag-usap kami last week. Tapos sabi niya, ay sayang to sa OLJ, may ganito, bagong real estate VA agency na ganito, naghanap na ops manager. I told her, you should apply for that. And she said, hindi ako marunong mag-transaction coordination. Sabi ko, mag-aral kay Christine. Is that a deal breaker? Like, all that stuff on that list, you do already. And you should have moved up a long time ago. I don't know what's holding you back. And now what's holding you back is transaction coordination. Sabi ko, now is the right time to apply for that. Why? Kasi, kaka-promote mo pa lang as project manager, so you don't need the job. So, pag nag-interview ka, hindi ka desperada. 'Di ba? Hindi ka parang, please give me the job.
Exactly.
Walang ganong vibes, 'di ba? Parang
Yes.
and if they don't take you in the job, you know what? It's a win-win
It's okay.
situation still because you know your worth now because that job is offering 120,000 a month. If umabot ka sa final, let's say dalawa na lang kayo sa final, you know your worth. You're like, now I know I'm worth 120. Okay, I didn't get it this time. I'm applying for the next one. And that's how much I'm going to ask for. Or maybe even 130. And guess what? She's finaled. She got into the final interview.
Nice.
See? So parang this now it's more than about transactions and getting more and getting this and getting that. It's about legacy. Think about what you're doing like for everyone else. Like your feedback, your problems, even your problems, they help other people. So when you get up here and you say, well, this is my problem with my client. Well, this is, the problem that I had to face. I have this problem. Does anyone have a solution? That's legacy.
Kaya,
Yes. That's what, alam mo yun yung ma-retain ng tao. Kasi, 'di ba may naibigay ka na value. Parang yung space mo dito, nagbibigay ng value sa mga taong nagtatambay. Alam mo yun? Perfect
Ay,
tambayan.
Perfect
may isa
tambayan.
may
pa akong
Kulang na
question.
lang
ano po,
popcorn tsaka coke. Joke.
may isa pa po pala akong tanong. I mean, the moment that I'm starting po as VA. So, nag-apply ako sa isang agency. Kaya medyo na-trauma ako sa agency.
Oh.
Pero I ended up being an in-house. Pero iba naman yung work ethics nila. Ganito po yung nangyari doon sa agency. So, nag-apply ako, nakuha ako. Then my rate was 4 USD per hour. Tapos, EA, I grab it because wala akong experience. Which is, I think, sabi ko, sige, normal naman to. Then what had happened is, may training kami for 2 weeks.
So, okay yung output namin, dalawa lang kami nagte-training.
Oh,
Okay yung output ng kasama
dalawa
namin.
lang?
So, opo.
Okay.
Tapos, ang sabi is, parehas raw kami magtatrabaho para sa isang client. Parehas kaming EA niya.
Okay.
Tapos, meron raw silang support system. So, we have Slack. Tapos sa Slack, habang nagtatrabaho ka sa client mo, kailangan mo pa rin magsabi doon sa Slack namin na out ka for break, pagla-lunch ka, ganyan. So, sabi ko, okay. So, siguro for monitoring
Yeah,
purposes.
that's
And then
normal.
may
Okay.
have up, which is totally normal naman.
Yeah.
But then again, yung naging eye-opener ko is, pinagmalaki ng operations manager nung agency na tuwan-tuwa raw yung client dun sa isang ka-on board lang. And the client wants na bigyan ng raise. So from $4, gagawin raw 10 or 12. I cannot remember ni 10 or 12
Oh.
kasi nga magaling. Ang ginawa ng agency, hinarang. Sabi ng agency, 6 months pa bago po pwedeng magtaas ng salary. So ang ginawa ni client, binigyan si VA ng 1,000 USD para bonus.
Bonus, okay.
Bonus 'yun. Pero syempre, hindi pa rin tataas yung raise niya. Kinabukasan, nag-resign na ako. Kasi sabi ko, bakit ang unfair? Bakit parang, dahil ba nasa agency ka? Ganon. And ito pa pala, ang gusto ni client, i-absorb na si VA. So, tapos yung 1,000 USD pinag-deliberation pa yun nung agency kung ibibigay. Kung ibibigay ng isang bagsakan.
No. Oh, that is
I don't
so
want to name the
wrong.
agency I don't want to name the agency pero
That
sobrang
is
na-trauma ako
so
doon.
wrong. Wrong.
Na-trauma ako doon. Tapos ito pa yung nangyari noon. Bago ako mag-resign, tinanggal niya yung kasama ko. Terminate. The reason is that humingi sila ng feedback tungkol din sa mga assessment na pinapagawa. Yung mga Zoom, Slack, Asana. So, pinapagawa kami
Dahil humingi ng
workflow.
feedback?
Oo. Ngayon,
What?
sumagot yung kasama ko. Sabi nung kasama ko sa kanila, sabi niya, okay naman yung training kaso it's overwhelming lalo na sa Zoom. Parang ang daming workload. Pero, tapos sabi niya, kasi matututunan mo naman yan sa YouTube. Tsaka gumagamit rin naman ako ng Zoom. I cannot see the sense na sobrang daming assessment. Kasi yung assessment, pinapagawa kami ng video, kung paano magnanavigate, ganon. So, sabi niya, ganon. Sabi niya, I felt, sabi niya, ang eksaktong sinabi niya, I felt that this is a helpful refresher. Pero, bawasan niyo sana yung mga assessment, i-align nyo sana sa skills nung bagong hire kung ano na siya,
Agency
edi
review.
iba naman sa mas kapaki-pakinabang na training like HubSpot, ganun. Tapos, after nun, parang
Tama.
hinayaan lang kami sa training room, nasa Zoom lang kami, so breakout room. Tapos biglang sinabi niya na, nag-message sa akin yung katrabaho na tinanggal na raw nila ako kasi, parang deliberation, ganyan-ganyan. Tapos hindi raw na-meet yung expectation, ganyan-ganyan. Tapos ang sabi ko na lang, kinausap rin ako ng trainer, sabi sa akin ng trainer, magpo-pursue ka pa ba? Gumanon siya. Kasi turnover na namin on Monday, Friday nangyari yun eh. Sabi ko sa kanya, naging honest ako, sabi ko, hindi na po kasi if you let go someone that easily, knowing na tama lahat ng ginagawa. Ang ganda ng output niyo. Kasi talagang kawawa yung output ko. Kasi pag pinag-combine mo, magulo yung output ko. Sabi ko sa kanila yun, magre-resign na lang ako kasi hindi ko na kayang i-continue. If you can easily terminate someone na walang ginagawa, walang grounds, anong kaibahan niya sa akin na pwede nyo rin akong i-terminate kahit wala akong ginagawang kasama?
Yeah, yung pa lang, yung gusto i-raise yung, ang tawag dito? Yung rate, and then that was under deliberation. So that's always going to be a problem with VA agencies when the client loves the VA. They want to hire them outside of the agency. Okay, and that's not ethical. But, ang dapat ginawa ng agency is, oo nga nawala ka, akit ka ulit, coach. Ang dapat ginawa ng agency is to offer a buyout option. Okay? I think it should be standard. Like, let's say you're with a new VA, 6 months. There should be a temp check. Na, do you love your VA? Because you're still working with, you're still working with 80. Um, may option ka to buy out the VA. So, kikita din yung VA agency doon. Syempre, hindi sing laki ng kita na than if they were making it monthly. Pero, imbes naman na i-hire ng client sa labas yung VA, dinawalan din sila ng VA, nawalan pa ng client. 'Di ba? So, yung pa lang yung increase sa rate, parang hindi nila alam kung anong gagawin nila there. It's like they didn't know what to do. When the client presented that problem. And that's exactly yung client success manager. Those are exactly the things that you're going to have to deal with clients, right? So, in my opinion, they should have offered a buyout option to the client. Kasi obviously manyaman si client, okay? Loves the VA and wants to buy them out. So that should have been offered. The second red flag was the bonus, so the 1,000. In my opinion, any bonuses given to a VA by a client should always be 100% passed through to the VA. Na
Yeah.
hindi pumaparte yung agency. That's my opinion. But
Yes.
I know of agencies na pumaparte talaga sila sa bonus ng VA. But in my experience, like the VA that I built and I ran, 100% passed through sila pagdating sa bonus. And we asked the client as well, like, when do you want to release the bonus? Because ito yung next payment date ni VA, pwede namin isabay dyan para isang malakihan. Like, matutuwa yung VA kasi may regular sweldo plus the bonus on top. And that's what we recommend. Okay? But if the client says, well, I'd really like to give you, I'd really like you guys to release it tomorrow because Monday is her birthday. Kaya namin gawa ng paraan yun, 'di ba? Like, we can still accommodate special requests by the client. But the fact that they were deliberating on ihahatiin pa yung bonus, like, huge red flag. Like, I did a series of videos called Top 10 Signs You're Working for the Wrong Client. Like, that is top number one sign, I would say, that you're working for the wrong VA agency. Na ayaw ibigay sa
ito pa
yung
po,
buo yung bonus mo, like that. Why not? Why not? 'Di ba?
ito pa po yun.
Labo.
Hindi lang po bonus yun. Um, may widescreen monitor kasi para nag-request si VA na para mas maging productive siya. 'Di ba iba naman yung pakiramdam talaga pag dalawa yung monitor niyo po, no?
Mm.
Mm.
Tapos pinadala na ni
Apply ako,
client.
coach.
Pinadala na ng client. Ngayon, ang sabi ni VA agency, mari-release lang nila in 3 months time. Kahit
What?
nadya na. Totoo po, as in,
Oh
ayoko na lang
my
pagsabi talaga, pero
God.
sobrang na-trauma ako sa agency na yun.
No.
That's why nung nag-apply ako dito sa in-house na 100% turnover once na-hire. Kasi,
Name drop daw
yes,
para hindi nila applyan.
ay, wag
Pakibulong,
naman,
pakibulong.
ayoko. Kaya po nagustuhan ko dito sa agency na pinagtatrabahuhan ko ngayon na outsourcing is just, yes, may condition sila ng client na magbabayad sila sa company namin, pero it's a
Mm.
one-time payment. Kumbaga,
Okay. Parang
bulk.
headhunter. Okay.
Headhunter siya, pero pag transfer na namin sa kanila yung mga VA, wala na kaming pakialam, sabi nga, kung anong gustong gawin, para nagiging direct hiring na sila.
Okay.
So, ganun lang po.
Clue na lang daw,
Sobrang
clue. Ano yung niche ni VA agency? What's the
marami
niche?
siyang niche,
Marami.
tapos ang plastic ng Facebook page nila.
Ha? Bakit plastic?
Start with the letter F. Okay na. Start with the
F?
letter
F?
F.
F
Letter
like
F.
Frank?
Yes po. Ay, yes, Raylan. Kasi weekends na ngayon. So, Monday ka i-update kita na Monday.
Yeah.
Ay,
Freedom
wag niyo,
Geek.
wag niyo
Ayan.
hulaan. Walang hulaan.
Patay.
Hindi pinahinan. No? But
Search
I'm
it
really glad
now.
po, the BA interviewer tsaka coach, sobrang helpful. As in, sobrang dami ko rin natutunan. Lalo
Meron
na,
palang F na agent. Oy, si Miss MJ.
Oy, MJ.
Ayan. Haligi ng
Athena daw talaga
Athena.
yun. Charot. Joke lang. Hindi.
Joke.
I just felt lang talaga na parang ang unfair lang. Ang galing kasi nung VA. Ang galing niya talaga tapos sobrang down to earth.
Ayun na nga, Freedom Geek. Naku, si Miss MJ talaga nag-name drop.
Ay, hindi po Freedom Geek. Iba pa. Ay ano? Ay, iba pa.
But yeah, it's so obviously the management, they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing, and
Amateurs.
if they're tulad nung yung kailang hatiin yung bonus or pinag-isipan pa nila kailan ba ibabayad yung bonus, and then yung monitor like, what reason is there for you to release it 3 months from now,
Totoo.
unless may financial problems yung business, 'di ba?
Totoo.
Doon
And
na
not to
pupunta
mention
yung
po the power tripping ha. Yung nag-ask sila ng feedback pero hindi nila kayang tanggapin yung feedback ng kasama ko. It's power tripping kasi yun. I mean, sa mundo natin sa VA, okay lang naman magka-feedback because it will help us grow, di ba? If you take it
five.
negatively, it will kill you talaga. Pero if not, mag-grow-grow ka sa feedbacks ng ibang tao. Kasi sa, gaya ko, sa sarili ko, ang nakikita ko lang is itong side ko. Pero kasi pag may nakausap ka, lalo ng stranger, na iba naman yung outlook nila, then mapapaisip ka pa rin talaga, di ba? So yun, na ano lang talaga po ako dun. Sobrang,
Dahil sa feedback lang? What? Like
at ang sinabi nila
this is
is,
just
attitude
blowing my
problem.
mind. Like, why would you react so violently against feedback?
Kaya ako naman po nalaman na feedback yon. Kasi, di ba po nakasum kami? Doon kasi inas yung feedback. Tapos after 30 minutes, umalis yung dalawang trainer, tapos nag-usap sila. Tapos, sabi nila, biglang sinabi nila, uy, ano pala, may deliberation today. So, nagulat na lang kami na may deliberation agad. Sabi namin, akala ba namin may iniintay na kami ng client, okay na. Kasi yun ang sabi nila, okay na raw yung client, ganun. Tapos yun, ang unang in-interview nun ako, kung ano raw nararamdaman ko sa training, sabi ko, okay lang, wala namang problema. Kasi I'm learning pa rin nun. Pero pagkatapos di nag-log off na kami, tapos sabi niya sa akin, girl, tanggal na ako. Ganun. Tanggal na ako.
Grabe.
Actually, nasa akin pa yun WhatsApp conversation ng nung kinausap ako na gusto mo pa ba magtuloy.
Grabe. Grabe.
Screenshot reveal.
Grabe po talaga yun.
Free up.
Nahuhula sila. Huwag kayong manghula, guys. Kayo manghula, guys.
Panoorin niyo yung videos ko na, yung like the 10, top 10.
Saan po yun? YouTube?
No, here in TikTok. So, I'll be transferring it over to YouTube though. So, tinatransfer ko na yung top 10 borderline illegal interview questions, like front free up. Tapos, I did a series on top 10 signs that you're working for the wrong client. And it applies for VA agencies and companies as well. Like, top 10 is racism. Okay? Like, you have to listen really well. Because, let's say, matagal ka na sa client, but then biglang may racist comment. Like, you have to think and, like, what does that mean? Diba? So, but if it continues, like, racism, huge red flag, huge. Number 9, sexism. Alam mo may mga manager na, and I'm not saying that it's confined to men. It more often happens with men to women, but it can happen both ways. Okay? Yung halimbawa, bibiruin yung, kasi bagito, ganon. Uy, ikaw kasi, ang ganda-ganda mo eh. Hindi ako makaka-concentrate eh. Sexy mo eh. That's sexist. Okay? That's sexist. Or, sige, sisirain kita para hindi ka ma-hire ng client. Mga ganun. Like, honestly, in the era of Me Too, like, your company doesn't have any sort of training or orientation on harassment in the workplace. Like, and you don't have reminders, especially for the girl VAs. Now, if you don't feel comfortable with the joke, right? Like, it's a joke, but you're not comfortable with the joke. Because it feels like somebody's coming onto you, but it's training. Why is somebody coming onto you in a training session? That's sexism. That's sexist. Talagang it's a power thing, 'di ba? Tapos or nagsuggest ka ng workplace harassment training for the company and they said no. Why would a company say no to that? 'Di ba? Parang ano lang, it's just making you aware of how to make the workplace more comfortable and so that everyone is treated equally and dapat dapat talaga nag-iingat ka sa sinasabi mo kahit yung mga jokes mo, 'di ba? You might think yung mga green jokes mo na constant green jokes are really really funny, but guess what? They don't make everyone laugh. There's somebody who's maybe has a very religious affiliation. They're not comfortable with your green jokes. Okay? So dapat aware kasi tayo sa mga ganun eh. Kaya nga dapat may konting harassment training and in your handbook you should have a section on that. Like that was the first thing I did. One of the first things I did when he decided to put up a VA agency, I wrote that handbook. Okay? 42 pages I wrote. Okay. Tapos talagang may section on yung social media etiquette. Kasi may nangyari na dun sa dalawang freelancer na hindi ko alam. Before I came to the business, may nangyari na pala sa kanila sa Twitter. 'Di ba? So talagang in-include ko 'yan. And you know what? If the company you're working for has no handbook, resign. Okay. Because
Or
it means
create your own handbook.
they have no rule book to go to. What kasi yung handbook standard 'yon. They have standard yon. So if may mag-away about something, okay, you go to the handbook to find out what the rules are. Okay, hindi pwede yung nag-away yung dalawang VA sa isang bagay, isa yung ruling. Tapos there's two other VAs that have an issue with the same tapos different yung ruling. That happens when you have no handbook. So if you should always check if the company that you're working for, do they have like a handbook or a manual, like a employee manual, VA manual, mga ganun-ganun. Kung wala, that is a huge red flag. Kasi, anong laban mo if ever na may makasagutan ka or halimbawa, yung isang VA na kasama mo sa team, alam mo lasing, mga ganon. Where do you go to find the rules for knowing you're working with somebody who's intoxicated? Siyempre, magtatanong ka sa supervisor mo or sa OM or whatever. But if there's more than one OM or more than one supervisor, di magkakaiba yan ng opinion. Kasi nga, wala kayong handbook.
May question ako dyan.
So,
Does your policy have to be written?
Yes, it should be. And accessible for everyone, like public.
Ay, oo. Yun sa akin, pinapermahan sa akin yung handbook.
Good.
Though naka-PDF file naman siya, pero pinapermahan sa akin yung handbook. Nakakatawa talaga to.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So the fact that they had you sign a handbook and, what you should actually have done is read the whole handbook. And then before you signed it, and I always say that when I do onboarding, I say, this is the handbook, like, read it. Or this is your contract, read it before you sign it. Wag yung pipirmahan mo, tapos tsaka ka magtatanong. Like, what's the use of that? Diba?
Yung saka ka magre-reklamo tapos hindi mo binasa
Oo,
kontrata
tapos
mo.
hindi binasa, pinirmahan mo. Like, ano ka? Hello? Like, read it first. Kung may reklamo ka, bring it up and then sign it if you're all good with it. Yun yung tama. If they're not giving you reminders like that, and they're just bulldozing you, sige, pirmahan mo na, sige, kailangan pirmahan mo na ngayon, ganon, that's not a good sign. It's not. You're being bullied, is what's happening.
Ang ano lang, napakaganda talaga nung tambayan. Tatambay talaga ako sa inyo palagi.
Every Friday.
Every Friday, 12 a.m.
Sobrang, tama naman si the interviewer. I'm too raw for being a manager rin talaga. There's so much things about I need to learn. Siyempre, kayo, bati ka na, haligi na kumbaga. And it really feels good rin na you get these advices from strangers kasi if you get these advices from your coworkers, may bias yon of course, 'di ba? If you get this for your friends, yung mga kaibigan mo lamang, ang laging nasasabi niya, oh, mayaman ka naman, libre ka. So, yeah, it really feels good talaga. Sobrang refreshing ng conversation dito. I really love it.
And
So,
it
thank you. Thank you na sobra.
and it doesn't mean na yung ano, yung mga sinabi namin it's 100% right. You know, it's just an offered wisdom
Mhm.
based on how we see things from our end and based on our experience. So really, it's up to you how you will use it to your advantage. Kumbaga parang kung may nagkaroon ng feedback, parang yun sa BA agency na sinasabi mo, hindi ba free up yan? Hindi, no? um,
Oh no.
yun, yung, kasi yung mga feedback na ganon, although it's unfortunate na hindi natitake positively nung agency yon, for me, feedback, regardless kung ano yan, kung positive or negative, they are both positive reinforcement para sa akin. Kasi if it's negative, you can use it as a positive reinforcement so you know which areas saan ka dapat mag-improve, ano yung hindi nag-work sa mga strategies mo, sa mga ginagawa mo. At least you have an idea kung saan ka pwede pang mag-grow. Now, if it's a positive feedback, it's also a positive reinforcement because it validates your work kung ano yung mga na-accomplish mo. It gives you validation and it gives you inspiration to do better next time. Kasi nga, you don't have to settle for the best. Porket nagawa mo na yung best mo, it's the end for you. Yun na yung hanggang doon ka na lang. Kasi yung ano ka, baga mantra para sa akin is um, always find something better, you know, hindi siya ganoon eh. Ano ako, na loss ako. Your best kasi hindi pa talaga yun yung talagang best mo. There's always something better than that. So you do better based doon sa recent best. Parang ganun.
Totoo naman.
Yeah, and
Like,
all these ideas, like, and not all of them are not going to make sense to you right now, but you have to make this role your own, make it your own. Like, you're still going to develop your own style of management and stuff like that. Ang importante para sa akin is you always educate yourself kasi it's not just finding out what you should do. When you look at how other people manage or how, yung other types of managers, you also learn what not to do. Kasi sa
totoo.
totoo lang, and I will be very blunt, and I'm sorry about this, but ang nakikita kong tendency, even sa corporate, is ang Pinoy may tendency na once they hit a management position, like, they tend to abuse the power that they get.
Yeah.
There's that
Oo.
tendency. Like
Totoo.
60%, 70%, pag naging manager yan, parang may likelihood na maging abusado.
Tsaka,
And like, absolute power corrupts absolutely. Remember that.
tsaka yung may kinikilingan. As, ewan ko, ewan ko sa mga Pinoy, but yeah, majority, lagi may kinikilingan. Pagka-close or what, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of because it's cultural. It's the way that we were built, and it's not a good truth to admit to, but it happened. But if you're aware na, in your head, you always tell yourself, absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's why you shouldn't be comfortable in getting like when you get power. Because you know what? You know who put you in power? The people that you lead, the people that are under you. And you really should be thinking about them and not less about yourself. Although you hold the title, diba? And your pay shows that. But
Mhm.
keep in mind the people who put you there, the people who are under you.
Tsaka yung sinabi niya na once you get in the top, you'll get lonely. Totoo yun. Totoo
Yeah.
yun.
So
You'll get
ngayon pa
lonely.
lang, like what is your cathartic release? Like, do you write a blog? Like, do you yung parang kailangan maghanap ka na ng sarili mong ano eh. Parang kung hindi, like you'll just keep working and working and working and working and just get more and more stressed. Like your release is not gonna be talking to the people under you. Hindi mo pwede ipasa yung stress mo dun sa tao mo.
Mm.
And
Kaya
then yung
maghalaman ka.
oo. Tapos yung client mo is not always gonna be there. And you can't treat them like they're your friend, like they're your sounding board. Because now, if you always come to them, this is how I feel. I had this problem. If you're always coming to them with, yung mga ganyan, they might start to doubt your decision-making abilities. Okay? If you have a very good friend, like a best friend who's not connected with a company, understands you completely, or, you have a partner na ganon, di napakaswerte mo. But if not, then you need to find other ways to cope. You have to find your coping mechanism now. Ngayon pa lang. 'Di ba? Ang hirap talaga, mahirap talaga. Most
Totoo.
days parang, and most of your day will be spent like answering this person, bringing this problem to setting up the training for this person because they don't have this skill set, alam mo, and then checking up on them constantly. Alam mo yung mga ganun. Like, it's never ending. It's never gonna end. The things that people need from you. And yung mga tao mo, they don't consider that about you. Hindi sila ganun ka-considerate. They will never understand your situation, even if you tell them. So, it's just something that you have to live with.
Totoo. Yeah. Totoo yun. Ay, nagat 15 minutes na lang tapos na yung trabaho ko.
Yeah,
Actually, ako
15
din,
minutes.
in
So we'll be
15
ending the
minutes.
live in 15 minutes, guys,
Oo.
and really appreciate you guys staying and for all your contributions and your comments, of course. And so we got 80 hired today. Woohoo! Baka pati si Raylan ulit, mahir ulit.
Pero ilalaban ko talaga si AD. Kasi nung nakita ko yung portfolio ni AD, sobrang ganda. Ilalaban
Yeah,
ko siya.
great. There you go.
Ilalaban ko
So,
talaga.
and for sure, umakyat. Oo, na-late ka, Jairo eh. Thank you rin po sa Friday po uli. O, sige, Raylan. Ano ka na, suki ka na. Um, so, and umakyat ba si AD? So, for sure that you're getting somebody who's intelligent, who's thinking, who's, talented. Like, you don't know everything about her yet, but, up front, the first impressions are actually pretty good. Oo, Mark. Mark, hindi ka ba umakyat? We don't know your story yet. We don't know
Yeah.
that much about you. Diba?
Buti na lang pinalo ko to. Pinalo.
If you
Ginisa
guys have
kasi,
any suggestions for mga topics, for mga succeeding na mga
isa
lives,
kasi
like,
ayokong ipalo. Ang toxic.
Sino? Sino?
Ayoko ipalo yung may barangay. Ang medyo hindi ako natutuwa sa ewan ko lang.
Hmm.
Oo.
I think their audience is a little bit different. So,
Mm.
and the truth is they have helped a lot of VAs, especially yung mga
Mm-mm.
starting VAs. I mean, everyone's style is different, right?
Different, totoo. But
Everyone's style
dito
is different.
I felt comfortable talaga dito as in, sobrang happy.
It's a good thing that you're picking up, something from this
Oo na.
conversation.
Like, like hindi naman ako tuod. Medyo sponge rin naman ako. Nakaka-absorb din naman ako kahit pa pa.
And I mean kasi yung iba kasi they come in here and then they hear us talk, then pag hindi alam mo yun, pag hindi interesting para sa kanila or sa tingin nila hindi para sa kanila yung pinag-uusapan, they just leave and they don't spend a few minutes to see kung ano ba yung pinag-uusapan, and if they can pick up something from that conversation, na makakatulong sa kanila. Because some of the audiences na lagi ko nakikita rin every Friday, ting live mo, Miss Jen, is sila din yung laging nakikipag-interact, nag-share ng kahit nga yung napapagalitan na dito sa live. Sino ba si Kira? Sino ba si Kira?
Si Kira.
Oo. Pero nag-stay pa rin siya dito kasi
Yeah, he visits, you know.
pupunta pa rin
Tawag
siya
niya
dito
sa
sa
akin si
live.
Mom.
Kahit
Okay.
kahit may mga hirit siya minsan sa
You're welcome.
tawag nito, sa comment section na
Likewise.
medyo nakaka-trigger minsan. So, yun, it's a good thing that we're actually having this conversation. Actually, si si Jen yung medyo na ka-vibes ko sa ganitong kwentuhan kasi before I was just, you know, uh, silent watcher lang tayo.
Ayan. O si Boggy Bong, next time, ikaw umakit ka dito. You might have a few questions or you might have like problems to share that people want to hear as well. You Chinese? I'm not. Are you Chinese, Coach? May
In ano
tanong.
lang, in paper.
In paper?
In
Okay,
paper.
yan.
Wala sa itsura.
Ayan. See, Toby, are you Chinese? I don't know.
Shih Tzu po. Shih Tzu.
Sheets. So you're a Jamaican? Yeah, man. Absolutely, next Friday. O si ito, tingnan mo, may aakit tayo ulit na bagong OM, si Boggy Bong. Are you OM for a VA agency or
Operation.
direct client? Anong FB page niyo po?
Actually, wala.
Um,
Meron ka ba?
Ako wala. I have a YouTube channel, the VA interviewer, it's the same. So this whole call is going to be on YouTube, hopefully by next week. So if you want to listen to whole 4 hours again, then it's on YouTube.
Sige, follow ko yun.
And then, yung may FB page, si Christine, si The Queen VA.
You want us to make one if you
VA
want?
Tambayan. We can. Yeah, we can if you
Oo nga,
want.
bakit ayaw mo mag-create ng page?
FB group, it's a lot of work.
Yun nga lang. Matrabaho, tapos gagawa ka pa ng playbook, no?
That is so much work, right?
I
And
don't
then we have the
mind.
lives anyway, so
Well, I don't mind. Siguro, we can create a page. If you
you
want.
forgot to shave your beard. You forgot to bring your manners. You're in the wrong life, mate. Well, we're ending in a few anyway. So, yung mga we're particularly interested to hear from VAs na who feel that they've been scammed. Because I think yun dapat talagang ilagay on blast. Yun dapat i-name drop yung mga nagmamasquerade na VA courses, but they're not, 'di ba? So, if you feel or if you know somebody that bought a course pero hindi naman talaga course, then you can hop in the live and tell us the name of the company para ma-avoid, 'di ba? Ma-avoid din yung mga ganyan. I'm just gonna kick this guy out. Ikaw, J-Lu, talaga? MLM, networking. Nagbaya ko ng course, 999, 10,000? 10,000 yung
Grabe.
course?
Ito po pala,
Freelance
yung isa pa sa
movement.
nagiging
Okay.
nagiging, ewan ko ha kung anong ginagawa. I mean, I don't have anything against networking, pero lagi nilang sinasabi na VA work.
Yes, exactly. Kasi
Virtual
sinasakyan nga nila yung
associate. Pinapalitan
sinasakyan
lang
nila
nila
yung trend. Alam nila
yung
kasi patok.
yung assistant, pinapalitan nila ng word na associate.
Yeah.
I just felt bad lalo na sa mga newbie na nabibiktima ng gano'n. Not nabibiktima because iba yung expectation nila na parang, di ba, as VA, you're applying kasi gusto mo ng pera, gusto mo ng trabaho, pero apparently, ang ginagawa nila is parang kailangan mo pa mag-invest, which is hindi sila nagiging transparent sa umpisa pa lang. So,
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean that's the red flag. If hindi nga transparent, if sabi nga ni Mika kanina may ambiguity, like hindi nila ma-explain. Pag tinanong mo, what do I need to do to get the 60,000 a week? What exactly will I be doing? Tapos hindi nila talaga ma-explain. Like, di ba, pag trabaho, like, anong trabaho? UX designer. Okay, you have to use Figma. Okay, you'll be doing website mockups. Yan ang diretsong sagot. Pero yung hindi nila ma-explain talaga, that's already a huge red flag. Don't go for it.
And mind you, pag may nakalagay, you can also use your mobile phone.
Ayan, no.
Hindi totoo.
Like, no.
Like, freelancing is not for mobile phones.
And yung mga, ano, yung mga nagdi-display ng mga income, na marami silang kotse, that's a red flag as well. Okay.
Totoo.
Ayun yung nagpo-post ng nakabili na ng mansyon, tapos apat ang sports car, pero mukhang naglalako ng
Dispatch it.
isda.
Mukhang malabo pa rin yung mga selfie pic.
Oo.
Alam na.
Tapos
Yes,
cherry
Daryl.
mobile yung pinanggamit na pang picture. Sorry.
Oo, diba?
Sorry.
I'm so sorry. Like, what? That doesn't make any sense. Diba?
Totoo.
Para kasing, para kayo investigator. So when you're profiling, okay, you should profile all the time. Like, and I do that because, I don't know, it's just something that I like to do.
Ano mo na yon? Reflex mo na yon?
Oh, because when I was 12 years old, I told myself, if I don't get married by the time I'm 27, I'm gonna join the FBI. I told myself when I was 12 years old. So, but it's just human behavior. All it needs is for you to listen and to observe.
Yeah,
Diba?
exactly. Totoo naman yan.
Like, i-piece
Tsaka
together yung kausap mo na binibentang ka ng course. Yan, yung mga 10,000. Is it reputable? Is the group reputable, for one? Okay. Is the founder reputable? Maganap ka ng reviews, good and bad reviews. And then you piece it together. And then you form your own picture. And then when you form the whole picture, then you can decide, yes, I want to buy it. It seems good. They seem reputable. Okay?
Totoo.
And it's the
Tsaka
same in an interview.
always ask for JD. Job description talaga.
Yan. Oo.
Susi.
Kung walang JD,
Alam na. Alam na. Power.
what are you signing up for? Diba?
Ano naman, tawag dito, okay naman yung networking. It's just that it's being labeled and associated with true freelancing na ang dami kasing ang daming nami-mislead. So, I think they have to change their approach on that kasi at the end of the day, when freelancing gets the hit, parang mapapasama yung tingin sa mga talagang freelancers.
I think yun talagang nature ng... I think that's one of the features of parang a networking business. And I'm not saying they're a bad business, but they use some very consistently through the ages. If you look at the history of yung mga malalaking MLM like Amway, yung mga Forever Living, yung mga dati naririnig natin, you look at their history, it's all the same. They always use yung mga tactics na ganyan, tapos ina-adapt nila for whatever is happening in the moment. Kasi nga kailangan nila mag-recruit.
Totoo yun.
Well,
I
it's
just
up
felt
to the
nga minsan
people.
parang magkakamag-anak siguro yung mga head at CEO ng mga to.
Yeah,
Parang
malamang.
parang isang pisa. Sabi ng mga taga-Batangas, isang pisa ng itlog.
Galing sa iisang manok, gano'n.
Oo, ganun.
Yung if you guys have not watched LuLaRoe, yung the MLM na LuLaRoe, that's LULAROE. Ano siya networking sa US. Okay, you should watch that. If you have Discovery Plus or if you have Amazon Prime, meron silang documentary. Yung talagang wala silang konsensya, like kahit yung mga families na hikahos na. Alam mo yung ganun? Parang inainganyo pa rin nila to buy these leggings and to buy na ganto-ganto, ganyan-ganyan. Ay, ano po yan? Vincenzo, Madam, good morning. My client's currently looking for sales project manager and team lead. Bold 6 digits. Okay. Baka may ma-refer ka.
Meron yan for sure.
I'll DM you. I'll DM you. Let's see. How much? Ako. Hoy, akala ko kaka-promote pa lang sa'yo na OM. Sira ulo to. Huwag kang ganyan, huwag kang hopper. Magtagal ka naman ng konti. Show some loyalty. 'Di ba? I think once you get promoted and